This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of what if Naruto mastered the dark art of a death knight. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
Dark gray clouds blocked the early morning sky. The village ahead was hidden by some thick fog that encircled the forest. The late night rain had left the air damp. With each step, the man's plated boots made a squishing noise as he moved along the muddy path. The man, who was roughly 6 feet tall, was carrying a two-handed blade that was radiating a blue aura. His eyes were obscured by his cloak, which covered his head. The man mumbled, "The village Darien told me about should be dead ahead." As the man walked on, the rain started to fall. The man found himself staring up at the big village gate shortly after the rain started. Konoha was written in kanji on a symbol above the gate. Two voices stopped the man as he entered the gate. "Halt," the first one said. "Yes," said the man. "Do you have a reason to be here?" "I've come to speak to someone known as the Hokage." "Where can I find him?" The second guard said, "That depends, are you here on diplomatic reasons?" The man said, "Yes, and so I can get moving, here's my passport," and he tossed it to them. The guard scowled at the man after catching it. After examining the documents, he returned them. The first guard said, "Okay, the Hokage Tower is down this road." The man said, "Thank you," as he continued down the street. A blond boy was being pursued by a sizable group of villagers and shinobi a few blocks away. Many of them were shouting angry words while brandishing various weapons. The boy was dressed in orange pants and a black shirt. He had spiky blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He came to a dead end after turning a corner. He shook in fear and retreated against the wall. Before long, he was surrounded by villagers. A kunai pierced the boy's thigh, causing him to scream in agony. When the villagers heard his cries of agony, they smiled evilly. A chunin scoffed and said, "It hurts, doesn't it?" The boy yelled, "What did I do?" A woman shouted, "You killed our 4th Hokage, and a lot of shinobi." "Die, demon!" yelled a junin. "Help!" exclaimed the boy. Before he heard cries, the man had been a few blocks from his target. The man paused and looked around to see where the noise was coming from. He heard someone scream just as he was about to continue. The voice shouted, "Help me! Someone! Anyone!" The man chose to investigate even though he was on a mission. As he turned the corner and sped down the street, he saw a crowd of people in the alley. He could make out a bloodied, battered boy lying still through the crowd. The sight filled the man with both shock and disgust. The villagers and shinobi in front of him caused the man to become enraged. "Time to die, demon!" A shinobi cried out. The boy's head was struck by a kunai thrown by the shinobi. The man had seen enough by now. He disappeared, then materialized before the kunai. The kunai struck the man in the chest and landed on the ground with a clang. The crowd glared at the man defending the demon. The man questioned, "What the hell are you doing to this boy?" One of the villagers spit out, "We're killing that demon and doing this village a favor." "So, you're killing a defenseless child then?" A shinobi shouted, "He is going to kill us all. We need to kill him first." The man glanced at the boy and then at the crowd, and there was a fatal pause. Under his hood, he turned to face the crowd and gave them a fierce look. The man said ominously, "I can't let you do that." He reached for his blade's hilt and withdrew it. The blade's aura flared dangerously as its neon runes shone brightly. One of the villagers yelled, "Then we'll have to kill you too." The swordsman received a deadly blow from the shinobi. He smirked and blinked. What he was capable of was completely unknown to these fools. He was overcome by his desire for blood. With a humorous tone, the man questioned, "You call that killing intent?" He roared, "Try this in for size." He channeled all of his rage into his desire to kill. He received the ideal response. All of them could see their breath in front of them as the temperature fell to 0. The villagers went to their knees in terror. The majority of the shinobi were terrified of the man in front of them, so they were not getting any better. "Kill him! Quick!" a shinobi yelled. The man was attacked by a few shinobi and villagers. With a malicious grin, the man held up his hand. "Howling blast!" he bellowed. A wave of ice and frozen wind struck the charging villagers and shinobi, killing them all. The crowd gazed at the man with wide eyes. As the shinobi said, "Kill him, you idiots," once more. The man extended a hand to the shinobi. His hand suddenly released a purple arm that darted in the direction of the shinobi. The shinobi was pulled to the man by the hand that encircled him. The shinobi was quickly decapitated after landing in front of the man. A voice cried out, "What's going on here?" Everyone turned to see 2 masked shinobi on either side of an elderly man wearing white robes and a hat. Lord Hokage. This man is killing us, exclaimed one of the villagers. A woman with pink hair yelled, yeah, we were minding our own business and he interfered by protecting the demon. Glaring at the woman, the Hokage turned to face the man guarding the boy. Anbu, get your squads rounded up and take these fools to the interrogation chambers, shouted the Hokage. Hi, Hokage. Sama. Anbu nodded. The remaining shinobi and the villagers dispersed. The man who picked up the boy was approached by the Hokage. The Hokage questioned, are you the messenger of the Aben Blade? The man nodded curtly as he turned to face him. The man said, yes, I am a knight of the Aben Blade. My name is Grimes. With a nod, the Hokage touched Grimes' shoulder. Let's continue this conversation in my office, the Hokage whispered. Through a shunshin, the two of them disappeared from the alley. They both showed up in an old office. Grimes gently placed the boy on the couch after carrying him. He walked to a chair in front of the desk after turning. The Hokage lit his pipe and settled into his chair. Grimes took a seat and turned to the Hokage. The Hokage asked, so, I see you have met the village pariah? Grimes pointed his thumb back at the boy and said, the kid? Yes, thank you for saving him. This is the third time this week. The Hokage's statement startled Grimes. Grimes said, if you don't mind me asking, before continuing, why do they hate him so much? If I tell you, it must not be voiced or I'll have you killed on sight, understood? Judging by the seriousness of your voice, I'll take your word for it. Grimes was informed by the Hokage about the Kyuubi and how the fourth Hokage sealed it into the boy, who was now known as Naruto. Grimes rubbed his eyes and remarked, I suppose it would make sense that he chose his son for being the vessel. The Hokage growled, how did you figure that out? Come on, I'm not that stupid. The kid looks just like the fourth, you'd have to be a complete moron not to see that, Grimes responded. Well, I guess there's no hiding it, but he cannot know of this until he is older. The Hokage sighed. But we will continue this topic later. But for now, we should talk about our alliance. Good idea. Darien will be off his rocker if I didn't talk about the subject at hand. They had just finished discussing their alliance when they heard a moan from the couch. OG.san? Naruto questioned, glancing at the two. The Hokage said, hey, Naruto, how are you feeling? I'm okay. Naruto's knees were pulled to his chest as he lied. At this, the Hokage scowled and approached Naruto. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and sat down next to him. Naruto, what happened today? In a whisper, Naruto said, well, I failed the graduation test again. To which the Hokage replied, don't worry, you can take it again. I guess, but I don't have the ability because the instructors sabotage my training. Why didn't you tell me? I'd have made sure you had the attention you needed. I tried, but your attorney said you were never available. Damn.it. Grimes glanced at the Hokage and then Naruto. Grimes thought, this kid, he's had a rough life, I can change that. Grimes said, Lord Hokage, may I ask you something? In response, the Hokage said, go ahead, Grimes. Is Naruto still in the orphanage like you told me? Naruto cut in, no, they kicked me out today, if it isn't too much trouble, Hokage. Sama, Grimes said. I'd be willing to adopt Naruto if you'll let me. The Hokage's eyes widened and then he smiled. Naruto's eyes filled with tears as he raised his head. Really? Croaked Naruto. Come here, Naruto. Give your big brother a hug, Grimes answered. Grimes was tackled into a bear hug by Naruto as he lunged at him. Grimes ruffled his little brother's hair and laughed at his response. The Hokage bowed slightly and said, thank you, Grimes. Grimes answered, no problem. I have one more request though. What would that be? I would like your permission to allow me to train Naruto to become a Death Knight. It will take about 6 years, and we will be back on his 13th birthday. Very well, when he comes back he won't be pushed around by the villagers. Grimes nodded and added that Naruto will pass the test and become a shinobi upon his return. With a nod, the Hokage gave Grimes the adoption documents. The Hokage returned carrying Naruto's belongings in a backpack while Grimes signed the documents. Naruto hugged the Hokage after taking his bag from him. I'll be back and then I'll take your place as Hokage, OG.san, Naruto laughed. The Hokage answered, I'll be looking forward to it, Naruto. Now run along, Grimes is waiting for you. Grimes told them, not really, I have a quick way to get to the Aben hold. Really? Inquired Naruto. Yep, now watch this, Naruto. Grimes extended his hand, encircling it with a purple aura. A portal opened 10 seconds later. It was purple and black, with a dragon's skull on top. Whoa, murmured Naruto. Grimes said, "Let's go, Naruto," gesturing for Naruto to follow him. Nodding, Naruto said, "Right." The portal disappeared in a puff of purple smoke as the two of them stepped through it. Sarutobi asked himself, what makes me think that Naruto will return as a power freak? He dismissed it, took out a particular orange book, and laughed in a perverse way. The early morning sky was bright with the sun. Naruto and his adopted brother departed the village today in order to become Death Knights. Additionally, he had to go back and take the genin exam on that day. The Hokage was able to conceal some basic and advanced scrolls in his bag before Naruto left, despite the fact that he had not been instructed in the correct chakra exercises. The two figures were on their way to the Hokage's tower after entering the village. One had a brown beard and shoulder-length brown hair. The other had 3 whisker marks on each cheek and spiky blonde hair. Numerous villagers and shinobi gave the two of them curious looks as they passed through the village. When the blonde said, "Now I can see why the villagers look confused, but the shinobi? That's just a fucking joke. Either they haven't been training these past years or they're just incredibly stupid." The man with the brown hair ruffled the blonde's head and laughed heartily. The man with the brown hair answered, "True as it is, Naruto, they haven't seen you in 6 years. Good thing they don't know it's me just yet. If so, I'd probably be fighting them right now." Naruto said, "Grimes, may I try to use the Shunshin?" "Yeah, we should give that a test to see if you truly mastered it," Grimes said. Placing his hand on Grimes' shoulder, Naruto concentrated his chakra. The two of them disappeared when a gust of wind hit. When their feet touched the floor, Naruto and Grimes opened their eyes. They observed the Hokage completing paperwork while they were in his office. To attract the Hokage's attention, Grimes cleared his throat. The Hokage raised his head, blinked, then smiled. Sarutobi said, "It's been a while, Naruto, Grimes." Grimes smiled and said, "It has been a little while, Hokage. Sama." They both sat down and relaxed in front of Sarutobi's desk. Sarutobi exhaled smoke and lit his pipe. With his hands folded under his chin, Sarutobi said, "So, I trust the training went well?" Grimes proudly remarked, "Yes, Naruto is now one of the strongest Death Knights of his group." Naruto told Grimes, "I think you're giving me a little too much credit." Grimes crossed his arms in defense and said, "No, I'm not. Darien even said you were among the best he'd seen in a long time. Now you're just spreading a load of bollocks. Darien is very rarely impressed." "I don't mean to interrupt this conversation, but we should discuss the success and defects Naruto had in his training," Sarutobi said. Sheepishly, Grimes said, "Right, sorry about that." After that, Naruto and Grimes gave Sarutobi an explanation of what Naruto had discovered while training. Along with some of the unholy and blood skills, Naruto had mastered the frost skills. He had mastered the Kage, Bunshin, Kawarimi, Shunshin, and a few fire and water jutsu, which contributed to his success as a shinobi. Due to his sparring with Grimes during their training, he possessed extremely high kenjutsu. Naruto had a low level of genjutsu and mediocre taijutsu. At the moment, Naruto was either low junin or high chunin, if anything. When Sarutobi said, "Naruto, let me ask you something." "Go ahead," said Naruto. "How is it you can use the Kage Bunshin but not the regular Bunshin?" "The reason to why I can't is because I have extreme difficulty controlling small amounts of chakra," Naruto said. "Turns out I can only use high-level techniques that require a lot of chakra and perform them without much difficulty because of the Kyuubi." "So, Grimes told you that you contained the Kyuubi?" "Yeah, but he assured me that I wasn't a demon." Sarutobi gave Grimes a little glare and remarked, "Good, because you're not a demon, you're just its vessel to keep it at bay." "Well, I thought he had the right to know that bit of information," added Grimes in a defensive manner. "That aside, Naruto, I think you should head to the academy. The genin test is about to start," Sarutobi said. The Hokage took out a sheet of paper and wrote a brief message on it. He gave it to Naruto, who took it and disappeared. Sarutobi and Grimes sat in silence. According to Grimes, "So, now what?" Sarutobi smiled and said, "Why don't we watch his performance?" "With what? I have a trusty little friend here." When Sarutobi produced a crystal ball, the picture became clear. They were now in an examination room, both of them looking. There were several children seated, preparing to take the test. After entering the room, 2 chunin shut the door. One had brown hair in a ponytail, and the other had silver hair. The children continued to argue until the man with the brown hair did something out of the ordinary. His head swelled to twice its typical size. He yelled, "Shut your fucking mouths." Grimes' perspiration fell at what he saw below. He looked back at the orb after glancing at the Hokage. Grimes jerked his thumb at the orb and asked, "Does that happen daily?" "Only on Wednesdays," said Sarutobi. The children immediately fell silent as they returned to the exam room. That big headed jutsu was the one thing that scared them the most. Iruka read a sheet of paper in front of him and sighed. When Iruka said, "Okay, I'm going to take attendance," the temperature dropped considerably before Iruka could say anything more. They all chattered and shivered. A blue flame appeared in front of Iruka as there was a sudden crack. The fire disappeared as a figure emerged from it. Everyone turned to stare at the newcomer as the temperature rose once more. As they gazed at the boy, nearly every girl flushed. He had on a gray linen shirt, a sleeveless black vest, brown fingerless leather gloves, black combat boots, and dark blue cargo pants. He wore a belt around his waist with side pockets. He had deep blue eyes, 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and blonde, spiky hair. Many of the girls were thinking different things. Ino thought, "Wow, this guy is sexy. He seems familiar," Hinata remarked. Sakura thought coldly, "Who does he think he is?" Kiba and Sasuke thought, "Just another loser I can beat." Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. New guy, Choji pondered. Shino thought, "My buds fear him, I should stay sharp." This boy said, "Is this room 205? Iruka answered, "Yes it is. Who are you?" Iruka, "You didn't forget me too, did you? Let me see that note quick." The note was given to Iruka by the boy. Iruka's eyes grew wide as he read the note. Sputtering, Iruka said, "N. Naruto? Well, at least you remember me," Naruto remarked, grinning a little. "Good to see you again. Why don't you take a seat in one of the empty spots?" With a nod, Naruto approached Hinata. He sat down and gave her a smile. Naruto said courteously, "Hey, I'm Naruto, what's your name?" When Hinata said, "My name is H. Hinata," she blushed. "That's a nice name for a pretty girl." Hinata pressed her index fingers together as her blush deepened. She turned to face Iruka after quietly thanking Naruto. "Hey, Iruka. Sensei. Why does that loser get to just enter when we've been here for years?" Sakura yelled. "Wow, you don't even know me and you call me a loser?" replied Naruto. "Talk about shallow." Sakura yelled, "What did you say, Baka?" Naruto glared at her as he turned to face her. Sakura glared back at him and opened her mouth to say something. "I strongly advise you close your mouth or I'll do it for you," Naruto said. Sakura started, "Yeah right you, Baka," but then abruptly grabbed at her throat. Naruto looked at Iruka and lowered his hand. "Sorry about that, her voice was getting on my nerves," Naruto said. Iruka, who was now curious, said, "What did you do, Naruto?" "I used a technique called strangulate. It silences the person for a short period of time." Even though Iruka was taken aback, he nodded. One by one, he started to pass the written exams. Iruka returned to his desk and took a seat after the final one was placed on it. Naruto provided random answers to the test's questions. Leaning back in his chair, he put down his pencil. He relaxed his thoughts and closed his eyes. A voice said, "So, Kit, how you doing?" Naruto said, "I'm doing okay. Kyubi, you?" "Fine, just been bored and I wanted some company." "That's understandable, so are you ready to show these wimpy genin what you're made of?" "You have no idea, Kyubi." Iruka was picking up his paper when Naruto opened his eyes. He turned to face Naruto, who grinned back at him. Iruka approached the student body shortly after and cleared his throat. Iruka started, "Well, I will announce the test results. Top score with 100 was Naruto. 99 with Sasuke, 98 for Sakura, 97 for Shino and Hinata, 90 for Ino, 83 for Kiba, 80 for Choji and 50 for Shikamaru." Naruto shrugged briefly before focusing on Hinata. The girl blushed profusely when he smiled at her. "What? That's impossible. Iruka. Sensei, there must be a mistake. No one can beat Sasuke.kun. Sakura screamed. "I don't know how to burst your bubble there, but I didn't even try, I just speculated," explained Naruto. "Enough. Sakura, Naruto did the test fair and square," Iruka asserted. Sakura simply nodded and took a seat once more. Naruto smirked slightly as he turned around to face her. Iruka said as she made her way to the door, "Now, the next portion of the test is outside." Iruka led them all into the training fields. The students waited for more instructions while standing in a straight line. After sensing two people's gazes, Naruto turned his head. He noticed Sasuke and Kiba scowling at him. He turned to the front and gave them a bored look. "Okay, Now I want one student at a time to head up to the line and throw your shuriken and kunai at the targets, Iruka said. Sasuke was the first to approach the line and draw his throwing weapons. All of the weapons struck the dummy when he threw them. The fangirls applauded and cheered for Sasuke. With some hits and misses, the remaining pupils each went and achieved their goals. It was Naruto's turn at last. He approached the line and drew his shuriken. After inhaling deeply, Naruto threw his weapons at the dummy. With his hands in his pockets, he walked back towards the group after turning around. Sakura smirked and remarked, "Huh, you missed, loser." Naruto looked at her disinterestedly and said, "And I care about this because?" Angry, Sakura screamed, "Because Sasuke-kun beat you." Naruto shrugged and remarked, "I'm only good at close combat, so I don't care if I beat him or if he beat me." When Iruka said, "Naruto, you didn't miss the target," she smiled. With some confusion, Naruto questioned, "I didn't?" He looked back at the target and saw that all of his shuriken were in the dummy's pressure points and vital areas. Murmuring, "Well, I'll be damned," Naruto said. Kyuubi remarked, "You can put up quite a front, Naruto. I gotta hand it to you." "Thanks," thought Naruto, grinning. The fact that the students couldn't see through the mask disappointed Naruto a little. The boy was simply silent, but he would have assumed Shino noticed. After grunting in satisfaction, Naruto turned to face Hinata. Sakura started to scream, but she started to clutch her throat once more. He must have cheated. Sasuke-kun had the besta. Naruto lowered his hand and said, "I can continue this all day, but regrettably we have to move on with the exam." Iruka gave Naruto a worried look as she said, "Well, anyway, this year we have a bunshin and a sparring test. Anyone want to go first?" As he had done previously, Sasuke advanced and flawlessly bunshined Iruka. Like Sasuke, the other students went and completed theirs. Naruto's turn came now. He cracked his knuckles as he approached Iruka. Iruka smiled and said, "Okay, Naruto, you can do it. Make a standard bunshin." "I can't," Naruto countered, placing his hands behind his head. "Ha! Loser!" exclaimed Sakura. "Like I was saying, I can't because I have massive chakra reserves. I can't control little chakra, but I can use techniques that require a lot of it," Naruto continued, glaring at Sakura. Iruka asked, "Are any of them clone jutsu?" With a, "Yeah, it's the cage bunshin," Naruto responded. Iruka and Mizuki exclaimed, "What?" With his arms crossed, Naruto questioned, "Is there a problem?" Iruka answered, "No, just shocked. Go ahead and perform it." Naruto made a hand gesture and nodded. The training grounds were filled with smoke and had several cracks. Everyone's mouths fell open as the smoke cleared. There were about 100 shadow clones in front of them. "Too much?" inquired Naruto naively. Iruka questioned, "How did you learn that, Naruto?" "I found it in a scroll." "Why?" "No reason, just curious." Naruto sensed glares coming his way and saw Sasuke and Kiba staring at him. He glared back this time, feeling like letting loose some murderous intent. Iruka interrupted him just as he was about to do it. Iruka declared, "All right, it's time for the exam sparring session." Around the dirt arena, everyone took a seat. "Now, for this part of the exam, the person will get a choice on who they want to fight," Iruka said. For his part, Naruto was excited to engage in actual combat. Since his training as a Death Knight, he had not engaged in combat. Grimes had experienced a similar thing, even though the training wasn't the actual thing. Flashback. In the rooms, Naruto stood next to Grimes. A Death Knight with 2 blades strapped to his back was standing in front of them. He gestured for Grime and Naruto to come forward after giving them a nod. They knelt down in front of the man and waited for him to say something. The man asked, "I take it your mission was a success, Grimes?" "Yes, High Lord Mograine, I have successfully given the alliance treaty to the Hokage," Grimes responded. "Excellent work, then again, I had the feeling you wouldn't fail." Grimes said, "Thank you, sir, in gratitude. I'm your friend, Grimes. Just call me my first name." "Very well, Darien." Darien drew a sword and gave Grimes a tap on each shoulder. Darien said, "Rise, Sergeant." Grimes rose and gave Darien a respectful salute. The blonde boy next to them caught both of their attention. Raising an eyebrow, Darien peered through his helmet at Grimes. "Who's this?" inquired Darien. "That's my new little brother," said Grimes. Darien stated, "Wait, hold up a second," and raised a hand. "You have a little brother, or did you take him in as one?" "We might as well sit down, this is going to take a while." Grimes filled Darien in on the boy at his side. During the story, Darien's eyes widened and he became irate. How could a child be subjected to such treatment by a village? Grimes continued by telling him the Kyuubi story. Naruto was horrified by the information, and his eyes widened. Grimes reassured him that he was more like the Kyuubi's vessel than the Kyuubi itself. Darien stood up and said, "Okay Grimes, since I consider you one of my best friends, I'll help you train him." Grimes said, "Thank you, Darien. But how are we going to train, Naruto? We can't have him do the same thing I did to prove myself a Death Knight." Granted that he won't be able to do them now, but it turns out, Gothic left behind a secret room upstairs. "You mean that psycho that collects souls?" "Yes, he left a secret room upstairs that allows a person to go through a simulation of the Death Knight training." "Is it the same thing I did?" "Yes, but he wouldn't have really done it in reality." After giving a sympathetic nod, Grimes turned back to face Naruto. Darien gestured for them to follow him to a tiny pink light circle. They disappeared from the room below as the three of them stepped onto the platform. When they emerged in a different room, they saw that it was an ancient arena with strange forges. After taking in the room in wonder, Naruto was interrupted by Darien's voice. "You'll learn about this during the training simulation, Naruto." After giving a nod, Naruto quickly followed Grimes and Darien. After turning a corner, the three of them entered a tiny room with slanting wooden beds. They brushed off some dust and went to a bed. Darien said, "Okay, Naruto, hop onto the bed and relax." Naruto lied on the bed as instructed. It was incredibly uncomfortable, but he knew what it was like. He opened his eyes and felt a helmet being put on his head. He felt extremely sleepy as soon as he finished that. "What's going on?" murmured Naruto. Darien started, "Naruto, pay close attention. When you enter the simulation, I want you to talk with the man holding a glowing sword with runes on it. You'll know what to do from there." Naruto felt his eyesight dim and he dozed off. End of flashback. One voice called out, "Naruto? Naruto?" Naruto opened his eyes and looked in Iruka's direction. "It's time for your match, Naruto. Who am I going against?" Naruto stretched and asked. "That would be me, Dobi," Sasuke said in his voice. Sasuke was grinning at Naruto when he turned to face him. With a frustrated roll of his eyes, Naruto entered the arena. Naruto appeared disinterested while Sasuke smirked at him. Iruka asked, "Okay, no using weapons or lethal jutsu, understand?" Iruka leapt out of the arena as the two boys grunted. Sasuke charged Naruto right away and punched him in the face. After veering aside, Naruto poked a pressure point on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke snarled and kicked Naruto in the stomach, but it was stopped. Naruto punched Sasuke in the stomach and slammed him into the ground. Sasuke gasped for air and coughed up blood. Naruto released Sasuke and started to move away when he heard someone yell. Sasuke exclaimed, "Kaden! Gokyaku no Jutsu!" Naruto saw a huge wall of flame approaching it as he turned around. Naruto held off on attacking until he had accumulated enough runic power. Calling, hungering cold, was Naruto. When he extended both hands, the approaching flames turned into a wall of ice. A few students gasped, and Iruka and Mizuki exchanged startled glances. It should have been impossible, but Naruto used ice to halt a fire attack. At Naruto's strength, Sasuke snarled and charged at the barriers. Naruto punched Sasuke across the face and shunshined in front of him. The attack launched Sasuke into the air, where he landed. He hurried to his feet and launched a flurry of punches and kicks. Naruto swerved around Sasuke, dodging and parrying every blow. When he leapt away and extended his hand, a green, orated skull materialized. "Death coil!" hissed Naruto. When Sasuke turned around, Naruto was hurling a skull surrounded by green fire at him. It was too late for him to avoid it. He was blasted off his feet and struck in the stomach by the attack. Sasuke was knocked unconscious when he crashed through the ice barriers Naruto had previously built. Everyone stood gaping, and there was silence. In less than 3 minutes, the Rookie of the Year was completely destroyed by the new kid. For his part, Iruka was pleased and in awe of Naruto's progress. Iruka announced, "Uzumaki Naruto won the fight." Members of Sasuke's fan club yelled in rage. Sakura screamed and shrieked a lot, mostly. Sakura exclaimed, "Iruka! Sensei! Naruto! Baka, cheated! He attacked me with a lethal attack. I had the right of way for self-defense," declares Naruto in a sobering tone. Sakura shouted, "You are such an asshole, and you're a fugly bitch. Anything else I'm missing?" replied Naruto. Sakura felt angry tears welling up in her eyes as they widened. Being called fugly really silenced her, even though she didn't like being called ugly. Was she really that awful? She was only unattractive because of her forehead. How ignorant she was, oh. Okay, that's enough. Everyone has passed the exam, come and get your Hite.8. Iruka interrupted. Everybody approached and grabbed a Hite.8. Iruka held out his headband for Naruto to see. Grinning, Naruto accepted it and fastened it to his head. Iruka called out to the applauding students, "Congratulations, everyone! Come back here in 2 days for team formations." When Naruto left the building, he saw parents welcoming their children. The idea of his parents not being there to greet him made him droop his head a little. He heard other parents praising him. A man exclaimed, "I'm so proud of you, son." A woman boasted, "My little girl Akunoichi. I'll have mom cook your favorite dinner as a celebration." "Good for you, son." As each compliment was given, Naruto's shoulders drooped. He felt a hand on his shoulder just as he turned to leave. When Naruto looked up, Grimes was grinning at him. His brother ruffled his hair as Naruto smiled. Grimes started off, "Nice job, Naruto. You didn't take shit from that, Uchiha. Let's go get some ramen to celebrate." "Yeah," said Naruto. Unaware of the irate looks emanating from Sasuke, the two of them left the academy. Grimes and Naruto ignored the glances directed at them as they strolled down the street from the academy. As they got closer to the eatery, they could smell the faint scent of ramen. Stepping into the stand, they took a seat in front of the counter. A man called out, "I'll be with you in a moment." A girl said, "I got it, Dad." A brunette approached them after emerging from the kitchen. She took out a pen and paper, then raised her head. She glanced at the two patrons. The man with the brown hair and the blonde appeared to be familiar. She said, "What can I get for you too?" Naruto looked hurt and said, "Ayame, don't tell me you forgot me as well?" "Well, you look familiar, but I can't place my finger on it. I always came here to eat every day for breakfast, lunch and dinner." There was one person. Whoa, wait, Naruto, the one and only. He was knocked out cold by Ayame's bone. Crushing embrace. Buried in her chest, he felt his face heat up. Ayame saw that he was struggling to return the hug. She flushed and let go of Naruto, who gasped a little but composed himself. Ayame yelled, "Dad, look who's here." Tucci rushed to his daughter and looked at her curiously. He looked first at her and then at the patrons. One was blonde, the other was brown with a beard. His eyes grew wide because he was aware that this village only had one boy with blonde hair. "Naruto," sputtered Tucci. Naruto smiled and said, "Long time no see, old man." An hour later, Grimes and Naruto left the stand, waving to Ayame and Tucci. Two Anbu stopped the two of them as they started to walk home. Grimes's hand hung by his side as he instantly went on guard. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto saw Grimes preparing for a fight with the Anbu. "The Hokage has asked for your presence at the council chambers in 10 minutes, the first person to speak." The second Anbu concluded, "Be there soon, the council wants to ask you some questions, and they tend to be very impatient." After delivering their message, they nodded and the Anbu disappeared. Grimes trailed behind Naruto as he started to make his way to the Hokage's tower. Not wanting to be late, they started jogging in the direction of the tower. Naruto started to move ahead of Grimes and disappeared around another bend. Grimes started to accelerate after cursing his younger brother for being so fast. As he turned the corner, he ran into someone. He crashed to the ground and quickly sat up. Grimes saw that a woman pushed herself up after he knocked her over. Being the gentleman that he was, he approached the woman and extended his hand. Grimes said, "Are you okay? I didn't see you there." Grimes' eyes grew wide as the woman raised her head to look at him. One of the most stunning women he had ever seen stood in front of him. She had a soft face, gorgeous curves, luscious lips, long raven black hair, and dazzling red eyes. She had a Hite.8 around her head, a white bandaged dress, and black shinobi sandals. He pulled the woman up after she grabbed his hand. She scowled at him and dismissed herself. Grimes was now surprised. The scowl he got made him extremely wary. Grimes could tell she could likely kick his ass into next Sunday despite the fact that she was a woman. She yelled, "I'm fine, now watch where you're going." Grimes released her hand and retreated, saying, "I apologize, I didn't mean to bump into you. I was just trying to catch up to my little brother." "Well go then, and if you bump into me again you'll be in a lot of pain." Grimes nodded and sprinted away from the woman as quickly as he could. He kept running and finally reached the tower. Breathing heavily, he searched for Naruto. He noticed him standing with his arms folded in front of the tower's doors. Grimes approached Naruto and nodded slightly. As they stepped into the tower, Naruto questioned, "What took you so long?" Grimes said sheepishly, "I bumped into a woman by accident and knocked her over." "Did she have red eyes and raven hair?" "Yeah, how did you know that?" "I almost bumped into her but avoided her at the last second." The woman appeared as they approached the desk. She gave Naruto a brief glare before turning to face Grimes. She questioned him politely, "What are you doing here?" Grimes replied, "We're here to see the council and the Hokage." "Well, they're in the room behind me, now go." Naruto muttered mockingly. She seemed very friendly. After entering the room behind the lawyer, Naruto and Grimes shut the doors. As they approached the middle of the room, they saw the Hokage seated between two rows of seats. The Shinobi Council was on one side and the Civilian Council was on the other. The Hokage grinned and said, "Ah, Naruto, Grimes, you made it." "Well, of course we did. We didn't want to be late," opened Grimes. "Now, what exactly have you called us for?" "Well, the Civilian and Shinobi Councils would like to have a word with you," Hiruzen said. Grimes and Naruto noticed a large number of civilians staring at them from the right. They were mostly glaring at Naruto, actually. They simply gave Grimes some perplexed glances. Grimes directed some of his murderous intent at them because he didn't like the looks they were giving Naruto. Their glares vanished, and their faces took on expressions of fear. Grimes said sourly, "Well, we're here, what did you need from us?" A woman with pink hair yelled, "You will address us with respect. You look familiar, aren't you the one that Hiruzen locked up for attacking Naruto 6 years ago?" Grimes asked. She smirked as she said, "Yes, but I was released." Naruto glared at the woman and remarked, "Wow, that was a big mistake." "Shut up, demon." As his hand prepared to draw his sword, Grimes sneered, "Do not call my little brother a demon, you fucking banshee." "Enough," said Hiruzen. "Haruno-san, do not call Naruto that, or I will send you back to prison, understood?" She mumbled an acerbic apology and turned back to face Grimes and Naruto. Glancing at the elders seated next to him, Hiruzen lit his pipe. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are charged with assault on one Uchiha Sasuke. Your punishment is to hand over all your belongings to him and you are relieved of your shinobi duties," Danzo said. Grimes cautioned, "Danzo, stop while you're ahead. The Hokage and I saw the whole fight against Naruto and Sasuke. It was a spar in which the Uchiha brat used a lethal attack." The Haruno exclaimed, "He is a Uchiha. He can do whatever he pleases." Grimes walked over to her and said, "Scream one more time and I'll make sure your voice is going to be lodged in your throat." "Stand down, Grimes." Homura yelled. "I'm trying to do everyone a favor by shutting her up," rejoined Grimes. Grimes' remark caused the Shinobi Council to laugh and snicker. The Haruno was about to scream when Grimes' hand suddenly reached out to her. She started to clutch at her throat and her voice instantly became muted. Many of them sighed with relief. Back to the matter at hand, Grimes is correct, Naruto only acted in self-defense, Hiruzen said. "Hokage Sama, he has to give the Uchiha everything he owns," yelled a civilian. Naruto glared at the man and said, "What do I have to give him? You stupid shits have made me lose everything." "Stay silent," yelled another civilian. "You idiots have no power over me, only the Shinobi Council can order me around." A civilian shouted, "We are your superior, demon. The next one of you who calls Naruto a demon will have to walk with my blade between their eyes," Grimes screamed. Danzo yelled, "That would be treason and you would be executed." Grimes smirked and remarked, "I'd love to see you try to execute me, you old fart." "Enough," the Hokage bellowed. "Fine, if we can't give your belongings to the Uchiha, then you will be under the protection of Grimes," a civilian replied. Grimes glared at the man and let out a loud laugh. A purple arm emerged from his raised arm. The man was pulled over to Grimes as it slithered around his neck. "I will not protect some spoiled brat who is having his ass kissed by a bunch of fools," Grimes yelled. "As members of the Civilian Council command you to teach the Uchiha everything you know," said the Haruno. "Wrong again, I do not belong to this village. I am here as an emissary for the Aben Blade. I will not teach a boy who is mentally unstable anything in the arts of necromancy." "Excuse me for the interruption, but is the Aben Blade hidden in a village?" replied Heishi. Grimes answered, "No, we are isolated from society for our own reasons." Shikaku inquired, "How exactly are you isolated? Surely you'd have a compound hidden somewhere?" "We do, but since there is so little Death Knights left, we have a keep hidden in the skies." Hiruzen inquired, "What exactly happened to the Death Knights?" Grimes sighed and averted his gaze. Before turning back to the Hokage, he threw the civilian back into his seat. "Not to be a bit of an asshole here, Hokage Sama, but the only reason the Aben Blade joined your alliance is because a lot of Death Knights were killed in the war against our former master, the Lich King." "The Lich King?" Inoichi inquired. "The Lich King was our former master. He was once known as Prince Arthas of Lordaeron, but he sunk into darkness. He killed his mentor, Uther the Lightbringer, and his own father. He had the ability to twist the souls and minds of human beings. He formed a massive army of undead creatures known as the Scourge. We broke free of his grip after a battle against the Argent Dawn in the Eastern Platelands. High Lord Tyrion Fordring came and stopped us in our tracks. When that happened, he told us that we were merely pawns to the bastard. He told our current leader, High Lord Darian Mograine, that he had become everything his father, Alexandros Mograine, also known as the Scarlet High Lord or the Ashbringer, fought against. He asked Hiruzen, what happened then? Well, at the time, Darian was wielding the legendary blade, the Ashbringer, which belonged to his father. But it was corrupted by his brother, Renaud Mograine, who killed their father in hopes of becoming the next commander of the Scarlet Crusade. When their father was killed by his own blade, his soul was trapped inside, turning him into a Death Knight. And when Darian sought Tyrion out years previously, he was told that his father could only be freed if an act of pure love occurred. And Darian, being in a fight against the Scourge when he joined the Argent Dawn, plunged the Ashbringer into himself, freeing his father's soul but dooming his own to hell. Grimes told them about the Abenblade's history, and the council members on either side looked at one another. It was then that Arthas came and confirmed that he used his soldiers, which were the Death Knights, to lure Tyrion out of hiding. Darian attempted to kill him, but Arthas tossed him aside like he was nothing. He tried to kill Tyrion by paralyzing him in a curse, but he broke free when Darian tossed the Ashbringer to him. The Ashbringer became purified and Tyrion managed to harm Arthas, forcing the coward to retreat to his domain in Icecrown. Grimes concluded. By now, the story had captured the attention of everyone in the room. The image of the Ashbringer and the undead armies made Danzo lick his lips. The backdrop from which Grimes emerged astounded the shinobi and the Hokage. And that brought us up to the point where we joined you, Hokage. Sama. Grimes went on. We're still at war with the Lich King. We've retreated for now since we lost so many good men and women against this monster. We started training new recruits to be Death Knights, and we came to join the Alliance to ask for your help when the time comes. Absolutely not. We will not come and aid you fools against this thing, Homura yelled. Homura, they're our allies, we will give them aid whether you like it or not, Hiruzen said. But, Hiruzen, surely you can't be serious. I'm serious, that's what alliances do. They help each other in their time of need. With a bow, Grimes said, thank you, Hokage. Sama. The Abenblade will be here to help when needed. Likewise, but for now, we should continue this meeting another day. This meeting is adjourned. Hiruzen responded. A little worn out from the lengthy gathering, Grimes and Naruto exited the Hokage Tower. Before going home, they made the decision to grab dinner. They went into a random restaurant and took a seat together. As they sat down, the restaurant doors flew open and two women entered. One wore a fishnet shirt without a bra, a black miniskirt, black sandals, and a tan trenchcoat. Grimes had run into the other one a few hours earlier. Dango time! Exclaimed the kunoichi with the purple hair. Her companion questioned, Anko, do you really need to be that energetic? If it's Dango, then yes, Anko, if you stop being energetic, I'll pay tonight. You're no fun, Kurenai. As the two women searched for a seat, they discovered a group of male shinobi who were all smiling and whistling at them. At the moment, practically every man in the diner was a pervert, and both of them, proud women, detested perverts. But two of the men simply glanced at them and resumed their conversation. Anko pointed to the two men and said, why don't we go sit over there? They don't look like perverts. Kurenai glanced in the direction Anko was indicating and saw that it was the older man who had unintentionally knocked her over and the blonde-haired boy who had nearly bumped into her. After thinking for a moment, she shrugged. Kurenai answered, okay, why not? Grimes and Naruto laughed together, and then Naruto went on. Naruto asked with a laugh, do you recall when Mac and Gaz placed the dead ghoul beneath Darian's bed? Grimes added, that was priceless. Darian chased them around the keep the entire day, and he laughed just as much. A woman said, excuse me. Naruto and Grimes halted their laughter and looked at the voice. They noticed the two women standing by their table after they entered the restaurant. Naruto shrugged as Grimes glanced at him. Grimes asked, yes, can we help you with something? The woman with the red eyes said, do you mind if we join you too? Not at all. The two women climbed into the booth as Grimes scooted down inside. After completing that, they sat for a while in silence. Grimes held out his hand and said, I'm Grimes, and this is my adoptive little brother, Naruto. Nice to meet you. I'm the sexy single lady, Midarashi Anko, the purple-haired woman said, grinning. Grimes shook her hand and grinned back. The red-eyed woman grinned and said, I'm Yuhi Kurenai, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Both Grimes and Naruto shook her hand. Gazing at Grimes, Anko questioned, "So are you new in town, cutie?" Grimes nodded slightly, a little surprised that she called him a cutie. "Yeah, I've only been here once, and that was 6 years ago saving my little brother here," Grimes replied. Looking at Grimes, Kurenai sensed the presence of Genjutsu. She made suspicious hand gestures beneath the table and narrowed her eyes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but there was a chakra presence in his green eyes. As she completed her final hand seal, Kurenai questioned, "Is that your natural eye color, Grimes?" With some trepidation, Grimes answered, "Yeah, why do you ask?" "Because I sense chakra around them." Grimes gulped as his eyes widened in surprise. Grimes whispered, "Naruto, let's go." "Why?" inquired Naruto. His words, "I don't want to make a scene, now come on," were a desperate attempt to get out. "Kai," hissed Kurenai. Grimes yelled, "Shit," loudly. He put his hand over his eyes. Grimes grabbed Naruto's shoulder with his free arm. "Naruto, get me out of here, I don't want people to see my eyes," Grimes begged. Curious now, Anko made the decision to find out what was frightening the new attractive guy. With haste, she conjured a snake and controlled it to coil around Grimes' free arm. Grimes' arm fell away, exposing his eyes as Anko pulled back on the snake. Grimes hung his head in despair as the two females gasped at what they saw. Grimes said sourly, "You're a vindictive, persistent piece of work, aren't ya?" When he raised his head, two neon blue eyes with no iris or pupil were visible. Many of the shinobi in the bar gave Grimes wide-eyed looks. Numerous people glared at him and pointed. To Grimes's horror, it brought back memories of his first return to civilization after being transformed into a Death Knight. A shinobi shouted, "Look at the freak," and pointed to Grimes. Grimes sagged slightly in his chair and flinched at the insult. Fighting a horde of abominations is preferable to being insulted for something beyond his control. Grimes continued to clench his fists and mutter angry curses. Grimes was taken by the shoulder by a pair of shinobi as they approached the booth. Another shinobi yelled, "Let's have some fun with this freak." Grimes was dragged from the booth and out of the diner by the shinobi group. After giving his brother a horrified glance, Naruto turned to scowl at Kurenai. To assist his brother, he stalked out of the restaurant. Kurenai sat there in disbelief at what had transpired. She felt the full force of guilt strike her in the stomach. She had unintentionally caused a great deal of pain to this man who had done nothing wrong. Anko said, "I don't think that was a good idea, Kurenai," with sympathy for Grimes. Kurenai stumbled into the phrase, I didn't. We should go give him a hand." "Hi." After leaving the diner, the two of them paused to observe the impending minor altercation. Grimes stood in the center of the road, surrounded by 10 shinobi. Many of them have kunai and shuriken ready. Grimes attempted to negotiate by saying, "Look, I don't want any trouble, let's just forget about this." Another Junin yelled, "You got trouble for being a freak, you freak." "I'm not going to ask nicely again, stop the fight now or you will die," Grimes said. "Please. There's 10 of us against you, don't take me lightly." In an attempt to get the show started, a Junin hurled the kunai at Grimes at high speed. It struck him in the chest with a clang and then dropped to the floor. The Junin's expression changed from shock to rage. Grimes's chuckle escalated into a fit of laughter. He extended his dark purple glowing hands. 2 blades materialized in his hands, and there were 2 loud cracks. Each of them featured a blue diamond pommel, spikes on either side of the blade, neon runes, a silver blade with a sliver of blue in the middle, and a skull hilt. Naruto yelled, "Grimes, wait," and rushed over to him. Grimes grinned savagely and said, "Naruto, just stay back, if they want me they can come and get me." One of his blades glowed a reddish orange, and the other started to glow white. "Get him, boys!" yelled the group leader. With trench knives ready, one Junin charged at Grimes. Grimes slashed at the man after deflecting the blow. The blade grabbed the Junin's back and tore it open, causing him to scream in pain. He passed out as he hit the floor. "Any of you idiots want to stop or do you want to suffer like your friend here?" Grimes asked. But another Junin retorted, "We're just getting started." From opposite sides, 2 more ran at Grimes. After waiting, Grimes ducked the assailant to his right, then swerved around him and used him as a meat shield. The Junin fell to the ground, whimpering, as the sound of tearing flesh and cloth echoed. The Junin yelled, "You bastard," and charged at Grimes. Grimes grinned and extended his hand, causing a stream of ice to emerge, encasing the Junin within the block of ice. Grimes approached and drove a knife through the ice, entering the Junin's back and exiting through his stomach. The Junin fell to the ground, bleeding heavily as the ice broke. Grimes teasingly asked, "Still wanna try me?" The genin started, "You son of a bi," but stopped when he was nailed in the stomach by a green skull of fire. He was thrown off balance and smashed through a window. Naruto approached Anko and Kurenai in the meantime. He shook his head and returned his attention to the battle. During the years that Naruto trained with him, Grimes learned a lot of jutsu, but he wasn't even using all of his power. If anything, he was at a high level of Junin or even Anbu. Kurenai and Anko watched the fight with wide eyes. Every Junin was being kicked about like a ragdoll by this new guy. Naruto hissed, "Why did you do that, Kurenai-san?" "I didn't know, I thought he was hiding something and may have been a threat," Kurenai argued. "Had you asked him properly, he probably won't be in this situation." Naruto was correct. Kurenai hung her head. She ought to have asked him first rather than making snap judgments. But when the new, hot, guy destroyed all the Junin, Anko was salivating. "That is so cool." Anko licked her lips and smiled. The sudden appearance of the Sandame and two Anbu caused a crack. Hiruzen yelled, "What the bloody hell is going on here? Hokage Sama." "This bastard here attacked us when we were minding our own business," replied a Junin. "No he didn't, Gramps. These guys pulled him out of the bar after seeing his eyes and attacked him," Naruto said. Grimes tried to negotiate with them but they attacked him anyway. Hiruzen questioned, "Is this true, Grimes?" Grimes nodded and his swords disappeared. He approached the Hokage and then raised his gaze. Grimes answered, "Yeah, it's true. I second his answer, Hokage Sama," Kurenai said. "It was my fault this happened." "Very well, Kurenai, I'll talk with you about this later. Right now we have a problem," Hiruzen responded. Anko inquired, "What happened, Hokage Sama?" "According to Hiruzen, it's Mizuki. He's stolen the Forbidden Scroll and ran off into the woods. We need to find him and bring him back for interrogation. If he uses force, kill him." Grimes questioned, "Do we have a position on him?" "Yes, he was spotted heading towards the forest." "Okay, leave this to me and Naruto, we can take this guy." "He's miles away, how are you going to catch up to him?" "With these." A purple aura started to form in Grimes and Naruto's hands as they raised them in the air. As the aura vanished and two black horses sat, there was another loud crack. They had curved horns, neon blue eyes, ice blue legs, black armor, and skulls on the saddles. "What the hell?" a Junin said. Hiruzen questioned, "What are those?" Grimes answered, "Acheris Death Chargers, very fast horses. Good luck, we'll be out there for you guys by morning." Naruto and Grimes nodded before galloping out of view. They sped through the woods, the wind sweeping across their faces. About 30 minutes later, they stopped, and their horses disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Grimes drew his blade and said, "You hear that?" Naruto answered, "Yeah, it sounds like cackling." Indeed, a few feet away, the two of them heard crazed cackles. As they looked around the trees, they noticed the silver-haired Chunin reading the scroll while seated next to a tree. In preparation for the battle, Naruto called forth his sword. "This is perfect. Now I can finally have the power I need," Mizuki screamed. Grimes muttered, "Okay, the target is directly in front of the tree. We need to take him alive, Naruto, so let's try to avoid killing him." Naruto glanced back at Mizuki and nodded. "Wait for me to get into position." Quickly avoiding the tree, Grimes hid in the bushes to Mizuki's left. "Wait for my mark, Naruto," Grimes whispered. Naruto held his blade firmly while he awaited Grimes' command. Stand by, smoke him." Kaden, Karyuden, hurled Grimes up. As Mizuki turned to face the voice, he was met with the sight of fireballs flying in his direction. He managed to dodge just in time, but someone from the right slammed him. He caught a glimpse of the Kyuubi brat in front of him out of the corner of his eye. Mizuki grabbed the enormous shuriken on his back and gave a crooked growl. Well, if it isn't Naruto," Mizuki glared at Naruto with a smirking expression. "Mizuki, come clean, you're outnumbered," Naruto said, his arms crossed. Mizuki jeered, "Oh yeah? Who can help you take down an elite like me?" Suddenly, he heard a tap on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw a man with neon blue eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, and a beard grinning at him. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock at the man's appearance. Grimes hissed, "That would be me," and punched Mizuki in the stomach. After being thrown off his feet, Mizuki crashed into a nearby tree. He glared at the two men before him and spat up blood. With a sudden thought, he smirked as he looked at Naruto. Mizuki said, "Well, you caught me, but before you take me back, Naruto, have you ever wondered why the villagers hate you?" Naruto chose to deceive Mizuki into feeling secure because he was secretly smirking at what he was about to do. Grimes chose to play it out because he could see where this was going. With his sword drawn, Grimes sprinted to Mizuki and begged, "No, don't tell him." Naruto retreated one step and questioned, "WH, what are you saying?" "They hate you because you're the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox," yelled Mizuki. Silence fell, and Mizuki grinned victoriously. Naruto started to shake and cast his gaze downward to conceal the shit-eating smile. Grimes smirked at Naruto before turning back to Mizuki in a furious expression. Mizuki heard clapping and decided to stop attacking Grimes. As he walked forward, he noticed Naruto clapping and starting to laugh. "Very good, Mizuki," sarcastically exclaimed Naruto. "Wait, you knew," said Mizuki, a little confused. "Are you daft? Of course I knew it, you can thank my brother here." "Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not going back to Konoha, I'll kill you for getting in my way." Grimes said, "Very well, but tell me something, Mizuki," as he cast his gaze to the floor. "What? Have you ever fought a necromancer?" "No, but it doesn't matter. Now die." Naruto used his blade to parry the shuriken that Mizuki threw at him. Mizuki snarled in frustration at how easily his attack was stopped. Ignoring that Grimes was standing there, he charged at Naruto. Leaping back, Naruto performed a series of hand signs. Naruto cried, "Suiten! Suiryuden.no!" Jutsu, Mizuki was struck in the stomach by a water dragon that sprang from a nearby puddle. Mizuki screamed in agony before colliding headlong with the tree. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With a swift motion, Grimes extended his hand and froze Mizuki from the neck down. Naruto approached and took the scroll from Mizuki's side. Grimes approached Naruto and gave him a shoulder clap. "Nice job, Naruto," Grimes grinned. After returning the smile, Naruto slung the scroll over his shoulder. A thump signaled the arrival of the Hokage, accompanied by two Anbu. He glanced at Mizuki, who was encased in ice, before turning to face Naruto and Grimes. With a smile, he approached them. Praised Hiruzen, saying, "Excellent job you two." Naruto said, "Thanks, Gramps," and nodded. "All right, Anbu, take care of the traitor." Naruto, "I'll take the scroll now." "Hi, Hokage." "Sama," hollered the Anbu. Mizuki was approached, picked up, and shunned away. Naruto yawned after tossing the scroll to the Hokage. The figure of his grandson made the Hokage laugh. Hiruzen suggested, "Why don't you two go get some shut-eye? It's almost morning." Grimes yawned and said, "I won't argue with you there, I'm exhausted." Naruto and Grimes were left alone when the Hokage shunshined away. They exchanged glances and nodded. The two of them headed toward the village along the path. The first day back home had been a long one. After a restful night's sleep, Naruto stretched as he entered the living room. He went to open the refrigerator in the kitchen. He took out some cereal and milk, placed them on the table, and then took a seat. A door opened, revealing Grimes yawning, and he heard a tiny creak. With a coffee cup in his hand, he took a seat across from Naruto. Naruto noticed his older brother's slouched posture. "Bad night?" Naruto inquired, anticipating the response. After he finished his coffee, Grimes asked, "When do I never have a bad night?" "Sorry, standard question." From the window came a tapping sound. A messenger bird with a letter fastened to its leg caught Naruto's attention as he looked up. He walked quickly over to the window and opened it to get the letter. Naruto sent the letter flying by yanking it from the bird. Before returning to the table, he read the letter after opening it. As Grimes put it, "What's it say? The old man wants to talk to us later today," Naruto said. "How soon?" "Probably when we finish breakfast here." After finishing their meal, the two of them hurriedly cleaned up before leaving their home. The two of them were standing in the Hokage's office a few minutes later. The Sandaime smiled as he turned around. He gestured for them to sit down, and they did. With a puff of smoke, the Hokage asked, "Did you both have a good sleep?" Grimes mumbled, "More or less. I suppose you're wondering why I summoned you here." "Yeah, we were wondering if it was something about Mizuki," Naruto answered. The Hokage wrote, "No, nothing is of concern regarding to Mizuki. Early this morning I received a note from High Lord Mograine." "About what?" Grimes said, suddenly sitting up. They both nodded, responding, "Well, you are both aware that the team selections are today at the academy, right?" "Well, Darien wrote to notify me that he was sending to Death Knights to join the shinobi teams." Naruto asked, "What are their names?" "He says they were good friends of yours, Mac and Gaz." Grimes smirked and said, "So the two rabble rousers are coming to join the teams, eh?" Suffice to say, Yes they are, the Hokage went back. When are they supposed to be here? Momentarily. As expected, a purple portal appeared before them. Before the portal disappeared in a puff of smoke, two figures emerged. They both appeared to be about 13 years old. One was roughly Naruto's height, with brown eyes, auburn hair, and a pale complexion. He was dressed in a green sleeveless vest, black cargo pants, brown fingerless gloves, a brown belt that slung over his shoulder and around his hips, and a blue linen shirt. And to top it all off, he was carrying the same red sword that Grimes had. Naruto and the other boy were about half a foot shorter than the second boy. He had brown hair, pale skin, and green eyes. He was dressed in combat boots, a green skull cap, think Genma's bandana, black cargo pants, a red linen shirt, a black sleeveless vest, and fingerless gloves plated in gray. It's been a while, Naruto, the hat-wearing boy said. It's only been a week, Gaz, Naruto answered. Oh yeah. The other person said, Baka, do you always have your head up your ass? Mac, stop talking, hissed Gaz. You three better head down to the academy, teams are going to be announced within the hour, said the Hokage. Naruto said, okay, see you later, before vanishing with Mac and Gaz. With a puff of smoke, the Hokage remarked, Grimes, I think it's time for you to meet your fellow Junin senseis. Grimes said, okay, where are they? They'll be here in a few minutes, so sit and wait. The rookies waited for Iruka and Mizuki to arrive at the academy. Gaz, Mac, and Naruto emerged from outside the door. After glancing at them, he received a nod of confirmation. Naruto opened the door and stepped into the room, followed by his friends. Some of the rookies looked at them for a moment as they walked into the classroom, then turned away. After walking to a desk behind the Uchiha, the three of them took a seat. Before Naruto broke the silence, they sat in silence. So what news is there about the Recon back in Ice Crown? Asked the man. Not much, all we know is that Tyrion and Darien's forces are still stuck at Crusader's Point, Mac replied. Not much progress has been made because they aren't sure how much land is behind each gate beyond the rally point, Gaz stated. Not to mention there is probably a substantial amount of scourge at each gate. Two kunoichi rushed into the classroom as the door opened once more. First, they both cried, and the two girls argued for a while before looking around the seats for a companion. They eventually sat on either side of the Uchiha after running straight to him. When the girls sat next to the Uchiha, the three of them laughed at his posture. Brooding could go farther than what the Uchiha just demonstrated, which neither of them could have predicted. Hey Naruto, who are the three in front of us? Gaz responded. They're both fangirls, the blonde one is Ino, the pink-haired eyesore is Sakura, and the raven-haired guy is the emo, Sasuke, said Naruto. Iruka entered the classroom with some paper in her hand after the door opened a third time. Two new faces caught his attention as he looked around the classroom. Then Iruka recalled the Hokage's comment regarding the entry of two more rookies. He cleared his throat and shrugged. With a, good morning all, Iruka said hello. Iruka started to perspire as the class responded with grunts. In Iruka's mind, good lord, these kids need some social skills. Some children gulped when Iruka said, now, as all of you know, you are now shinobi and are going to be serving the village until you either retire or if you're unlucky, die. But in order to become better shinobi, you must become familiar with teamwork and training. That is why there will be teams of shinobi under a Junin sensei to help you with your future, Iruka went on. Now, I'll begin announcing the teams. Team 1 consists of Iruka was ignored as Naruto, Gaz, and Mac fell asleep. That's how it stayed until they heard about the announcement of a new team. Naruto looked up. Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, he said. Haruno Sakura, Sakura moaned, and Naruto wished that someone would simply murder him right now. Sakura cheered, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto started to twitch as he muttered, fuck me, repeatedly. Gaz Zanovich and Mac Compton. Iruka. Sensei, why is Billboard Brow paired with Sasuke.kun? And why is Team 7 filled with 2 extra people? Ino screamed. Others started to speak, but Iruka's use of the big-headed jutsu silenced them. That's just the way the Hokage listed it, now shut the fuck up. Iruka yelled. The children immediately fell silent and retreated to their seats. That was awesome, Gaz smirked and muttered. Mac went on to say, wow, I really like this mentor. Iruka went on, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino make up Team 8. Team 9 is in circulation from last year. Team 10 is Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Narashikamaru, Ino said, pounding her head repeatedly against the desk and muttering obscenities on her lips. As for senseis, Team 7's senseis are Hitaki Kakashi and Grimes Walcroft. Team 8's sensei is Yuhi Kurenai, and Team 10's sensei is Sarutobi Isuma, Iruka concluded. Iruka exited the room, causing the students to start talking again. You are to wait here for your senseis to come and retrieve you. Good luck, she said. Before the door opened a few minutes after the hour, a man with a black beard was smoking a cigarette. Team 10, let's move out, he said. Shikamaru, Shoji, and Ino stood up and followed the man. A red-eyed woman then arrived and said, Team 8, follow me please, before heading out. All of the other teams gradually left, leaving only Team 7. Gaz had drawn some sketches earlier, and Naruto, Gaz, and Mac were laughing as they looked at them. One sketch showed a fish floating upward with its back fins trapped inside styrofoam. Under one of them was the caption, embedded in styrofoam issues, Carl is sent to sleep with the humans. Under that panel, there were 3 men, 2 of whom were wearing hats, the taller of whom was holding a bat, peering at a man with glasses that read, still no money, Well, let's see if Rudy and his wiffle bat can help encourage you, and beneath that panel, ineffective tools of persuasion. The last one made them laugh so hard that they started crying. Now these cartoons are from the cartoonist Gary Larson, creator of The Far Side, whole bunch of funny cartoons. These are not mine, I just wanted to put them in because they're funny, so I do not own these. The caption said, unwittingly, Palmer had stepped out of the jungle and into headhunter folklore forever, and it featured a jungle village with the tribe sitting outside staring at an explorer with a huge head. The door opened, and Grimes entered. The other man, dressed in a typical Junin uniform, had gray hair that defied gravity and a hit A.8 slanted over his left eye. The 2 men simply noticed them, so the 5 turned to face them. After 2 hours of waiting, they were glaring at them. Grimes pointed to his comrade and said, sorry we're late, I was trying to find this guy. The Cyclops said, my first impression is, I hate you 5, meet us on the roof, and they shunned Grimes. Sasuke started to say, come on you losers. But the 3 quickly disappeared with a shunshin. The sight of his teammates doing something he couldn't made him furious, and he clenched his fists. He thought maliciously, how can those 3 losers do that? I'm a Uchiha. Sakura and Sasuke ascended to the roof. Sakura's persistent attempts to ask him out were starting to irritate Sasuke. When they arrived at the roof, he thanked Kami in silence for letting him know Sakura wasn't by herself. Sasuke folded his hands under his chin and took a seat between Mac and Gaz. Sakura sat next to Gaz, occasionally glancing at Sasuke. The Cyclops said, well, now that we're all here, why don't we introduce ourselves? Uncertain of how to proceed, Sakura said, why don't you go first sensei and show us what you mean? Okay. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, I don't have any likes and dislikes, my hobbies are none of your concern, and my dreams I don't feel like telling you, Kakashi said. All we learned was his name, the 5 pupils believed. My name is Grimes Walcroft, my likes are training and my little brother, my dislikes are the nightmares I have every night, my hobbies are training my little brother, and my dream is to hopefully retire with a wife and 2 kids, Grimes told the 5 of them. Saying, you next, Pinky, Kakashi gestured to Sakura. Sakura snarled in response to the term, Pinky, but she dismissed it. She looked at Sasuke and giggled as she said, my name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are, my dislikes are people who are creepy, annoying, and Ino.pig. She then looked at Gaz, Mac, and Naruto. My hobbies are, she giggled, then looked at Sasuke once more. And my dream is, she said, squealing loudly as she looked at Sasuke for what felt like the 100th time that day. In Kakashi's mind, a fangirl, Kami must hate me. Kakashi looked at Naruto and remarked, okay, you're next, Blondie. My name is, Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen, my friends, training, music and a certain girl. My dislikes are arrogant pricks, fangirls, perverts and people who hurt my precious people. My hobbies are training, my older brother, my friends here, and playing my guitar. My dream is to surpass the 4th Hokage in skill and become Hokage, Naruto said. Kakashi thought, he seems to be the only normal one so far. Kakashi said, alright, you dark and broody, as he turned to face Sasuke. My name is, Uchiha Sasuke. I have no likes and dislikes, I have no hobbies, and my dream. No, ambition, is to kill a certain man and revive my clan. Sasuke replied. Sakura gave him a look as if he had just said something really awesome. Kakashi reflected, an Avenger, I'll have to knock that out of him. With a glance at Gaz, Grimes said, okay, your turn. My name is, Gaz Zanovich. My likes are training, my friends, and music. My dislikes are fangirls and arrogant people. My hobbies are training, drawing, and playing the bass guitar. My dream is to be a great soldier like my dad, Gaz said. Gaz turned to face Mac. Okay Mac, your turn, he said. My name is Mac Compton. My likes are training, music, and my friends. My dislikes are arrogant people and fangirls. My hobbies are training, sparring, and playing drums. My dream is to have a wife and raise a family, Mac said with a broad grin. Grimes stood up and said, well, Kakashi and I here will do our best to help you achieve your goals. Okay. Meet at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning at 5 for your test, Kakashi said. Sakura stated, but sensei, we did the graduation test already, with a somewhat perplexed expression. With his signature smile, Kakashi remarked, true, but that wasn't the real test. This test is to see if you are capable of being shinobi. It has a 66% failure rate. If you fail you go back to the academy. Now get some sleep, and don't eat breakfast tomorrow if you plan on throwing up. Kakashi walked away and turned around. Gazing at the 3 Death Knights, Grimes said, well, why don't we go home? When Gaz said, yeah, that's not a bad idea, I'm hungry and tired. Alright, we'll walk home. It's a nice day today so let's enjoy it, Max said. After jumping off the roof, the 4 Death Knights started to move down the street. Sakura and Sasuke were by themselves. In his mind, Sasuke started to count down the seconds until Sakura would pose the query. Sakura beamingly said, Sasuke.kun, do you want to go on a date with me? When Sasuke said, no, you're annoying, he leapt from the roof and started walking home. Sakura smiled and shrugged off the dejected way she hung her head. Sakura told herself, I'm sure he's just tired, that's all. Shanaru. He'll definitely will take our offer tomorrow, and then he'll be all ours. Inner Sakura burst into song. Sakura rose and started walking home. Soon after dinner, the 4 Death Knights fell asleep. 3 of them would be reliving nightmares of their worst memories without realizing it. They all went to their rooms and got into bed for their hellish night. They all gave in to their dreams gradually. Grimes was moving around a lot in his bed again. He had been haunted by the same dream for 6 years in a row. No matter how much he prayed, he would never have a good dream like the memories of the Argent Dawn. He always killed all those people on that day. Flashback. Fire, smoke, and civilian screams filled the air. Because of all the fire, the sky was dark orange. Grimes finished another task for his master and walked up the path from the village. His next mission was to go meet one of the officers. A few Death Knights were standing outside the long house when Grimes arrived. He approached the person positioned in the middle. The Death Knight looked at him. He said, so, you're the new guy, Grimes scowled at the man and said, obviously, now give me my mission. Well I would, but I want to see if you're ready for it. When the recruit assumed a fighting stance, the Death Knight was taken aback. He smiled and held up his hand. Not by a fight, but I like your determination. Well, what do you want me to do? This next mission isn't really a mission, more like a task. I'm ready. Very well, go in the house and kill the prisoner at the far end. Grimes went inside and took a look around. Prisoners from the Argent Dawn occupied it. He smelled the stench of dirty inmates who hadn't taken a bath in an unknown amount of time. Blood gathered around the numerous corpses and bodies that littered the cabin. Apparently, this was where some of the recruits had gone. Grimes turned to see the prisoner on the opposite side of the cabin. She was staring at the wall with her back to him. Grimes approached her while his feet made tiny splatters in the bloody puddles. Shaking in terror, many of the surviving inmates scampered back to a wall. When he finally got to her, he stopped behind her. She said, come to finish the job, have you? Grimes said, yes, now turn around and face me, instead. The inmate turned to face him. Grimes was astounded to see the most stunning woman he had ever laid eyes on. She had a soft face, long, dark blonde hair, green eyes, long, thin legs, and amazing curves. She continued, glancing at the Death Knight before her, I'd like to stand for her. She looked at the man in front of her and gasped. Surely it couldn't be him? Grimes? She inquired while examining beneath his hood. I know of nobody that you speak, Grimes shot back with a sour attitude. Grimes, I'd recognize that face anywhere. What have they done to you, Grimes? Don't know, but I like it. You don't remember me, do you? Blasted Scourgia, they've tried to drain you of everything that made you a righteous force of reckoning. Every last ounce of good, everything that made you human. What the hell are you speaking about? This can't be you, Grimes, don't you recognize me? I'll admit you look familiar, but I don't remember you. It's me, Ellen Stanbridge. When Ellen identified herself, Grimes felt a pulse in his head. All of a sudden, He recalled a lot of their past interactions. The memories struck him like a blow to the face, and he gripped his head in agony. Grimes recalled playing with her as a child in the forest. He recalled that soon after his father's death, he and she joined the Argent Dawn. His memory was of fighting with her against the Scourge. He recalled consoling her after his father lost his life in combat with the Scourge. He also recalled making love to her on that day. Then he recalled that he had died to save her. Elena. Grimes directed his gaze at her. He put his hand to her face. From the contact, she let out a little gasp. "You're cold," said Ellen. "What's taking so long in there, Grimes?" the officer called. "Think, Grimes. Think back. Try and remember the hills and valleys of Elwyn, where you were born. Remember the splendor of life, brother. You were a champion of the Alliance once. This isn't you." Grimes hissed and gripped his head, saying, "Shut up." He pulled out his sword and swung it. "Listen to me, Grimes. You must fight the Lich King's control. He's a monster that wants to see this world. Our world in ruin. Don't let him accomplish his goals. You were once a hero and you can be again. Fight, damn you. Fight his control." The officer called again. "What's going on in there? What's taking so long, Grimes?" "Tharia, there's no time for me. I'm done for. Finish me off, Grimes. Do it or they'll kill us both. Grimace, remember Elwyn. The world is worth saving." Grimes said, I can't do it," and lowered his blade. Ellen gave him a hug and said, "It's okay, you must do it." "No, I won't kill you." Grimes started to say, "Do it, just remember what I told you. Fight him. Fight and kill that bastard master of yours." But he stopped. She was correct. After giving Ellen another hug, Grimes withdrew his sword. Ellen whispered, "I love you," in his ear. In response, Grimes said, "I love you too." Ellen was stabbed in the stomach by Grimes's thrusting blade. With a sharp intake of breath, she felt the blade dig into her. Grimes caught her as Ellen sagged forward in his arms. He held Ellen's frail body while he sat on the ground. Ellen smiled sadly at him as she opened her eyes. Before connecting her lips to his with the last of her strength, she stroked his face. It didn't last long because Ellen's head dropped from his, and her hand hit the floor with a dull thump. Grimes extracted her dog tags from her neck collar and brought them to his lips. Gently, he placed her body down and placed her dog tags in his pocket. In a daze from killing his friend and ex-lover, he left the house. End of flashback. Gasping for breath, Grimes bounded to his feet. Sweat trickled down his chest and face. He sighed deeply and buried his face in his hands. The sun filtered through his window's blinds. The day was going to be long. Everyone had just gone to bed hours earlier. Gaz's sleep was twitching. He had started his descent into his nightmare. Flashback. Outside, Gaz had been playing with James, his older brother. For almost 2 weeks, he had been nagging James to play with him. James leapt from a bush and tackled Gaz as he turned around. The smirk on James's face said, "Hey, too slow, Gaz. You're too fast." Threw back Gaz. Before he could respond, James noticed a man approaching the house. The tall, balding man appeared worn out. Their mother emerged from the house as the front door opened. In Elwyn Forest, she was probably the most attractive woman. She had a huge bust, hourglass figure, long raven hair, and slim legs. The woman gasped as she turned to face the man in front of her. Tom?" she inquired, uncertain if her thoughts were deceiving. The man smiled as he looked up. "I'm home," Rachel told the man. Rachel sprang forward and embraced the man. With joy, Rachel called, "Boys, your father's home." "For real?" they both exclaimed as they hurried to their parents. With broad smiles, the two threw their father to the ground. Tom ruffled his son's hair while glancing down at them. Tom got up and asked, "How are my two little warriors doing?" James answered, "Great, we've been sparring each other daily." "That's great, soon you'll be able to join your old man in the Argent Dawn." Rachel swayed her hips sensuously as she walked back to the house after giving Tom a quick kiss. "You got home just in time, I just finished cooking dinner," Rachel said. Tom said, "Okay, come on boys, let's go eat some dinner and hit the sack," leading Rachel inside. The family went to bed after supper. A loud moan came from upstairs, and Gaz and James climbed into their beds. Gaz started, "Are they doing?" "I probably don't want to know," James said, drawing his covers in. Gaz closed his eyes and put out the candles as he heard his mother scream with delight. Rachel cried out, "Oh yes, right there, Tom," Gaz thought, "lucky bastard," and then fell asleep. The house door creaked open later that night while everyone was asleep. The sound of the door opening roused Gaz. Silently, He slipped from the bed and left the room. Gaz went outside to close the front door after noticing it was open. He collapsed to the ground as soon as his hand made contact with the knob. Gaz regained consciousness shortly after he got to the ground. Gaz sat up and felt his head pulsing quickly. He jerked to his feet and snatched the dagger he carried hidden at his waist. Gaz went back inside, but this time he stepped on something wet. "What the hell?" mumbled Gaz. He took out a match and lit a candle close by. At what he saw, his face went completely white. There was a pool of blood beneath James as he lay on the ground. Tears filled his eyes and he covered his mouth. His mother screamed after he heard a sword clang upstairs. Gaz saw the fray happening as he hurried up the stairs. With a sword lodged in his stomach, his father collapsed to the ground. Gaz's eyes widened as he glanced up at the killer. It was the Griffin brothers, the two neighbors next door. They were always bullying Gaz, and he had the scars to show it. The shorter one said, "Nice job, bro. Now what should we do with her?" "Let's have some fun with her. I'll go finish off Gaz." Rachel begged, "No, I'll do anything. Just don't kill my baby boy." "Anything?" the short one inquired. He unbuckled his pants and let them fall to the ground, saying, "Well, let's see how well you work that mouth of yours." Rachel was compelled to put his penis between her breasts. Rachel shifted her breasts up and down, and the short one moaned. Gaz yelled, "Get off my mom, you motherfucker," and slammed into the older brother. The two brothers gave Gaz a startled look. Slowly killing the taller brother, he yanked out his knife and jammed it into his jaw. "Bro!" exclaimed the shorter one. Gaz spit out, "You're next," and grabbed his father's sword. With haste, the shorter one drew up his trousers and lunged towards Gaz. Gaz swerved around him, avoiding the swing. He heard a crunch and punched the short person in the face. "That was my nose. You should have thought twice before killing my family and raping my mother." Resuming her robe, Rachel observed the altercation. She witnessed Gaz murder the older brother out of rage and without regret. The ease with which Gaz instilled fear in the shorter one also caught Rachel off guard. Gazing at Gaz, she blushed without realizing it. James resembled her more than Gaz, who was essentially a perfect replica of his father. The wound in her stomach made her wince. She was slowly bleeding out from the deep cut. Gaz punched the younger brother's face a couple more times. The brother drew a knife to murder Gaz, but Gaz ducked it and it flew out of his grasp. Gaz whispered, "Hey, hey," and put his hands around the brother's neck. The brother fell out of the window after he threw him away, saying, "I'll be coming to hell to kill you again, real soon." Quickly approaching his mother, he embraced her. Something warm soaked his shirt, and Gaz felt it. Knowing what it was, he let out a whimper. A gentle hand touched Gaz's face. His mother was grinning at him when he looked down. I'm proud of you, Gaz," Rachel stumbled after saying it. Gaz begged, "Stay with me, Mom, everything will be okay," as tears streamed down his cheeks. Rachel said, "No tears now," as she wiped his face. "Mama, please. Don't die on me. I'm sorry, Gaz. I'll be okay. It's my time to go. Your brother, father and I will be waiting for you." Rachel swung Gaz's head in her direction. The memories she shared with Gaz brought a smile to her face. She would have married him if he had been older and she hadn't already married Tom. Gaz made an offering, and Rachel could only hope the girl he loved would accept it. She kissed him on the forehead. Whispering, "Goodbye my precious son," Rachel said. As Rachel exhaled her final breath, her eyes gradually closed. "Noah," Gaz muttered as tears streamed down his cheeks. He buried his face in her hair and let out muffled sobs. All of them were lost by him. End of flashback. "No," Gaz exclaimed, jolting out of his bad dream. Sweat trickled down his face as he remembered the dream. Gaz pounded his pillow, swore repeatedly, and then fell back onto his bed. His face was glistening as the sun peeked through his window. With a sigh, he got out of bed. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would calm him. Hours before, when everyone had gone to bed, Mac started to feel sleepy. He had no desire to doze off. He would experience his worst memory if he did. After a brief flutter, Mac's eyes closed. Flashback. Mac was staggering out of a bar with his girlfriend. They both had red faces and were laughing uncontrollably. "And stay out," the bartender shouted. Mac retorted, "Oh, fuck off, grasshopper." Leaning on Mac's side, Haley laughed. As he dragged her down the street, Mac swayed a little. They were surrounded by cannonballs, but that was to be expected in a war. Haley was pulled along with Mac as he stumbled. Leaning down, Haley gave him a kiss. The fact that they were both intoxicated made it careless. With caution, Haley got up and assisted Mac in standing up. With a blissful sigh, she leaned into his chest. Mac pulled her into an embrace as he put his arms around her. He put his cheek against her head's crown. "We should probably get out of the road," Haley whispered. "Yeah," Mac said, taking her hand in his. Lightning flashed across the sky and thunder rumbled overhead. Together, they kept walking back to Haley's house. Rain started to pour down in buckets, soaking them both. A loud boom followed by a loud whoosh soared over them. A portion of a house in front of them was destroyed by a cannonball. "We'd better hurry," incoherently said Haley. Mac replied, "I know, we're almost there," and he accelerated. They started jogging along the path, swaying back and forth. Haley's home was barely visible. Mac slowed down as Haley started to move faster. Mac stooped to throw up some of the alcohol he had just had. Mac hurried after her and called, "Haley, hold up." As she opened her door, Haley turned around. Less than 8 feet separated Mac from another loud whoosh. Mac was thrown off his feet and landed a short distance back. The next thing he knew, a cannonball had struck Haley's house directly. Mac blacked out as the house burst into flames. When Mac's eyes finally opened, he saw that he was looking up at a ceiling. He was in an infirmary, Mac realized as he craned his neck to the side. As he slowly sat up, he noticed that his face, forehead, and hands were all bandaged. To his left, Mac noticed some medical professionals rushing over a patient. "Try it again," said one physician. "Okay," said another. "Goddamn.it, it's just not working," Mac said. "What's going on?" out loud. One of the doctors approached Mac as the others turned to face him. The doctor asked, "How are you feeling there, son?" Mac answered, "I'm fine. Where's Haley?" "You mean the girl that was with you?" "Yeah, is she okay?" Mac, "Yeah, I don't know how to say this, but," said the assistant physician. "But what? Where's Haley?" "Well, she says she's dead, Mac." "What? Don't give me that bullshit, you hear me?" Mac screamed. The initial physician said, "Mac, she's right there. We did everything we could, but she didn't pull through," with regret. Mac glanced over his shoulder and saw Haley. Her lips were blue, and she appeared so stiff and pale. "Haley, yeah, I know you can hear me, Haley," Mac exclaimed as he crept from his bed. Stumbling to her bed, he took her hand in his. When Mac clasped her hand, he took a sharp breath. It was freezing. Mac bowed his head, his eyes welling with tears. He shook, sobbing intermittently, and laid his head on Haley's hand. Mac heard his voice being called. He looked up and saw his name being mouthed by the doctors. But gradually, their voices started to sound more like those he had heard before. End of flashback. Grimes' voice said, "Mac, come on. It's time to get up." "Mac, get up!" yelled Gaz. Mac let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes ached as the sun pierced through the curtains of his bedroom. Stretching, he sat up and faced his door. Grimes and Gaz were staring at him. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty," smirked Grimes. Mac complained, "It's morning already?" "Obviously, otherwise we would still be in bed now, wouldn't we?" Gaz responded. Mac started to respond, but he stopped. He got out of bed, went to his closet, and changed into some old clothes so he could fight. Gaz, Naruto, and Grimes were waiting for Mac when he left the room. Mac said, "Well, let's go and pass this damn test," in a lackluster manner. Gaz, Mac, and Naruto headed to the training area. In order to avoid being late, Grimes said he was going to locate Kakashi before leaving. Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for them when the three of them arrived. Sasuke glared at the three of them as he looked up. Sakura glared at the three of them as well, being the ardent fangirl that she was. The three Death Knights sat beneath a tree, brushing their glares aside. They each took out a piece of bread and an apple. Sakura put her hands on her hips and stomped over to them as soon as she saw this. "What the hell are you idiots doing? Sensei told us not to eat breakfast," Sakura screamed. "Bite me, Banshee," Gaz shot back, glaring at her. "What'd you say? Now, this isn't how teammates should treat each other," a voice said. When Team 7 looked up, they saw their senseis perched atop the tree limbs. Grimes landed next to the three Death Knights after jumping off the branch. Kakashi leapt to his feet and turned to face the team ahead. He grinned and reached into his pocket for something. Kakashi produced 4 silver bells with a low tinkling sound. Kakashi threw 2 bells to Grimes and said, "Now, Grimes and I will be holding 2 bells. In order to get them, you need to come at us with the intent to kill." With anxiety, Sakura uttered, "But Sensei, we can hurt you." The Death Knights asked themselves, "Is she that fucking stupid?" "We aren't Junin for nothing, Sakura," Grimes said, fastening the bells to his belt. "I guess, but there's another thing," Kakashi inquired. "What would that be?" There are only 4 bells and there are 5 of us. Kakashi smiled and said, "Ah, so you noticed? Well, it's simple, the person who doesn't get a bell is sent back to the academy." At the statement, Mac, Gaz, and Naruto all grinned. The purpose of this test was to assess teamwork. Despite their individual strength, the 3 of them are unable to defeat a genin by themselves. They would be unstoppable if they cooperated. Grimes took out a timer and placed it on a stake made of wood. Grimes said, "You have until noon to get a bell, and a start." Each of the 5 genin leapt into a new position. As Naruto slipped through the bushes, he discovered Mac and Gaz on their knees. He rushed to them and started formulating a strategy. Gaz said, "Okay boss, what's the plan here? There are 4 bells. Both Grimes and Kakashi have 2. Before we do anything, I think it would be best to study their fighting style. So one of us is going to fight one of them. Once we figure out their tricks, we will move in for the bells." Naruto replied by tapping his fingers on the ground. "Sounds like a good idea, so who's going to attack Kakashi?" Mac asked. "I'll do it. I want to try out a technique I learned just recently," Gaz responded. "We'll let Grimes take care of Sasuke and Sakura. Let's move." Each of the 3 Death Knights fled into a different area of the field. Mac was hiding in some nearby bushes, Gaz was hiding behind a rock, and Naruto was hiding in the tree line to the south. Gaz inhaled deeply before emerging from behind the rock. He saw that Kakashi had an orange book buried in his face. Gaz shook his head disapprovingly and scowled at this. Kakashi gave him a quick glance before going back to his book. When Kakashi said, "Well, you seem confident," Gaz yelled, "Let's see what you got, Cyclops." He ran in Kakashi's direction as his unholy presence came into play. The speed of the genin in front of Kakashi startled him. Gaz ducked under one of his punches and promptly kicked him with an axe. Kakashi dodged the kick and punched Gaz instead. Kakashi's eye widened in surprise as Gaz dodged the fist with unbelievable speed. How is he so fast? He isn't using any chakra, but his speed is about the same level as Guy's, Kakashi pondered. Gaz leapt back and hurled several shuriken at the preoccupied Kakashi. Then he charged him, drawing his sword. When Kakashi awoke, he saw shuriken flying in his direction. After swiftly drawing a kunai and dodging every shuriken, he discovered Gaz standing in front of him, his blade advancing for a blow. "Nani!" exclaimed Kakashi. His arm went numb from the blow, but he managed to parry the blade in time. "What a shame, I would have thought you'd be able to kick my ass," Gaz said. "Don't get cocky, kid," Kakashi shot back, galloping toward Gaz. "Bingo," mumbled Gaz. He swerved around Kakashi after waiting until he was less than 5 feet away. He released his runic power and held his palm in the air. "Magic zone," said Gaz in a low voice. Gaz and Kakashi were encircled by a purple dome. The fact that Gaz had confined himself inside the dome perplexed Kakashi a little. Kakashi quickly started creating hand seals after deciding to use the Shinju Zanshu. Kakashi grinned, expecting Gaz to become alarmed, but to his astonishment, Gaz was beaming widely. As Kakashi asked himself, "Why can't I use my chakra?" "Well, that's because of my dome here," said Gaz. "It traps the user and the enemy inside, disabling any magic or in your case, chakra." Gaz slashed at Kakashi, but he jumped away as his eyes widened in shock. Gaz's eyes narrowed. The dome would drop in about 8 seconds. Gaz lunged forward and swung his blade at Kakashi. The barrier fell, the swing was too late, and Kakashi jumped back just in time to avoid the attack. The ground where Kakashi had been a second before exploded, leaving a crater behind, and there was a loud boom. Gaz swore, "Damn.it, I missed him." Kakashi questioned Gaz, "What the hell was that attack?" "One of my favorites, Plague Strike." Gaz avoided the spotlight and was landed by Naruto, who was beaming at him. He explained the weakness to Naruto, who nodded his head in comprehension. Once more, Naruto and Gaz sunshined, landing next to Mac. Mac inquired, "So what's the plan?" "We're launching a full-scale attack on him," Gaz said. "I'm going to slow him down with chains of ice. Then we'll rush at him and Gaz will use the anti-magic zone again. When that happens we'll use melee to tire him out enough for one of us to get the bells," Naruto said as he looked at them both. "Okay, let's make him holler." Mac got to his feet. Sakura and Sasuke had been observing Gaz and Kakashi's altercation in the meantime. Sasuke was furious because Gaz's skills were so much better than his own. The entire time, Sakura was glaring at Gaz. Sakura hissed, "How dare that dobi steal Sasuke, Kun's light?" With malice, Sasuke spat, "How does that loser have such power? I must have it, not some lowlife like him." Sasuke made the decision to track down Grimes and take a bell from him. He should be easy because he wasn't a ninja. He was a Uchiha, and he couldn't be defeated. Sakura started to follow Sasuke after noticing that his chakra signature was disappearing. I'm going to help Sasuke-kun get a bell from that freak of a sensei and then he'll love me, Sakura exclaimed with joy. A whispered voice said, I wouldn't be too sure about that, in her ear. Sakura pivoted and confronted Grimes directly. Grimes gave her a sly smile and proceeded to make a series of hand signals. Sakura was still stunned and stayed motionless. Grimes concluded the final sign by saying, this is what happens when you freeze up on a mission, Sakura, Narakumi. Sakura became aware that she was alone and that Grimes had left. With a sigh of relief, she rose slowly to her feet. She stopped dead in her tracks when she heard a rustle in the bushes. Sakura, croaked Sasuke. Sakura turned around in delight as her fear instantly subsided. Her gleeful exclamation of, Sasuke-kun, quickly changed to horror. The sight caused her eyes to well up with tears. Sasuke's body was covered in blood, he had several shuriken and kunai piercings, and one eye was gone. Sasuke yelled, goddamn you. Sakura, you got me and the others killed, coughing up blood, he leaned back against the tree. Sakura sobbed, I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, please just hang on. Fuck you, you were useless. You froze up in combat causing me and the team to end up in this state. A shinobi doesn't freeze like that and let their teammates die. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, good luck, you'll need it, they're too damn powerful. Please don't die, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke concluded, collapsing to the ground, pathetic, that's what you are. A pathetic girl that shouldn't even be called a kunoichi, goddamn you, Sakura. Sakura screamed in horror and agony before passing out on the floor. Gazing down at the kunoichi, Grimes sat upright in the tree. In order to locate the Uchiha, he shunned away and shook his head. He had probably never encountered a weaker kunoichi before. It was a little different back with Kakashi and the Death Knights. Being prohibited from attacking any of them was forcing Kakashi to go on the defensive. There was no way he could stay this way much longer. He was tired. Although he could see they were cooperating, he was unaware of their strength. Their plan was what truly caught him off guard. He started to move slowly after Naruto materialized behind him and employed some kind of ice jutsu. The Gaz then called forth another dome as all three charged at him. They were arguably the most exceptional team in the academy if they could easily do this to him. Kakashi deflected Max and Naruto's attacks with a second kunai. Zano. Now, Mac yelled. After scuttling around Kakashi, Gaz yanked the bells off his belt. With Gaz in between them, Mac and Naruto leapt away and assumed a defensive stance. Kakashi grinned as he glanced up at them. As the bell rang, Kakashi put his kunai away and said, excellent job you three. Grimes and Kakashi were staring at the five genin with disillusioned expressions as they sat in front of them. Grimes had humiliated Sasuke by enclosing him in a wall of ice. Sakura was still healing from the genjutsu that Grimes had applied to her. Kakashi let out a sigh and gave the team in front of them a fierce look. He had never witnessed such a lack of teamwork in his life. They didn't bother to include or explain the true meaning of the test to the other two, even though Naruto, Gaz, and Mac worked well together and succeeded in receiving a bell. The words, I am very disappointed in all of you, were spoken by Kakashi. We understood the meaning of the test, you fucking bastard, yelled Gaz. As Grimes looked at Gaz, he said, Gaz, calm down and let him explain. While you did understand the meaning of the test, you didn't fully work as a team. Mac started, all three of us, but was interrupted. I know that, but all five of you were supposed to do this together. If you haven't noticed, Cyclops. The Uchiha's ego and attitude would only cause him to blow us off completely, and as for the Banshee, she is his follower, Mac responded. I'm sure that they would have been willing to help. I don't need anyone's help, I'm a Uchiha. I'm an elite, I don't need help from people like you. You'd only hold me back, Sasuke yelled. Mac pointed to Sasuke and said, see what I mean? Sasuke. Kun's right, he doesn't need any help from losers, Sakura screamed. Enough, roared Grimes. Bottom line, the test was about teamwork. You three did an excellent job, so I'll pass you. What about us? Exclaimed Sakura. Grimes yelled, I'd fail your sorry ass right here. You fell for the easiest genjutsu in the book. You didn't do jack, all you did was look for the Uchiha. Before turning on Sasuke, Grimes went on, that, right there, shows that you'd only be a hindrance to everyone if we were on a mission. Now you, Mr. High and Mighty. I don't care about who you were or who your family was. I am your sensei and you will show me some respect, Now pull that stick out of your ass and get off your path for revenge. It'll get you nowhere in life. We've got a long way to go as a team, Kakashi said. All of you pass, but you need to cooperate with each other from now on. Come and follow me for a second. Everyone started to follow Kakashi until they reached a clearing in the woods. A stone with names inscribed on it stood in the middle of the clearing. With a serious expression, Kakashi turned back to the group. This is the hero's memorial stone. It has the names of shinobi on here who gave their lives for causes. My teammate, Obito and Sensei, the fourth Hokage, are both on this stone here. I will never forget the thing Obito said to me before he died. Kakashi turned to the group. Those who quit are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. Grimes said, I have something to say to you all as well. Before he died, my dad told me every soldier has two families. Those you raise and those you raise hell with. All of us are now a family. We'll meet at the bridge here tomorrow for our first mission, Kakashi said. Don't forget anything either of us said to you just now. Grimes and Kakashi then shunned each other. Sakura and Sasuke were left alone when Naruto, Gaz, and Mac made the decision to go have lunch. Sakura stopped Sasuke as he turned to walk home. I was wondering if you... Sakura started, Sasuke.kun. No, he said curtly and turned to leave. Team 7 had passed the bell test 3 weeks prior. The team has been alternating between training and a number of low-ranking missions ever since. To get better at Kenjutsu, Naruto, Mac, and Gaz had been sparring with Grimes and one another. Kakashi, who had not trained anyone else, had been Sasuke's instructor. Sakura hadn't even tried to train or ask for help on anything, so she hadn't advanced at all. All of Grimes' efforts to influence Sakura's and Sasuke's mindset had been in vain. Grimes, Mac, Gaz, and Naruto were making their way back from another training session. The four of them ran into Team 8 on their way back. Kurenai turned away in embarrassment as Grimes looked at her. When the man she had harmed had done nothing wrong, she was unable to look him in the eye. Flashback, Kurenai was seated in front of the Hokage, who was wearing a severe expression. Kurenai shifted uneasily beneath his floor. Gazing gaze. Hiruzen exhaled deeply and then blew smoke from his pipe. Kurenai, I must say I am very disappointed in you, he responded. Kurenai started to say, Hokage. Sama, I didn't mean to, but Hiruzen raised his hand. Kurenai, I know you take your career seriously, but you must not jump to conclusions like that. You have caused Grimes to almost kill 4 of our shinobi. Kurenai bowed her head in despair, unable to speak. All she wanted to do was curl up into a ball and spend the rest of the night in hiding. She became a Junin 3 days ago, but less than a week later, she had already committed a serious error. If she had been demoted or stripped of her rank for this, she wouldn't have been shocked. Now, I'm not going to demote you or dismiss you from your duties. But you are still going to be punished, Hiruzen stated. I understand, Hokage. Sama, Kurenai answered. For your punishment, you are going to be stuck doing D-rank missions with your pay cut in half, and you are to apologize to Grimes when you see him again. Understand? Understood, Hokage. Sama, end of flashback. When Kurenai looked up, she saw Kiba attempting to argue with Naruto. She understood that it was because Kiba became angry and said something about hitting on his woman after he made a remark to Hinata. Then Kurenai turned Kiba to her by grabbing his ear. Kurenai glared at Kiba, saying, Hinata is not your property, Kiba. Now shut up and don't ever say something like that again in front of me. Understood? Kiba just nodded, clearly shaken from head to toe. Then Kurenai swallowed the lump in her throat and turned to Grimes. This was not going to be as easy as she had thought. To keep a low profile, he once again used a genjutsu to cover his neon blue eyes. She took a deep breath and finally found the courage to look Grimes in the eye. Grimes, would you and your team like to join us for lunch? The request had now left Grimes perplexed. She confronted him earlier that month and nearly forced him to kill 4 shinobi. She now requests that his team join her for lunch. Even though he was a chick magnet and knew it was impolite, he still wanted to decline the invitation. Grimes nodded and smiled at Kurenai as he reached a conclusion. With his eyes on his students, Grimes remarked, we'd be honored, wouldn't we guys? Naruto smiled at Hinata and remarked, well, saves me some time. I wanted to ask Hinata to lunch at a point. Kiba was about to scream, why you son of a bye, but he was stopped when he felt a hand on his throat. He nearly shit his pants in terror when he looked down and saw that he was looking directly into Gaz's eyes. Kiba immediately shut his mouth after realizing that this was not the man to shit off. Listen here you little shit, I think it's in the best interest as for your well-being that you do not finish that statement unless you want me to snap your neck, Gaz said. Gaz let go of Kiba. No need to make enemies with a fellow team, Grimes said. With a grunt, Gaz took his hand off Kiba's throat. Kurenai was impressed by the discipline of Grimes' students. Although her team worked well together, there was a lack of discipline. Maybe she could get some advice from Grimes. Mac said, "So where are we going for lunch?" Kurenai proposed, "How about Ichiraku ramen? It's inexpensive and the food is excellent." "Sounds good," said Grimes. Soon after, the two groups showed up at the ramen stand and placed their orders. Hinata was blushing profusely as Naruto flirted with her. Kurenai had to give Naruto credit for helping her overcome her speech impediment and boost her confidence through their interaction. She noticed that Shino appeared to enjoy conversing with Mac and Gaz. With clenched fists, Kiba flirted with Hinata while glaring at Naruto. Kurenai gave Kiba a disappointed shake of her head. She had to knock him down a few pegs, really. Kurenai turned to face him and said, "Grimes, I need to say something to you." Grimes narrowed his eyes and said, "What exactly do you need to say?" He was cautious because he didn't want to get hurt again, even though he knew what it was. "I wanted to apologize what I did to you 3 weeks ago. I had no right to do that. If you could forgive me, I would be more than willing to start off again." After giving her a brief glance, Grimes turned his attention to his ramen. Thinking, he started tapping his bowl with one of the chopsticks. He was hesitant to respond because his mind was racing. What should I do? Hiruzen said he would talk with her, but what if she tries something behind his back? On the other hand, she is willing to make amends with me. Aw shit, this is going to be difficult to decide. The sensation of a hand on his shoulder snapped him out of his reverie. When Grimes realized it was Kurenai's, he winced a little but then composed himself. With a decision made, he turned to face her and folded his hands. "Tell you what. If you prove to me that you're trustworthy, I'll forgive you. Deal?" Grimes asked. Kurenai was taken aback once more because she had anticipated 2 responses from him. The first was categorically denied. A date with him and possibly some attempted groping was the second response. No, it was merely a request that she be given a lot of work to do. For whatever reason, she blushed at the idea of Grimes asking her out. According to Kurenai, deal, although I am surprised that was your answer. Grimes smirked slyly and said, "I'm going to assume you either thought I would turn down your request or invite you to dinner." "That's too good for a guess. Want to start explaining?" "Psychic powers, seriously?" "Nah, just kidding with you, it was just speculation." Kurenai appeared to have a good sense of humor, as evidenced by his slight giggles at the response. She started to question Grimes about his life when a different voice interrupted. Kakashi grinned and exclaimed, "Ah, Grimes, there you are." Kakashi was asked by Grimes, "What is it now?" He thought Kakashi was the most conceited jerk he had ever seen, and he did not like him at all. "Well, I came to find you and the others because we just got called to the Hokage's office, and he also called for Kurenai's team too," Kakashi said, flipping through his book. "Fine. Get up boys, we got called to the Hokage's tower." Kurenai's team followed Grimes and his students as they left the ramen stand. Kakashi had Sunshine to wait with Sakura and Sasuke in the tower. As Kurenai approached Grimes, she saw that he was furious. She was more certain about Kakashi than she was about the summoning to the tower. Kurenai questioned, "Grimes, is something wrong?" "I do not like that guy. He's got to be the most pompous bastard I've ever met," Grimes responded. "What did he do?" "More along the lines of what he didn't do." "Okay, what didn't he do?" "He has been solely focused on training the Uchiha. He ignores Sakura and the others. The only proper thing he taught them was the creed he was given to by his best friend, which is ironic because the fucker is breaking it." Kurenai was taken aback. Prior to creating Junin, she had always admired Kakashi as a role model. However, based on what Grimes had just told her, Kakashi was not who he seemed to be. It sounded to her that Kakashi was merely showing the proto-copyright ga copyrighty preference. That creed is probably the only thing keeping the team together, but it's most likely the thing that will destroy it, Grimes said. "Not to be rude or anything, but don't you think you might be exaggerating a little bit?" Kurenai was uneasy. "I'm not exaggerating, Kurenai. If you want to see it for yourself, watch a team practice and see how it goes." The two teams ended up in front of the Hokage's secretary outside his office. Naruto kept a bored expression as the secretary glared at them. When Grimes saw this, he threw his killer intent with all of his might at the secretary, who instantly went pale. His face changed to one of sheer horror, and he collapsed from his chair to take a fetal position. Team 8 was trembling in terror. They felt as though they were being choked from the inside out, even though Grimes' murderous intent wasn't directed at them. Akamaru had urinated in Kiba's hood after releasing his bladder. Shino was twitching violently, Hinata was struggling to breathe, and Kiba had grabbed a kunai in an attempt to end his own life. As soon as the intent to kill was blasted, it vanished. Grimes was the most enigmatic person Kurenai had ever encountered. and she gazed at him in wonder and terror. The Hokage and Iruka were seated behind a desk with a pile of folders when the group entered the Hokage's office. Sakura was currently attempting, but failing miserably, to flirt with Sasuke, while Kakashi was engrossed in his book. Everyone in the room turned to watch as the door closed behind them. Grimes flashed his neon blue eyes at Sakura and Sasuke, causing them to gulp as he glared back at them. "Ah, good, you're all here," smiled Hiruzen. Then Naruto said, "So what are we doing today, old man?" Sakura screamed, "Yubaka, show him some respect." She would have struck him, but she was immobilized by her feet becoming stuck in the ice. Hiruzen picked up a folder and remarked, "Well, that aside, I guess I should give your teams missions. Team 7, your assignments today are painting a fence, doing yard work around the tower, and catching Tora the cat." "Again, what the fuck does that lady do to that cat that makes it run away?" Gaz yelled. "I honestly don't know, but that's one of your assignments, so it needs to be done." "Goddamn.it, Mac chimed in, "I have to agree with you on that one, Gaz." Desperate to try something new, Naruto uttered, "Come on, old man, can we please have a higher rank mission? We've done enough D rank missions to do at least one C rank." Picking up another folder, Hiruzen responded, "Well, I do have one C rank mission that needs to be attended. Send the client in." A man in his early 50s appeared when the door opened. He was inebriated and had an alcoholic odor. The man took another sloppy gulp of sake and staggered into the room. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at the two teams. "Hey, I asked for great ninja, not some snot-nosed kids. The one with the raven hair looks gay and weak," the man murmured. "What did you say?" screamed Sasuke in a fury. The Death Knights were laughing so hard that they were holding their sides. To stay upright, Gaz had to lean against the wall. Without taking his eyes off the book, Kakashi grabbed the back of the man's shirt as Sasuke charged at him. Kakashi stated bluntly, Now Sasuke, we can't do a C-rank mission with you trying to kill our client." "Don't worry, Tazuna-san. I wouldn't have them doing this mission if they weren't ready," said Hiruzen. Tazuna said, "Well, I guess we should move on." Grimes took the bottle away from the man and gulped down the remainder of the drink. "Not so fast, you're filled with alcohol, we'll wait until tomorrow when you're sober," he said. "Damn, I needed that bad." "Wait, when you say, we, does that mean that Team 8 is coming with us?" Sakura inquired. Max smirked and said, "Yes it does, you pink-haired imbecile." "What did you call me?" "Calm down, Sakura," Grimes called out. Sakura shut her mouth fast and turned to make another attempt at flirting with Sasuke. Team 8 was excited about the opportunity to accompany a C-rank mission. Sasuke, Mac, Gaz, and Naruto didn't display it, but they were all excited to demonstrate their abilities and thrilled to have been given a new mission. "Very well, we will leave the main gate tomorrow at 7. Bring a month's worth of gear and Kakashi be on time, or so help me God I will burn that damn book of yours in front of your eyes," Grimes said. Hiruzen closed the approved folder after saying, "Okay, then it's settled. Your teams will leave tomorrow morning, dismissed." With the exception of Sakura, who appeared to be 10 miles of bad road, the morning arrived swiftly for teams 7 and 8. She was griping about her inability to properly clean up and look presentable this morning. It appears that Kakashi took Grimes' words seriously because he arrived early this time. Everyone knew where Grimes was, but Tazuna and Grimes were the only ones who were absent. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long for Grimes. At the moment, Tazuna was being pulled down the street while holding a brand new bottle of sake. Grimes grabbed the bottle from Tazuna and drank the remainder. Grimes stated, "No sake for you until we get to our destination," and tossed the bottle aside. "Ah, you're no fun," complained Tazuna. "The last thing we need is for you to get killed because of your own stupidity." All right. Kurenai looked at the genin surrounding her and remarked, "Well, it seems we're all here. Does everybody have everything before we leave?" Hinata said, "We have all of our stuff, sensei," without faltering at all. "Excellent, then let's get moving." A loud cry erupted from behind them as they were leaving the gate. Kurenai, startled by the sudden outburst, hurled a kunai at the source at lightning speed. As the kunai pressed into flesh, there was a squelch. Everyone was astounded by what they saw when they turned around. The creature in front of them had rotting skin, no eyes, and bones for arms, legs, and stomach. Kiba exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy shit, what the hell is that?" Grimes responded, "Calm down, it's just a ghoul. Stay here for a second," as he approached the ghoul. Grimes saw that it had an Aben blade symbol on an armband. If its jaw hadn't dropped to the floor, the ghoul would have grinned toothily as it gazed at him. He leaned over and took the jaw, then returned it. As the ghoul clamped its jaw back to its mouth, Grimes' perspiration fell. The ghoul gave Grimes a sealed envelope after reaching into a side pouch. With a cackle, it vanished into the earth. Gaz walked over to him and asked, "What does it say?" Grimes answered, "I'm opening it right now, hang on a second," and proceeded without further delay. As Grimes finished reading the letter, his face became solemn. After putting the letter in his pocket, he turned to face the other people. Grimes declared, "Something came up, I need to head to the Abenhold for a meeting with Darien, I'll be back later," as his hands glowed purple. A purple archway with a dragon's skull on top emerged, and the aura disappeared. Grimes stepped through the portal, and it vanished in an instant. Mac and Gaz looked at each other, then dismissed it. But Naruto sensed that something negative had occurred. Something negative had always happened whenever he saw Grimes wearing that gloomy expression. Sasuke sneered, "Ha, that genin is a coward," Gaz hissed as he pressed himself against the Uchiha's face. "You want to repeat that, you asshole?" Kakashi answered, "That's enough, we need to get moving now," as he turned the page of his book. With a grunt in response, Gaz returned to Mac and Naruto. The two groups proceeded to their destination along the road. The two teams had left Konoha a few hours ago, and Grimes was still nowhere to be found. Grimes must have been prevented from returning by some kind of lengthy meeting. Something caught Naruto's attention as he wondered what his brother was up to. On the left side of the road was a tiny puddle. At this, he squinted and gave Gaz a gentle elbow push. "What's wrong?" inquired Gaz. The answer was, "Look to your left, Naruto." Gaz followed instructions and saw a puddle. He pointed this out to Mac, and his eyes narrowed as well. In preparation for the impending battle, the three Death Knights held their weapons in readiness. It seems Naruto, Gaz and Mac have spotted the problem, Kurenai thought. She was disappointed that her team didn't take another look at the puddle, but she was happy to see that the three were on top of things. Kurenai turned to face Kakashi, who had walked ahead of the group, obviously anticipating the moment. As soon as Kakashi crossed the puddle, two adversaries emerged from the water and shackled him. Kakashi started to say, "What the?" but was torn apart. "One down, the right hand person said. "Kakashi, sensei," screamed Sakura in fear. The Death Knights were smiling, Sakura and Kiba were trembling, Hinata was startled but was able to draw a kunai, and Sasuke and Shino remained unflappable. Their chain was around Kurenai when the two disappeared. Kurenai and Kakashi swiftly used Kawarimi and hid in the trees. Kakashi asked, not raising his head from his book, "How do you think they will do?" Kurenai answered, "Let's see what happens, but I have faith in them." Both teams were in front of the two enemy shinobi who killed Kurenai and Kakashi during the skirmish. Sasuke and Shino appeared unconcerned. Hinata brandished a kunai and confronted Tazuna. Sakura and Kiba were trembling, and the Death Knights were standing there accumulating runic power. The two adversary shinobi spun around and ran toward Hinata and Tazuna. Hinata was poised, ready to fight and protect the client. "Time to die," exclaimed the right one. The left one started, 3 down, but was interrupted. The two shinobi discovered that they were being drawn in the direction of the Death Knights. Gaz swiftly delivered a plague strike, slicing at the two shinobi. The blade tore through their clothing with a tearing sound. The shinobi slowed down as Mac charged at the left one and used an icy touch. After immobilizing the two renegade nin with chains of ice, Naruto approached them slowly while brandishing his blade. Gaz used another plague strike, this time drawing blood, and slashed at the right one. With a cry of agony, the shinobi charged at Gaz, intending to kill. With haste, Mac lifted his hand and applied blood boil. He collapsed to the ground, writhing and twitching in pain, just as the shinobi was on Gaz. Shino swiftly dispatched his bugs to devour the two renegade nin's chakra in order to defeat them. Then Sasuke leapt at the pair and delivered 2 swift blows that knocked them out. Just as Kakashi and Kurenai emerged, the two renegade nin collapsed in a heap on the ground. With an eye grin, Kakashi exclaimed, "Good job, team." Kurenai said, "Very well done," and nodded. Kakashi and Kurenai tied up the two unconscious shinobi and then charged Tazuna. Tazuna averted her gaze and became fascinated by a nearby caterpillar. Kakashi glared and said, "Tazuna-san, would you mind telling us why those two rogue nin were after you?" According to Tazuna, they must just be some random bandits. Naruto approached Tazuna and said, "Those are the demon brothers, both C-ranked missing nin. Why were they after you?" "I don't know, you're hiding something. If you don't tell us now, we'll drop this mission and head back," Gaz yelled. Tazuna gave in immediately. All right, I'll tell you," she said. Tazuna related to them the tale of the despot Gato, who came to the land of waves a few years ago. Gato reportedly desired to halt trade from the Land of Waves in order to keep all of the profits for himself. In order to liberate them from Gato's oppression, Tizuna was to construct a bridge that would permit trade once more. Gato must have learned of the bridge's construction and sent missing Nin after him to kill him, thereby putting an end to the project's hopes. Kakashi remarked, "Well, I'll admit that's a sad story indeed, Tizuna. I know, but I'm begging you. Please, I'm sorry I lied about the mission, but our village was only able to gather enough money for a C-ranked mission. We'll give you the remainder of the money when the bridge is finished." Tizuna bowed his head. "Tizuna, I understand where you are coming from, but this is at least an A-ranked mission. Not even 2 genin teams should be on this. This is a job for a Junin or Anbu. I'm begging you on hand and knee here. Damn.it, please, if you don't help us, this bridge will never be built," Tizuna begged. "Kakashi. Sensei," said Naruto. Gazing at the blonde, Kakashi questioned, "What is it, Naruto? If you want to, you can take Sasuke and Sakura along with Team 8 back to Konoha. Gaz, Mac and I can continue this mission alone until Grimes comes back." "I can't do that, Naruto. You need to have a Junin with you until you become a Chunin for a solo mission." "I say we continue. I want to test my abilities some more," Sasuke said. "Like Sasuke?" Sakura exclaimed. "Yeah." After a moment of silence, Kakashi turned to face Kurenai. He approached her and started to inquire as to what they ought to do. They held a show of hands to reach a consensus. Kakashi commanded, "Okay, raise your hands if you want to continue this mission." They all put up their hands, which both pleased and alarmed Kakashi. He was easily Junin level with Kurenai and Grimes, but losing one Junin can cause issues. He would have the benefit of knowing what to anticipate if they encountered a more formidable missing Nin. Kakashi said, "Very well, it looks like it's your lucky day, Tizuna-san. We'll continue with this mission," as he opened his book once more. Tizuna bowed and said, thank you very much." The group didn't notice a shaded figure lurking in the tree shadows as they kept walking down the road. Before vanishing in a whirl of leaves, the man laughed. Grimes, meanwhile, was smoking a cigarette while leaning against a wall at the Abenhold. Darien decided to kill time because he was in a meeting. He turned to face the other Death Knights. They all gave him a salute or a little wave of acknowledgement. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Grimes replaced the cigarette in his mouth. 2 Death Knights sat down next to him as he heard footsteps coming from his left. One said, "Sergeant Grimes, would you like some coffee?" "Nah, I'm good," said Grimes. As the other said, "Hey, Darien's ready to talk to you now, Sarge." After giving a nod, Grimes got up and started to make his way to Darien's office. As he watched it vanish beneath the clouds, he flicked his cigarette off the necropolis railing. Outside Darien's office, Grimes found himself. On a nearby table, he saw the covered body of a fallen Death Knight. He dismissed it and knocked to let Darien know he was there. "Enter," said Darien. Grimes walked into Darien's workspace. With the exception of the 8-foot tall pile of paperwork on his desk, it was reasonably clean. Grimes appeared in front of Darien, who was deep in thought as he gazed down at his desk. Grimes pointed to the body outside Darien's office and said, "Everything okay? Who's that out there?" Darien shook his head and gazed up at him with weary eyes. With a sigh, he turned back to his desk. Darien answered, "It's Captain Mccreary, Grimes." Grimes was shocked by the news, and his eyes widened. Among the Abenblade's most formidable Death Knights was Captain Mccreary. He had been Grimes's subordinate during the Ice Crown campaign. On the battlefield, Captain Mccreary was the most effective leader and always completed the task at hand. Now, however, he lay lifeless on a chilly table. Grimes sputtered, turning from Mccreary's body to Darien. "What, how, what?" he said. "According to Darien, you might as well take a seat, Grimes," indicating the chair in front of his desk. Darien looked up at Grimes and inhaled deeply before asking, "So what happened, Darien?" "It happened early this morning. I was with Mccreary leading an assault on a Death Knight bunker that was hidden in Mordorthar 1, Darien said. Flashback. An abomination that had infiltrated the defensive perimeter they had established was being killed by Darien. There were some dead and dying men from the Argent Crusade and the Abenblade. Right now, the only people still standing were Darien, Mccreary, and 20 others. A gnome soldier from the Argent Crusade attempted to contact the Skybreaker, 2, for an airstrike using the communicator. The gnome called into the radio, "There's Scourge everywhere, Phoenix. 1, we need support now goddamn.it," or something similar. A goblin bomb exploded over the tumbling trees, and he winced. "Say again, over," the voice on the radio called back. "This is Bravo 6, there's Scourge everywhere. We need support now," We got ghouls, skeletons, abominations, every goddamn thing coming at us. Conrad. I don't give a shit what bullshit they're giving you. Whatever breath you have left, you use it to scream into that goddamn communicator. Mccreary was yelling over the explosions. Conrad nodded and resumed his yelling into the radio. And keep your head down, he said. Conrad bellowed, this is Bravo 6, can anybody hear me? Mccreary yelled, Conrad, keep your goddamn head down. Another explosion occurred, and Mccreary was blasted in the back by a cannonball that exploded overhead. When he sat up, he saw Conrad sprawled on the ground, his forehead slit open. Mccreary attempted to get to his feet but was unable to do so because his leg was broken. When he looked up, he saw an abomination and heard a loud roar coming from his front. Without any time to react, Mccreary was immediately severed from his head by the abomination's axe. End of flashback. So did you guys manage to liberate that bunker after Mccreary went down? Grimes inquired. Darian took a swig of whiskey and said, yes we did, we made that into a new station for nearby soldiers. Can I have some of that? Grimes sucked down the last of the whiskey in the hip flask that Darian had given him. He gave it back to Darian, who took a bottle of whiskey from beneath his desk and refilled it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but since Mccreary was the captain of the Death Knights of his regiment here, do we need a replacement? Grimes responded. Yes we do, that's why I called you here, Grimes, smirked Darian. So who's going to be the new captain? You are. After a brief period of silence, Grimes shook his head, he pointed at Darian and started to laugh. Grimes laughed. You had me there, nice joke Darian, he said. Darian put on a straight face and said, I'm not kidding, congratulations Captain Walcroft. Grimes shook his hand when he extended it. So does this mean I got to be back here to lead Frost Company? No not yet, Frost Company was pulled off the line because of all the casualties. They won't be back out there for another 2 years since we need more recruits to be trained properly. In the meantime you are the new captain so I expect you to inform Naruto, Gaz and Mac about Mccreary. Since you got promoted I'll need to promote them to higher positions to keep the regiment strong. Grimes bowed and disappeared into the wall. Side portal. Very well Darian, I'll tell them, he said. Everything was going well back with teams 7 and 8. Since the Demon Brothers 3 hours prior, they had encountered no adversaries. Eventually, they arrived at a dock where a boat was ready to take them to the Wave Country. The boat could only accommodate one team at a time, so Kurenai decided her team would catch up with them later. After saying their goodbyes, Team 7 got into the boat and set sail into the mist. Gaz squinted as he saw a big building in the fog in front of them. It was tall and long, but he was unable to identify it clearly. When Mac and Naruto saw this, they expressed their worry. Mac sat down next to him and said, Zano, what are you looking at? Gaz pointed to the huge silhouette and said, I'm looking at the giant structure in the mist. What is it? They were sailing beneath the bridge when Tazuna said, that's the bridge I'm supposed to finish, glancing at it. Sakura exclaimed, this thing is huge, with amazement. After passing the bridge, the boat docked approximately 10 minutes later. The man completed turning his boat around and returned to the mist, and Team 7 said goodbye. The man called, good luck, you'll need it, and then disappeared into the fog. To shield Tazuna from all sides, Team 7 formed a ring around him. The silence was almost unbearable. As they made their way to Tazuna's house, Gaz and Mac's eyes were sweeping the area. Sakura was conversing with Sasuke, who ignored her and continued to move. Kakashi's and Naruto's senses were enhanced to pick up on anything strange. Then, in the bush to his right, Naruto sensed the presence of someone's chakra. He hurled a kunai into the bush in an instant, and it struck the tree with a thump. Sakura screamed, Naruto, you baka, don't scare us like that. Gaz rushed to the bush and retrieved a scared rabbit. The sight of the rabbit's fur caused his eyes to narrow. It should have been brown because it was summer, but it was white. What the hell? Rabbit fur is brown in the summer, that means Gaz pondered. Sakura yelled, look what you almost did to that poor bunny, as she yanked the rabbit from Gaz's embrace. Mac glared and said, Sakura, what color is a rabbit's fur in the summer? Sakura spat back, brown. So what color is the rabbit's fur that you're holding? White. Wait a minute, white? That means the rabbit was raised indoors, we're being followed, said Kakashi. His senses went into overdrive as soon as he said that, sensing a big, heavy object approaching them from behind. Get down, yelled Kakashi. The object flew over everyone, causing their hair to rustle as they hit the floor. A huge two-handed sword was used as the weapon, and it sank into a nearby tree. On the blade's hilt, a ninja materialized and peered down at them. He wore white camouflage pants, tape around his mouth, and a Hite.8 with a slashed mist symbol on his forehead. "Just away from the bridge builder and go about your business, I have no quarrel with you," said the nin. Kakashi said, "Momochi Zabuza, demon of the mist," and stood up. "Hitaki." "Kakashi, the copy ninja," Zabuza remarked, acknowledging him from below. Confused, Sasuke said, "Copy ninja? So are you going to show me your Sharingan, Kakashi?" "Sharingan?" Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Zabuza said, leaping to the ground with his sword in hand. "Well, I want to make this quick. Give me the bridge builder and maybe I'll spare your lives." Kakashi commanded, "Get into formation." Team 7 positioned themselves defensively around Tazuna and pulled out their weapons. This made Zabuza laugh, and he started to let go of his desire to kill. Sakura and Sasuke started to feel the impact of the murderous intent. In an attempt to get away from the terror, Sasuke brought the kunai to his throat. Unfazed, Mak, Gaz, and Naruto glared at Zabuza. Kakashi turned to face them and grinned, saying, "Sasuke, please relax. I promise not to let any of my students perish. Have faith in me." Using hand signals, Zabuza mocked, "Don't give them false hope, Kakashi. They should be able to fend for themselves." It was nearly impossible to see one another because of the dense fog that encircled the area. Mak mumbled, "Oh shit, this is not good. Liver, spine, jugular vein, kidney." Zabuza began to chant, "Where would you like to be hit?" "There," Naruto yelled, slamming his sword to strike Zabuza's blade from behind. Zabuza said, "Not bad kid," and then kicked Naruto in the stomach, sending him rolling down the street. "Naruto!" exclaimed Gaz and Mak as they watched their friend stop. Gaz yelled, "You bastard," as he shot Zabuza with a death coil. "What the hell?" exclaimed Zabuza, startled. He dodged and lunged at Gaz, who continued to launch death coils at him. Zabuza was about to close the distance when Mak punched him in the face, turning him to water. "Mizu! Bunshin!" exclaimed Naruto. Zabuza roared, "Die," as he pounded Tazuna. Gaz screamed, "Shit," and aimed a death coil at Zabuza. Zabuza was sent back toward the trees after the death coil struck him squarely in the ribs. Zabuza stood up and gave Gaz a fierce look. Kakashi stopped him before he could run at Gaz. Kakashi started shoving him backwards with a kunai. Kakashi was standing in a puddle, but he was unaware of it. As he was imprisoned in a water prison, Kakashi swore, "Something's wrong, this water seems Densei shit." Kakashi glared angrily as Zabuza laughed. Kakashi screamed to the genin, "Damn.it, run, get out of here." "We can't leave you behind," Naruto answered. "Just go, you idiot," Kakashi shouted. "He's out of your league, I'll be fine, just go." "Those who quit are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash," Mak responded. "Sakura, Sasuke, guard Tazuna," Naruto said. "Mak, Gaz, let's show this guy what we're made of." On either side of Naruto, poised to strike, were Gaz and Mak. Zabuza made a hand gesture and grinned. In front of them were several Mizu. Bunshins of Zabuza. Mak made 2 bunshins of himself when he ran at a group of Mizu. Bunshins. After a few seconds of waiting, he launched his assault. Mak bellowed, "Storm of the dancing rune weapon." Three swords instantly materialized in midair, encircling Mak and his clones. They launched an attack on the Mizu. Bunshins, destroying them with every swing of the sword in the air. Gaz called forth his ghoul and lunged towards the subsequent group of Mizu. Bunshins. 2 Mizu. Bunshins were stunned when his ghoul slashed at them. A circle of seals appeared on the ground as Gaz slammed his palms into the ground. "Death and decay," exclaimed Gaz. Slowly, the Mizu. Bunshins melted and shrank into water puddles. With wide eyes, Zabuza observed that he had greatly underestimated these genin. Running toward the 3 Mizu. Bunshins defending Zabuza, Naruto extended his hand. "Hunger and cold," murmured Naruto. An ice wall encased the 3 Mizu. Bunshins. The Mizu. Bunshins were then successfully destroyed when Naruto cut and stabbed the ice blocks. The 3 genin and the ghoul were charging at Zabuza, who was now helpless. The puddle at his feet rippled violently as he raised his hand and growled in rage. Zabuza hissed, "Suiden. Suiryuden no jutsu." The 3 genin were struck directly by the enormous water dragon that sprang from the puddle because they had no time to duck. They all fell with a thud to the ground after being slammed into the trees. Mak lost consciousness after coughing up blood. Gaz was too stunned to stand again. He noticed that his ghoul was staring at him anxiously. Then Gaz crawled back against the tree and the ghoul disappeared. Naruto was attempting to stand but was unable to do so due to severe leg pain. Now die, you little pests. Zabuza cried, making another hand signal, Mazarapa. Just as they were about to be drowned, a tidal wave of water emerged from the puddle. They heard a cry of death as they were about to die. Hungering cold. The tidal wave of water was frozen in place when Naruto and Gaz opened their eyes. As they searched for the source, Grimes appeared before them brandishing his greatsword. He smiled as he turned back to face them. Looks like I got here just in time, Grimes remarked, looking back at Zabuza. With clenched teeth, Zabuza questioned, who the hell are you? Your worst nightmare, said Grimes. He avoided the spotlight and came up behind Zabuza, slashing down at him with his sword. The prison-holding Kakashi dissipated when Zabuza released his arm. Invoking Bunshins to transport them back to Tazuna, Kakashi shunshined over to Naruto, Mac, and Gaz. I'm going to kill you. Zabuza roared angrily as he made the Suiryuden no Jutsu hand motion. Grimes yelled, mind freeze, while extending his hand to Zabuza. Zabuza's hand dropped to his side as he instantly stopped the jutsu. He gave the newcomer a hateful glare. Zabuza screamed, what the hell did you do? Grimes responded, I forced you to stop the jutsu, and aimed a death coil at him. Watching as the tree behind him burst into splinters, Zabuza leapt out of the way. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized it was the same, albeit much more powerful, attack the brat had used earlier. Taking hold of his blade, he lunged towards Grimes. Let's see how you do in Kenjutsu, Zabuza grinned slyly. For a crush, Zabuza lowered his sword. Grimes easily ducked the attack and kicked Zabuza in the side with a roundhouse kick. Grimes was pushed back by Zabuza, who grabbed it with his hand. Grimes extended his hand and directed a small amount of runic energy into his palm. Grimes called out, Hyouten Tepudama. 4. Ice chunks shot out of his hand's palm. The volley of ice bullets was cut, slashed, dodged, and blocked by Zabuza. He was shocked and instantly started to question whether there were actually multiple ice users. Zabuza mused, is this guy like Haku? He was struck in the chest by a piece of ice as he was contemplating his opponent. Zabuza went to his knees after being slammed into the tree. He felt as though he had struck a brick wall with the force of that attack. With a growl, Zabuza shot Grimes with a Suiryuden. Grimes hurled himself over the water dragon with a quick bunshin. His blade slashed against Zabuza's sword as he brought it down, numbing his arms. Grimes cursed himself as his arms went numb. Taking the risk, Zabuza cut down on Grimes. Grimes directed his runic power into his breastplate because he was too busy to take a block. Unbreakable armor, Grimes decided, grinning. His armor recoiled back as the sword struck it. The man in front of Zabuza caused his eyes to widen. He was unharmed and survived the attack. Zabuza exclaimed, what the hell is going on? He punched the man, and the blow struck his face. Grimes staggered back from the blow and slammed his palm down, creating a circle of symbols in red. Death and decay. Zabuza's body ached in excruciating pain. The same brat who melted his clones earlier also demonstrated this technique to him. Zabuza leapt from the circle and gave Grimes another slash. Grimes let out a painful grunt as the slash went through his bicep and shoulder. Sakura and Sasuke were observing the altercation. The power in front of them left them speechless. The power that Grimes, Naruto, Mac, and Gaz possessed infuriated Sasuke. He was determined to learn those skills from Grimes. When Kakashi saw that Grimes was stuck, he jumped in to assist him. Kakashi said, time to finish this, Zabuza, removing his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. The Zabuza could only say, I was wondering when you'd, before 3 Senbon needles were inserted into his neck. Beside Zabuza's body, a hunter.nin wearing a Kirigakure mask materialized. My apologies for taking your kill, I've been trying to track this guy down for weeks, he said as he picked up Zabuza's corpse. I'll take his body back to Kirigakure, collect my bounty and be on my way. The hunter.nin took Zabuza's body with him when he fled. At this, Grimes narrowed his eyes and realized the issue at once. Clever bastard, thought Grimes. You alright? Inquired Kakashi. Grimes answered, I'm fine, how are the others? Naruto called, we're okay. Instead, in the distance, there was barking, followed by some footsteps. Kakashi detected the signatures of 4 chakras. The idea of Team 8 arriving right before Zabuza was removed made him mentally sigh. Team 8 showed up a few seconds later and saw how bad Team 7 was. Kiba smirked and said, what the hell happened to you guys? Fuck off, Fleabag, shot back Gaz. What'd you say? Grimes yelled, stop it. Let's all just relax and take a break. Kurenai said, what happened to you guys? You look pretty disheveled, as she observed them. We were being followed by Zabuza, Kakashi answered. What? Kurenai exclaimed in disbelief. Sakura exclaimed, yeah, we were. Sasuke-kun kicked his ass. Tazuna clarified, no he didn't, Gaz, Mac, and Naruto did. Huh, yeah right, I'm pretty sure Kakashi did all the work, Kiba laughed. Kakashi, who appeared embarrassed to acknowledge it, said, no, he's right, Kiba. Naruto, Mac, and Gaz held him off while Sasuke and Sakura defended Tazuna. With a big smile, Naruto remarked, we would have lost but Grimes came in and saved us at the last second. Grimes smirked and said, well, that's my job, I'm supposed to guide and protect you lot, aren't I? Kurenai looked at Grimes and said, that aside, does that mean Zabuza is dead? Instead? No, he's not, Grimes said, lowering his gaze. Sakura yelled, what do you mean? That hunter.nin took him away. Grimes emphasized the word took by saying, exactly, Sakura, he took him away, they're supposed to dispose of the body on the scene, for example. So, what now? Inquired Mac. We need to get to Tazuna's house, we'll figure out where to go from there, replied Kakashi. I agree, now Tazuna, if you can direct us to your dwelling we can get comfortable and think on our plan, said Kurenai. Tazuna grinned and said, my house is about 2 more miles down the road here, so you don't need to tell me twice. The group strolled on toward Tazuna's house down the street. They had no idea that their problems were just getting started. Tazuna, teams 7 and 8, and others were moving slowly along the dirt road. They hurried to find some cover because the sun was going down. Finally, a little two-story house 100 yards away caught the group's attention. Pointing to the shack, Tazuna exclaimed, there's my house. To get to the house before them, they started to move more quickly and kept going. They could smell some delectable food cooking as they came to a stop at the front door. When Tazuna knocked on the door, footsteps could be heard approaching. A long, raven-haired woman emerged as the door creaked open. With a gleeful, "Father, you're home," the woman embraced Tazuna. Tazuna responded, pointing to the shinobi behind him, "Yep, I'm in one piece thanks to these super awesome ninja here." The woman with the raven hair bowed as she glanced at the group behind her father. She blushed a little when she saw the man with the brown hair in front of them. The woman glanced at Grimes, and Kurenai saw the blush and became slightly irate. The woman stood aside and said, "Please, come in. You must be hungry from the long journey here." To smell the delicious food in front of them, the group went inside the house and into the kitchen. They took a seat around the table and started eating dinner. Grimes appeared to be deep in thought as he folded his hands in front of his mouth. When Naruto realized this, he made the decision to express his worry. His gaze was fixed on his brother. "Grimes, what's up?" he asked. Grimes got to his feet and said, "I need to talk to you three for a minute about something." Sasuke insisted, "Then let us hear it too," Grimes calmly remarked. "Sasuke, it doesn't concern you, it only involves the four of us. They're our teammates, we have a right to know what you need to say," Sakura screamed. Gaz sarcastically remarked, "Oh, now you call us your teammates? I think I'm going to cry." "I think they have a point, Grimes," Kakashi said. "We are all a team, so whatever you need to say, you can tell us." "It's classified towards you three," said Grimes. Sasuke started to say, "I'm Uchiha and I order you to," but was abruptly struck with a strong desire to kill. "What did I tell you about commanding someone that's a higher rank than you, Uchiha?" Grimes asked. Grimes left the kitchen, followed by Naruto, Mac, and Gaz. After making their way to the study, the four of them shut the door. The sound block was up when Grimes placed his palm on the door and it momentarily glowed red. Grimes inquired, "So what happened after I left this morning?" "After you left we continued to escort Tazuna here," replied Mac. Naruto leaned against the desk and remarked, "We were attacked by 2 Chunin-level missing nin about 30 minutes after you left. After we took care of them, we found out Tazuna was hiding the truth about the rank of the mission, which is now a ranked," Gaz said. Grimes, clearly furious, said, "And that idiot didn't have you guys head back to Konoha?" "Well, we kind of pushed him to let us continue the mission," Gaz responded. "Regardless of that, the idiot still gave into your wishes and endangered you all," Grimes exploded. "He should have known better that there would be higher-level shinobi ahead. Is there anything else that you haven't told me?" "Well, as it turns out the reason why the mission is a ranked is because the country here is being controlled by the tyrant Gato, and apparently he has hundreds of bandits and some shinobi working for him," said Naruto. "I see. Well, we might as well stay and finish this mission, which we will have a debriefing about with the rest of the so-called team," Grimes said with his arms raised. "But now the reason why I wanted to talk to you three is because of the letter I got from Darien today." Gaz inquired, "What did it say?" "Well, You three are aware of your basic training instructor Mccreary, right? Grimes asked. What about him? He got killed at Mordorthar early this morning. What? Mac exclaimed, startled. He was decapitated by an abomination while he was leading a group to take out a bunker of Death Knights in Mordorthar. But what does that have to do with us exactly? Gaz replied. Well, Darian said that he would need someone to take Mccreary's place within the next 2 years because he wants to rebuild Frost Company after losing the majority of them in Icecrown this past year. So who's going to take Mccreary's place then? Mac inquired. Grimes answered, I was promoted to captain of Frost Company by Darian. Gaz smirked and said, well, congrats on the promotion, but that still doesn't answer my question. Bottom line, you guys are going to be promoted to keep Frost Company strong when we eventually go back to Icecrown. When Mac stood up, he said, sweet, do you happen to know what our ranks are? No, not yet. Darian will probably promote you himself later, right now he's got more pressing matters, said Grimes. Alright, guess we should go get a debriefing with the others, Gaz responded. Yes, we should, Grimes said as he made his way to the door and then stopped. By the way, you guys are going to have rigorous training for convincing Kakashi to carry out the mission. Aw man, you're going to kill us, moaned Gaz. After leaving the study, the four of them returned to the kitchen to watch their fellows eat dinner. As a token of appreciation, Tsunami brought them the dinner she had prepared and they sat down. Grimes looked at his teammates as they were eating dinner and started assessing what they needed to strengthen. Let's see here, Naruto has ninjutsu, kenjutsu and necromancy in his arsenal. Mac and Gaz have learned the standard Bunshin and Chakra exercises along with their necromancy. They will need to learn some more ninjutsu before we face Zabuza again, even if it's not strong, it will help them. Sasuke is being taught everything by Kakashi so he's not much of an issue, but he needs to work on chakra control. Sakura, well, I'll try to teach her some genjutsu since it seems to be her area of strength. Other than that she's pretty much a useless liability right now. To get everyone's attention, Kakashi cleared his throat. He started talking when they were all staring at him. Alright, as you all know, Zabuza isn't dead. That hunter nin that we came across is in league with him so we can expect he'll be back, Kakashi said. Kurenai inquired, when do you think he'll be back? From the damage that Grimes inflicted on him, I would guess about a week at the most. Shino looked at Grimes and said, what do you propose we do while we wait for him? I believe we should do some training while we wait for the rematch to come. The training will be taught by each of us. We will give each of you training in chakra control for one, and separate training in your fields of strength, Grimes responded. Sakura questioned, but how do we know our strengths? I got some elemental affinity cards that will determine your affinity when you pump your chakra into it, Kakashi said. Kurenai folded her arms and said, well, that covers the training portion, but now we need to move on with the mission plan. Sakura questioned, well, we just need to protect Tazuna-san, right? No Sakura-san, if Gato has control of this town, I think it's best we do recon to find out anything about him, hideouts, hired men and all that, Hinata replied. Sakura smirked and remarked, don't be silly, we don't have to worry about that. No Sakura, Hinata's right. We must find out anything we can about Gato, so we are going to do recon to find out anything about him. I think the best way to do that is to send 2 of you into town a day and ask around about Gato then report back to us at the end of the day with everything you learned, Grimes said as he examined the group. I agree, Kurenai nodded before continuing. Grimes did possess the traits of a leader, Kurenai had to concede. She was certain that he had prior military experience based on what she had witnessed him doing. Kurenai started to gather attention. Grimes, just out of curiosity, she said. What exactly did you do in the past? You seem to have done combat before and you lead your squad well. I can't exactly tell you everything since some of it is classified. But I can tell you that I was once a soldier for a small army known as the Argent Dawn. I made the rank of sergeant at age 14 and I had been in command of a small squad at the time, Grimes responded. Shino asked, what do you mean when you say once? Grimes changed the topic and said, we need to get some shut-eye. Tomorrow, prepare to be sore as hell when the day is through. Leaving the others to eat, he got up and went outside. Kiba snarled in frustration at Grimes' failure to respond to Shino's query. After the dinner, which went on in silence, they all went to bed one by one. Sakura screamed, what? And her voice made everyone cringe. Grimes grinned and said, you heard me. We're going to do chakra control by climbing trees today. How the hell does that help? We only need to use our hands, said Kiba. Truea, but this time it's different, Kakashi remarked, nodding toward a tree. He started to approach the tree slowly before starting to climb it, except for Kurenai, Grimes, and Naruto, who were already familiar with the exercise. All of the genin's eyes widened. At last, Kakashi climbed up onto one of the branches and gazed down at the assemblage. "This time, you will only use your chakra to help you stick to the tree with your feet," Kakashi said. As 7 kunai landed by each of their feet, there were 7 loud thumps. With a graceful landing, Kakashi approached Kurenai and Grimes. Kakashi looked at the group in front of him and said, "When you feel your chakra fading away, use the kunai to mark the tree." The genin all grabbed a kunai and started running up the trees. Grimes observed his students starting their training while seated at the base of a tree. After lighting a cigarette in his mouth, he grinned as he watched Kiba and Sasuke tumble from their trees and land on their backs. "I should tell you, the first 2 of you that make it to the top get to do the first recon today and get to skip training," Grimes yelled. Sakura, sitting high on a tree branch, said, "Well, that means I win." "Not quite, Sakura," exclaimed Kakashi, gesturing to the branches a few feet above her. Naruto and Hinata were at the top, grinning down at the others. With a cocky smile, Naruto waved to Mac and Gaz, who gave him the finger. Naruto and Hinata leapt from their branches and landed in front of the Junin. Grimes nodded at them and said, "Well, since you two are doing the recon mission, I guess I'll let you go ahead. Naruto, come here for a second," he said. Naruto approached Grimes and knelt down, asking, "Yeah, what's up? If you find anyone who works for Gato, subdue them and bring them to me." "Okay." Naruto got to his feet and rushed to catch up with Hinata. Sasuke and Kiba were only able to reach halfway up their trees, but Mac, Gaz, and Shino eventually completed the tree climbing exercise an hour later. "Nice job you 3. Kurenai grinned. They all shouted, "Thank you, Kurenai. Sensei," together. Sasuke yelled at the 3 teachers, "I demand you tell me how to do this." "No, Sasuke, you figure it out on your own. This exercise is to help you manage your chakra and teach you to not exhaust it quickly," replied Kurenai. Kakashi looked at his book and said, "I'll stay and watch their process. Why don't you two proceed with training Gaz, Mac, and Shino?" Grimes stood up and said, "Okay, come find us when those 2 figure it out." "Will do." Grimes turned and grinned evilly at Mac and Gaz. They gulped and went pale at the sight of the smile. They exchanged large, "oh shit," facial expressions. Without noticing Kurenai blush, Grimes said, "Boys, we're going to do a stamina building exercise," as he removed his shirt. Kurenai collected herself and thought, "Wow, he's really muscular. No, bad Kurenai. You're trying to get to know him." "We're going to run up that hill and back, 10 miles up, 10 miles down," Grimes said, extending his body. Mac said, "We can't run that long." "Oh sure you can, that's why it's stamina building. Which is why I'm giving the 2 of you these soldier pills for more energy to run." Mac and Gaz were going to have a long day. Kurenai demanded that Shino accompany them on their run. He was on the verge of saying no, but decided to go because he wanted to increase his stamina. The 4 of them started running to the hill after stretching for a few minutes. They would return by dusk if they did it right. Sakura was instructed by Kakashi to accompany Grimes to complete the exercise. Initially, she objected, but Kakashi's glare made her rush to join them. Everything was going well back with Naruto and Hinata. They enjoyed each other's company as they strolled side by side towards the town. They arrived in the town a short time later and were horrified to see the village. Naruto muttered, "Shida, I didn't think it was this bad," as they arrived in the village. "I could," Hinata responded. "Think about it, if Gato has been taking their income, this would obviously be the outcome." Good point. As they made their way to the town square, they noticed a tiny caged space with bloodstains on the floor. There was a cross with chains hanging from it in the middle of the cage. It goes without saying that those who opposed Gato must be executed in public. Using a pencil, Naruto noted the location on his notepad. "Well, that's one piece for the recon report," Hinata said softly as she peered over Naruto's shoulder. "Yeah," said Naruto. They turned and began walking toward the market areas on the west side of town. They decided that the shops would be their next target because they would be the first to lose the money once it was acquired. When they arrived at the market, they noticed a large number of people wearing filthy clothes. Many of them had boot knives or small pocket knives, and they may have mugged and looted anything they could find, whether it was a store or another person. Naruto looked at Hinata and said, "I'll check the shops on this side of the road, why don't you check the other?" Hinata answered, "Okay, Naruto-kun, if I find anything, I'll come find you." On his right, Naruto entered the first shop. It appeared to be a small, dilapidated convenience store. There were numerous holes in the floor, numerous displays that had been smashed, one wall that was being rebuilt entirely, and windows that looked like they had been broken dozens of times. Naruto examined the costs of the food, which appeared to be moldy and outdated. According to the town's records, food was sold in this country by the pound, and the prices were fair. But now, the cost of food by the pound was about double what it usually was. Naruto approached the clerk and said, "Sir?" The man asked, "Yes, how can I help you?" "I was wondering about the prices on the food and was just curious if they were right." "Of course they're the right price. Fuck, who am I kidding? I have to raise the price in order to keep my store, even if the food is awful," the man was saying, sobbing uncontrollably. Naruto said, "Mind telling me why? Gato is taking my money from the store that I make selling this garbage. I have to charge the price double for 2 reasons, one to pay Gato and to pay the ridiculous taxes he puts on the store, leaving me broke. It makes it worse knowing the food I have sold so far has killed many people because of food poisoning." "I see. Who comes to get the money from you? Does Gato do it or does he send some cronies?" "He sends cronies. There's supposed to be one coming this afternoon for the money. I don't know if my store will be open next week. He keeps having tax days every 2 days now and I just barely get by." Naruto nodded. "All right, thanks for your time." The man said, "Why are you asking me this, kid?" "Because I'm here to help your country. I'm guarding Tazuna so he can finish this bridge." "So you're a shinobi?" "Yeah, sir. Do you know the exact time the collector is coming in?" replied Naruto. "In about 10 minutes I believe, he informed me." "All right, I'll be here to get him. Just do what you normally do to distract him long enough so I can knock him out. I'll be right back." Naruto left the shop to find Hinata. He hurried over to her after spotting her leave a store across the street. Naruto halted and remarked, "Hinata-chan, I think I just found a jackpot of information." With an eyebrow raised, Hinata questioned, "Really? What did you find?" "The merchant in the store over there has a collector coming in that's going to take money from his store in about 10 minutes. I managed to get him to distract the collector. We just got to knock him out and take him back to Grimes," said Naruto. With a, "Okay, lead the way Naruto-kun," Hinata answered. To Hinata's delight, Naruto took her hand and dragged her in the direction of the shop. She thanked Kami that he wasn't staring at her as she flushed brightly. They saw the man counting the money he had made when they went into the store where Naruto had been moments before. "Just get ready to keep your money, sir. You're not going to be paying anybody today," said Naruto. The man said, "Oha, okay, what do you want me to do?" "Just keep him focused on you long enough so we can knock him out." "Okay." After guiding Hinata to a corner of the shop, Naruto hid from view from the entrance. After a few minutes, they heard heavy footsteps in the door opening. Naruto noticed the collector when he peered over a display. He was roughly 2 feet taller than Naruto and wore brown and gray pants and a heavy leather tunic. He was bald, and his arm and eye patch were scarred. The man sneered, "Got the money? Gato will be very angry if you don't have it." The clerk stammered, "Why?" "Yeah, I got it right here," while clutching a tiny brown coin pouch in a trembling hand. Naruto silently and swiftly approached the collector from behind. Reaching for the sack of coins, the collector picked them up. With a sly smile that revealed his yellow teeth, he withdrew a kunai. Naruto muttered into his ear, "I don't think so, pumpkin," before severing his neck and rendering him unconscious. The collector dropped the bag of coins and collapsed to the ground. Hurrying over, Hinata grabbed the coins and gave them to the clerk. The clerk nodded and smiled gratefully at them. The clerk said, "Thank you," and nodded. Naruto said, "No problem," and sent some clones to retrieve the collector. "Grab the collector and say, 'Come on, shit face, up you go,'" Naruto said. They got some curious looks as they left the store with the collector. To keep an eye out for any unexpected attacks or followers, Hinata turned on her Byakugan. It was time for some clarification. They were all finishing the run to the top of the hill, back with Grimes, Shino, Gaz, Mac, and Sakura. Well, Sakura was so tired that she stopped and started to walk halfway up the mountain. To ensure she completed the run and didn't turn around, Grimes created a clone to watch her. Sweat trickled down their faces as the 4 of them panted their way to the top of the hill. Grimes grinned and said, "Nice job you 3, our time was 1:06:45 to 96. "Thanks sensei," Shino said, gasping for air. "Why don't we take a break before going back down?" "Sounds good," Mac remarked while leaning against a granite surface. They all took a seat on the hill and allowed the long-term breeze to cool them. In the tree, they detected a buzzing sound. The long whining call was coming from the grasshoppers. Grimes observed that Shino appeared to move his hand in time with a slow song. Curious, Grimes said, "Shino, what are you doing?" "Listening to the song the grasshoppers are buzzing," he responded. In a somewhat surprised tone, Max said, "You can understand that?" I have a Kikai clan of bugs in my body as a bloodline. I can understand insects and how they communicate. Gaz questioned, really, what are they saying now? Well, they're singing a song. About what? Inquired Grimes. Love, huh, can you improvise? After clearing his throat, Shino started translating the humming language. I'm at peace with you being with me, not leaving my side, holding me to the end of days. When Mac joked, to be honest Shino, I find myself to be curiously aroused by you, they all laughed. Shino concluded, you won't leave and I find myself at peace. Grimes smirked and said, Cammy, Shino, any more songs like this, Zabuza won't have to kill me, I'm just going to slit my own wrists. They all laughed. Gaz grinned and remarked, you're a strange person, Shino. Grimes got to his feet and said, well, let's get going, I'm hungry and I don't want to miss Tsunami, sans dinner. To regain their energy, the four of them got to their feet and took a soldier pill. Grimes started jogging slowly as he led them down the hill. 10 minutes later, they noticed Sakura starting to turn around alongside them. Oh no, you don't, Sakura. You're going all the way up, you're not going to cheat, Grimes said, gesturing toward the hill's summit. Sakura moaned, ah come on, and started running up the hill once more. That facial expression was priceless, Gaz remarked, laughing. When nightfall arrived, Grimes, Gaz, Shino, and Mac returned to Tsunami's house drenched in perspiration. As they walked in, they noticed Tsunami, Tazuna, and Tsunami's son, Inari, seated at the table with Kakashi, Kiba, Sasuke, and Kurenai. When Tsunami and Kurenai saw Grimes, they flushed, but they quickly got over it and went back to their work. Looking up from his book, Kakashi inquired, so how was the stamina training? Very good actually, although Sakura really needs work, Grimes said while he sat down and used his towel to wipe his face. Why did she stop? No, she slowed down and tried to come back with us when we were on our way back down. I know she only walked the entire time on that exercise, so I don't know what to do with her. Where is she now? I have a clone following her to make sure she finishes the run. If she doesn't, I'm going to make sure she has a more tough training day tomorrow. Naruto called out, we're back, as he and Hinata carried an unconscious man inside the house. Who's that? Inquired Kurenai. I asked Naruto to bring back any of Gato's henchmen if they found one of them. And evidently they found one, Grimes responded. Kiba questioned, why do you have them do that? To gather information on Gato, so I'm going to use torture to get the answers we need. Kiba started to say, you're probably a. But he felt Gaz's hand touch his mouth right away. I really don't think that's a great idea to insult his torturing skills. He can probably give those interrogators in Konoha a run for their money, gazed Gaz. Kiba, you really need to think before you open that mouth of yours, Kurenai said while lecturing. Whatever, mumbled Kiba. Sakura was exhausted as the house door opened and closed. Grimes saw no perspiration on her face or clothing, and his eyes narrowed. In order to retrieve its memories, he dispelled his clone that was pursuing her. He looked disappointedly at Sakura and sighed. How'd it go, Sakura? Inquired Kakashi. Sakura said, I'm so tired, as she sagged onto the table and put her head down. Grimes glared at Sakura and said, whether you like it or not, I'm doing some private training with you tomorrow. Be ready to work very hard. With some surprise, Sakura questioned, What, why? You didn't do any stamina building, you walked the entire time. I had a clone following you to make sure you did it, obviously you don't take this seriously. Sakura lowered her head in embarrassment without saying anything. She reasoned that she wouldn't have needed to flee if she had waited long enough and Grimes hadn't been there. He obviously assumed she would give it a shot and succeeded in tricking her. Tsunami grinned and said, well, I'm sure you all are hungry, so dig in. She set out some ramen, turkey, vegetables, and booze. When she saw all the boys drooling over the food, she was proud of her work. Sakura frowned slightly and said, Tsunami-san, we can't drink alcohol, we're too young. As she sat down next to Grimes and Tazuna, she smiled and said, Bah, what's a little liquor going to do? I love the way you think, Grimes remarked as he poured whiskey for himself. Thanking him for the compliment, Tsunami smiled. Gaz observed Inari observing them all with annoyance and rage as they sat and relished their meal. At this, he arched an eyebrow, wondering what Inari would say if he opened his mouth. Grimes said, well, thanks for the delicious meal Tsunami-san, getting to his feet and approaching the unconscious hoarder. Kurenai, Kakashi, come upstairs to help with the interrogation when you're done eating. Inari started to introduce himself when Grimes went upstairs and disappeared. His clenched fists trembled with tension as he started to shake in barely controlled anger. He whispered, why do you do it? Gaz raised an eyebrow at Inari and said, huh? Through clenched teeth, Inari yelled, why do you even try? You're all just gonna die. Mac grew increasingly agitated and asked, what are you opening your yap about? You don't stand a chance against Gato. He'll kill you all, Inari screamed. Kid, shut up, you're taking us for granted. We're ninja, and he's got some small militia force who can only use some weapons and they have no abilities like a shinobi. We're elite and we can mop the floor with them without problems, Naruto yelled at Inari. It's people like you who piss me off, you know that, Inari barked, you think you can do anything. Kid, calm down, you're beginning to piss me off, and that's something no one ever wants to see, Gaz said. You should listen to my friend here, shut your pie hole or he's gonna light you up, Naruto said, growing increasingly irate with Inari. You think you're so tough, Inari gasped. You don't know what it's like to live a hard life. I bet you lived your life with comfort and joy. Gaz and Mac exchanged glances before turning to face Naruto, who was trembling with anger. Naruto jerked his head up, sneered at Inari, and gazed at him with icy eyes. You think I don't know what it's like to live a hard life? I don't know what it's like to have a hard life. You little prick, you know what I had to go through in my life? Have you ever been afraid to leave your house in fear for your life? Have you had people beat you close to death every day of your life and twice as hard on your own fucking birthday? Have you been blamed for something out of your control? Have you grown up without a mother or a father? Have you had to live on your own for half your life and scavenge food from a fucking dumpster in order to survive? Huh? Have you? Slamming Inari into the wall, his face lit up. Sakura screamed, Naruto, put Inari-kun down, and was immediately pinned to the wall by Mac, who was staring at her with a murderous intent. Naruto spat him on the ground and said, now stop being such a whiny little bitch, because no matter how bad your life is, there's always someone who's had it worse than you. Muttering something about releasing some steam, Naruto pivoted on his heel and left the house. He slammed the door so forcefully that a portion of its hinge broke off. Then there was a deafening silence in the house, broken only by Hinata's sobs. Tsunami glared at her son in disappointment. She reprimanded, Inari, that was very rude. Inari shot back, it's the truth. They're all going to die just like him. He was slammed into the wall once more, and this time Gaz was the one holding his neck and pinning him. Gaz hissed, shut up with that fucking pig Latin. As Inari's face flushed. Listen kid, I don't care who you are, but if you ever say something like that to my friend again, you'll be nothing but a damn blood splatter on my sword. His life was by far the shittiest that I have ever heard the story of. Now grow some balls and stand up for yourself. That's what you should have done when Gato first entered your country. He let go of Inari, who was struggling for breath. Inari fled from Gaz and hurried to his room upstairs. Tsunami sighed and gave them an apologetic look. Kurenai soothed Hinata by placing a hand on her shoulder. Sakura was released by Mac, who then returned to his chair, sat down, and let out a long sigh. Kurenai. Sensei, is that true? Hinata asked, her eyes watering as she looked up at her. Hinata, what you heard Naruto say was a very sugar-coated version of it. If he told the true things he went through, you will be in even worse shape than you are now. Kakashi got to his feet and declared, I'm going to go find him. Don't bother Sensei. He's got to calm down, so just let him do that and come to his senses, Gaz responded. Very well, but I'll send one of you out to get him later. A few miles from the house, in the forest, there were a lot of angry curses and splintering wood cracks. Gazing at his bloodied and painfully aching hands, Naruto stood panting. After a brief moment of swaying, he fell against a tree. He lost his vision and collapsed from exhaustion. Hours later, the sting of the sun caused Naruto's eyes to flutter open. He sat up, groaning from the lightheadedness he felt. He opened his eyes to find a girl hovering over him after a shadow obscured the sun. She was wearing a flower-patterned kimono and had long raven hair. She inquired, are you all right? Yeah, I've still got a pulse, he answered. With a giggle, the girl started searching for herbs. When Naruto saw this, he came to a realization. The hunter Nin's chakra, which aided Zabuza, appeared to be very similar to the girl's chakra. Kyuubi, is it just me or is that the same chakra of that hunter? Nin? Replied Naruto. No, I can sense it too. Watch yourself Naruto, she might try something, replied Kyuubi. With an eye toward the girl, Naruto inquired, so, how is Zabuza-san doing? The girl narrowed her eyes at him, and he saw that she was tense. She produced a kunai and kept it close at hand. As a sign of peace, Naruto raised his hand. Naruto stated gravely, I'm not going to attack you, believe me if I did, you would be dead now. The girl dropped her head and lowered the kunai. She kept looking for the herbs that would aid Zabuza's healing. Naruto approached her and knelt next to her. Naruto inquired, "What herbs are you looking for?" The girl answered, "Thanks for the offer, but I got the amount I need." "What's your name?" "Haku." "Now, let me ask you something," Naruto said as he stood up. "I'm Uzumaking Naruto." "Very well," said Haku, gesturing for him to go on. "Do you think Gato will pay you and Zabuza after killing Tazuna-san?" "Why wouldn't he? Zabuza would kill him if he didn't. Be that as it may, but Gato probably will not pay you too." "I hate to say it, but you're probably right. That's why I have a proposition for you too. If you don't kill Tazuna, I can grant you two a safe haven in Konoha. I am pretty much a grandson in the eyes of the Hokage and I can easily persuade him to spare you guys," said Naruto. "I'll think about it and I'll tell Zabuza. I'll give you our reply when we meet on the bridge," Haku said. "Alright, but if you don't agree, we won't hesitate to kill you both when you attack." Haku said, "Fair enough, farewell Naruto-kun," and turned away. Naruto turned when he heard footsteps and saw Gaz standing behind him. He approached Naruto and touched his shoulder. You okay?" he inquired, to which Naruto replied, "Yeah, I'm still in one piece." "Okay, let's get back to the others, we need to do some more training." Naruto followed Gaz as he turned and started to leave. For a moment, Naruto slowed down and turned to face the spot where he had struck the bargain with Haku. While stroking his hair, Naruto pondered, "What have I gotten myself into?" Everyone's attention was drawn to Gaz and Naruto as they entered the Tazuna's home. They all gave Naruto a friendly nod. Gaz and Naruto sat down, and Tsunami placed a plate of eggs and bacon in front of them. The words, "Thank you, Tsunami-san," were spoken by Naruto smiling. Her response was, "No problem, Naruto-kun." Grimes came into the room wearing a distressed expression. His fellow Junin's genin was not unaware of this. Kurenai made the decision to speak up and ask the question that was on everyone's mind. Kurenai said, "Grimes, what did Gato's henchman say?" Grimes crossed his arms and said, "All of you come with me. Tsunami, I'm sorry about leaving your breakfast unattended here, but this is important." Tsunami smiled and said, "That's okay, I can reheat it for you if you want." When they saw the henchman's body, both teams stood up and followed Grimes into the study. After the interrogation, everyone was shocked to see his condition, with the exception of Naruto, Mac, and Gaz. The blood on his face was so mangled that it resembled purple goo. There were numerous teeth at his feet with compound dislocations. Some of his fingers were on the ground, and a portion of his arm was sliced open so deeply that bone was visible. The hole in his chest that exposed his heart was the final, most gory wound. All of the blood that drained from the tiny stab wound in the heart made it appear pale. Gaz whispered, "It's a good thing I told you not to question his interrogation," to Kiba, who appeared to be about to throw up. Kakashi asked, trying not to look at the horrifying scene in front of him, "So, what did you get out of him?" Grimes looked at the corpse behind him and remarked, "I managed to figure out how much men are under Gato's lead." Kiba inquired, "How many are we talking here?" "Well, the good news is that Zabuza seems to be the only shinobi he has under command, other than that they're all bandits and thugs," said Grimes. "The bad news is that we're facing up to around 300 of these guys." 300? exclaimed Sakura. "Yeah, about 300 of them. And to top it off, if what you say about Zabuza being ready by Friday, we might be facing those other 300 bandits alongside him," said Kurenai. Hinata questioned, "So what should we do?" "There's not much we can do," Grimes responded. "The best we can go for is to train and learn some jutsu by Friday." With a sparkle in his eye, Sasuke questioned, "What kind of jutsu?" As he distributed tiny pieces of paper, Kakashi said, "Elemental jutsu. I'm going to give you all some affinity cards to determine your element." "What do we do?" inquired Kiba. "Pump some of your chakra into it and your paper will respond to your element by either burning, crumpling, getting wet, shredding, and so on." A certain amount of chakra was sent into each genin's paper. Naruto was soaked after being torn into tiny pieces. The paper Gaz was using turned to dust. Like Naruto's paper, Mac is torn to pieces. Before catching fire, Sasuke's crumpled. In her hands, Sakura's paper was drenched. Let's see here, Naruto has wind and water affinity. Gaz has earth affinity which can help with some of his necromancy if he combines it properly. Mac has a wind affinity just like Naruto. Sasuke has a lightning and fire combination, which leaves Sakura with a water affinity, Grimes thought as he surveyed his pupils. Kurenai watched her students, each holding their paper in front of her. Water was indicated by Hinata's paper becoming wet. To her surprise, Shino's paper crumpled and gained a lightning affinity, while Kiba's paper burned to ash. "Okay, Now this is what I want you all to do. Any of you who have the same affinity will practice the same technique in the scroll I will give you. However, we can give you a hand since some of us have the affinity ourselves. For example, I have fire and lightning, so I can give those who have those affinities assistance, explained Kakashi. Alright, Naruto, Makai got a scroll for wind affinity here. Take it and start learning the hand signs and observe what it can do to see if you can combine it with your necromancy. Mac said, Wilco, and took the scroll. Kurenai threw the scroll to Hinata, saying, here is a scroll for some water ninjutsu, take it and study it with Sakura. Hi, sensei, said Hinata. Kakashi looked at them and said, I'll show you too a standard fire ninjutsu and help you master it, Kiba, Sasuke. Shino, I can give you a lightning scroll on some basics, Kakashi said, continuing to hand him a scroll that had been struck by lightning. Grimes handed Gaz a scroll with a rock emblem and said, Gaz, here is an earth scroll with a couple earth techniques for defense and offensive attacks. Grimes said, get going, we need to get some of these under our belts to be ready for the fight, as he examined each one. Grimes instructed Mac, Gaz, and Naruto to remain in the room for a moment after the teams left. After closing the door, Grimes turned to face them and took a quick look at the lifeless henchman. Grimes' expression changed to one of seriousness. What's wrong? Inquired Naruto. We've got a problem about Gato, Grimes said as he looked at him. That dead bastard there said Gato was acting a lot worse than normal. He said that Gato had some kind of strange aura in him and he doesn't seem to be human. So he's become a demon, or is he a strong shinobi that's pulling a feigning act? Gaz inquired. I'm not sure, but I'm going to find out today. He was supposed to meet with Gato today at noon at a warehouse in the town by the docks, Grimes responded. Then Mac said, okay, so you're doing the recon today? Yes, now get going on those scrolls, I'll be back later after the recon mission. Grimes called forth his death charger, and they stepped out of the house and stood back. He mounted and nodded down at them before vanishing from view. The three Death Knights exchanged worried glances but dismissed them and continued training with the others. The genin was panting from exhaustion after 2 hours of training. After mastering the fundamentals of one of their jutsu, some of them were in a good mood. Some of them, though, were yelling obscenities at the lack of advancement. Mac and Naruto were beaming widely at the power of their jutsu. They could strengthen their kenjutsu and necromancy if used appropriately. Mac intended to combine his dancing rune weapon with wind jutsu to increase its destructive power and range. Naruto considered fusing the Suiryuden no jutsu with his wind jutsu. A loud explosion erupted from the trees hundreds of yards away as the two of them prepared to resume their training. Mac questioned, isn't that where Zano is? Yeah, let's go check it out, Naruto said as he hurried over to where Gaz was. Gaz was training in the clearing when the two of them entered and noticed a huge crater with a dead ghoul inside. Gaz was smeared with grass and dirt. Gaz simply glared at him, and Mac began to laugh. Naruto approached Gaz and inquired, what happened to you? Well, the jutsu I did was supposed to make a barrier of earth for protection. However, my ghoul thought it was a great idea to perform corpse explosion. Since he was powered with chakra, it was twice as powerful as the normal explosion, resulting in the crater here, Gaz said as he cleaned his face of dirt. Looking at the ghoul's remains, Mac questioned, so Walter's dead? A.N. Gaz's ghoul's name is Walter. Yeah, Gaz sighed. Don't worry Zano, he's going to heaven. Gaz said matter of factly, yeah, maybe he went to heaven, he was a little fucker, he could have gone to hell, which made Mac and Naruto start to perspire. Gaz slapped Walter's back of the head, calling him back from the grave. Gaz reprimanded, that was a no.no, don't do that. Walter groaned a little and cast his gaze to the floor. Gaz said, dismissed, and Walter sank into the earth, grinning toothily. The day passed swiftly, and every genin had greatly improved their techniques. Sakura claimed to have practiced the jutsu, but Hinata informed Naruto that she had simply wandered off and observed Sasuke as he learned his fire jutsu. Once more, they were all seated at the table, savoring Tsunami's delectable cuisine. The house door opened and shut swiftly. Grimes walked in with a somber yet troubled expression on his face. Grimes said, you three. Conference, study, now, as he made his way to the research. Grimes was followed into the study by the Death Knights, who waited for him to speak while they sat around the room. He took out a cigarette, lit it with his lighter, and exhaled smoke. Grimes was clearly anxious about something, as Naruto, Gaz, and Mac could see. Gaz inquired, what happened? Grimes added, it's Gato, he's not to be underestimated, while puffing on his cigarette. Mac questioned, what do you mean? All you need to know is that Gato is too strong for any of our teammates, he's become something that only we can handle, Grimes responded. Gaz asked, "Why can't they help? He's out of their league." Naruto questioned, "How is he so powerful?" Flashback. Grimes had reached the warehouse where Gato and the other cronies were to meet the henchman. The henchman he questioned was swiftly transformed into a clone and hanged. The clone approached the warehouse's entrance and wrapped itself around the door. His clone entered the building through the open door. After that, Grimes went to the freight yard and got into the crates. He continued climbing until he reached the point where a ladder led up into the warehouse, halfway up the side of the structure. Grimes continued climbing the ladder after looking around for any patrols but failing to find any. He looked down from the catwalk he was on into the room below as soon as he entered the warehouse. Before making his way to a room on the other side, he saw his clone conversing with another henchman. Grimes sensed that the room his clone entered had a very strong aura. He decided it was crucial and started to go down the stairs to the next floor. Grimes saw one of the guards smoking with his back to him. He approached slowly and drew his blade. Grimes immediately killed the guard by covering his mouth and shoving his sword through his back. He saw a garbage chute as he pulled the body over to the crates. A few seconds after pushing the dead guard into the chute, he heard a splash of water. Then Grimes stepped into the room and sensed the aura thickening. The dark power it emitted made breathing difficult. Before he saw it, he pondered the source of the power. He peered over the railing and saw a phylactery, a sealed cauldron surrounded by a dark purple aura. It couldn't be. Grimes' eyes widened in surprise. The scourge had arrived. He shook his head, observing a small, squat man filling a tiny vial with the liquid in front of the cauldron. He held a cane in his hand and was dressed in a black business suit and black sunglasses. When Grimes' clone appeared, he knelt down in front of the man. "Gato, I have collected the money from the market and stored it away in the vault." Gato answered, "Great job, now go patrol the docks." "Yes sir." Grimes' clone scattered from the room. He saw Gato sip the liquid from the phylactery as he looked down. Gato dropped to his knees and twitched wildly. As his flesh turned pale and gradually melted away, he roared uncannily as he started to grow. As Gato gradually transformed into a lich, Grimes watched in disbelief. Gato looked to his right and cackled maniacally after changing. "Ah, absolute power," Gato remarked, grinning slyly. "Now which one of you will die first?" A small child was crying and cowering in terror when Gato used a death grip to pull him over. A blue aura emerged from Gato's hand as he gradually increased his power. The child spun around and started running in the direction of the locked door. Grimes muttered, "No," as he watched Gato shoot the child with the frost bolt. Because he was trapped in a block of ice, the child's frightened scream was muffled. Gato moved smoothly over and put his hand on the ice block. He carefully raised it, extracting a blue strand that Grimes verified was the boy's soul. Grimes muttered, "You fucking animal," to himself. Gato then glided back to his phylactery, which Grimes witnessed. He took it in his hands and used a curse spell to make it smaller. He gave another crazed cackle after opening his bony mouth and swallowing the phylactery whole. Grimes had seen enough by this time. Leaving the warehouse, he sunshined onto the bluff that overlooked the freight yard. He had to return to the others and tell them what he had seen. End of flashback. "He became a fucking lich?" exclaimed Gaz in horror. "Yes, and what makes it worse is that now he has sealed his phylactery inside him, which will make it very hard to kill him," Grimes responded. "But how did he get his hands on the necromancy to make a phylactery in the first place? That should be impossible," Mac asked. With a puff of smoke, Grimes remarked, "I don't know myself, but we cannot afford to let our guards down on Friday." Naruto stood up and asked, "Should we tell the others about this? Or should we just tell them to leave Gato to us?" Grimes opened the door and walked out to the kitchen. "We'll have to just tell them to leave Gato to us," he said. The Death Knights started helping themselves to dinner after gathering around the table. Their teammates glared at them for leaving them out of the conversation, but many of them chose to ignore it. With a faint flush, Naruto gazed at Hinata as he felt her put her hand on his. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Hinata inquired worriedly. "Yeah, I'm okay, thanks for asking," stated Naruto, grinning. Sasuke stabbed his fork into his piece of pork and yelled, "I demand you to tell us what you told these dobes now." Grimes stared at the Uchiha indifferently. Grimes said, "No," and shook his head. In support of her crush, Sakura shot back, "Why not? We deserve to know." "No, you don't deserve to know for 2 reasons. 1, it's classified information. 2, we don't trust any of you," Grimes responded. Mac and Gaz glared at Inari as she entered the room before the argument could continue. He turned and fled the house, clearly flinching. Tsunami yelled, "Inari," but he had already left. With a, "I'll go find him," Grimes got to his feet. Grimes stood up and followed Inari out of the house. He strolled to the lakeside dock close to their home. After a while, Grimes discovered Inari sitting on the end of the dock and gazing into the water. He approached him and took a seat next to him. Grimes inquired, "How are you doing, Inari?" "I'm okay," Inari whispered. "So I heard about the little episode you had with my students." Inari remained silent and kept her gaze on the lake. To get his attention, Grimes placed a hand on his shoulder. "Inari, you have to understand why Naruto snapped at you when you said that comment," said Grimes. "Naruto never had the fortune of growing up with a mother or a father. You were fortunate to have both, and one is still with you. Even though he had a rough life up to date, he still manages to get himself through his ordeals by protecting those close to him to earn respect." That startled Inari, but she controlled herself. He smiled slightly and nodded to Grimes. They both got up and started to return to the house. On Friday morning, dawn arrived, alerting the shinobi to their impending conflict. After every prayer, Gaz moved to the next bead in his rosary while seated at the table. Mac placed his necklace under his shirt and kissed the cross on it. Grimes was preparing to use his newfound abilities to fight Gato by twirling an unlit cigarette between his fingers. To the distaste of everyone in the room, Kakashi read his Icha Icha book. Sakura was trembling with anxiety. Sasuke was looking at the others and spinning a kunai out of his pouch. As he waited for more instructions, Naruto was focusing on his feet. As they waited, Kiba scratched Akumaru's head. Shino stood in the room's corner and said nothing. Rubbing her hands together, Hinata prayed that she would make it through the encounter alive. Kurenai entered the room and observed her allies engaging in various self-calming activities. Kurenai looked at the group and asked, "Are we ready to go?" Grimes said, "Let's do this. May the light bless us," as he left. With the words, "Come on Tazuna.san," Kakashi drew Tazuna along. He shot back, "I'm coming. Get your perverted hands off me." The others left the house and started down the street. With their swords ready for any unexpected attacks, Gaz and Naruto took aim. Tazuna was in the middle, with Kurenai and Kakashi standing on either side of him. Tazuna's front and back were shielded by Kiba and Mac. As rearguard, Sasuke, Shino, and Sakura trailed behind Grimes. To tell them to stop, Naruto raised his hand. Without the wind, he would not have detected the scent. He smelled the stench of blood as he turned to face east. He beckoned Grimes up to him by turning and pointing at him. When Grimes whispered, "What's wrong?" "I smell blood coming from the east. I'm going to check it out," said Naruto. Grimes answered, "Okay, let's meet at the bridge when you identify the issue." With a nod, Naruto fled eastward into the woods. Sasuke looked to the woods and asked, "Where's the Dobi going?" "He smelled blood, so I had him go check it out. He's going to meet us at the bridge," Grimes responded. Sasuke started, "What a coward," but was instantly struggling to breathe after Hinata struck him in the throat. She hissed, "Shut up and keep moving." "Oh, snap," all the guys thought. Sakura was about to scream at Hinata when the girl gave her a lethal glare, cutting her off. The taunt in her eyes seemed to be saying, "Try me," to Sakura. Unaware of what they were about to witness, they proceeded towards the bridge after Sasuke stopped spluttering. In the meantime, Naruto had discovered the blood's origin. A dead boar that had been sliced to pieces with a sword lay in front of him. To find out how long ago the cut was made, he bent down and touched one of the boar's wounds. Blood poured out as soon as he touched it, landing on the ground in front of him. Then it struck him. It was killed just recently, but what would, he thought. Tazuna's home must have been targeted by an assassin. With a furious curse, he called forth a clone. As he ran to Tazuna's house, he gave the clone instructions to meet his team at the bridge. When Naruto finally saw Tazuna's house, he gasped in relief. He heard a scream and saw two men carrying swords enter the house. Naruto peered through the cracks in the wooden floor and sunshined beneath the deck of the house. He saw the two men smirking as they looked at Tsunami. One of them exclaimed, "Well, we got her, let's take her to Gato." When the other person said, "I think we should have some fun with her." A voice behind them shouted, "Leave my mom alone." Naruto muttered, "Inari, oh shit," as he watched the two turn their backs on Tsunami. To mock him, one of them said in a trembling voice, "Well, look at the little brat, you gonna cry now?" A few feet to the right, Naruto noticed a tiny hatch that opened to reveal a floor door. He silently opened the hatch after pulling it, gazing down at the stunned Tsunami. To tell her to keep quiet, Naruto put his fingers to his lips. He turned as he slipped out the door and saw the two bandits approaching a trembling Inari. With his boot knife drawn, he approached them like a cat. To cut Inari with his sword, one of the bandits lifted his arm. The bandit was instantly killed when Naruto threw a kunai into the back of his neck. He quickly died after turning the other over and covering his mouth with a hand that stabbed him in the kidneys. Naruto placed a hand on the terrified Inari's shoulder and turned to face him. "Hey, you okay?" inquired Naruto. "Yeah, I'm okay," said Inari. "Hey, don't be like that. You stood up to those guys to protect your mom, that takes guts. I'm proud of you, Inari," Naruto grinned. "Thanks," Inari replied with a smile. "Hey look, take care of your mom. I need to get back to the bridge to help your grandpa." "Yeah," Naruto then bolted to the bridge and out of the house. To use the Kawarimi, he had to get within range. The others returned to the bridge and discovered something unsettling. Many of the laborers who consented to assist Tazuna in building the bridge were lying on the ground, dying and bleeding. Gaz hurried to one of them and assisted him in sitting down. The man coughed and glanced up at Gaz, who was gently waking him up with a slap. Gaz shook him and said, "Hey, come on man, wake up, what happened?" He said, "They came out of nowhere, they got me man, they got me," and then he closed his eyes. Gaz said, "He's gone," as she turned to face the others. They were all silenced by a laugh that came from the mist. They all lowered themselves into combat positions and searched for the ominous chuckle. Zabuza's voice said, well, guess who's here?" The call came from Sasuke. "Show yourself, I'm already here." When the fog partially lifted, 10 Bunshin clones of Zabuza were visible. Kakashi smiled as he eyed his students. Every boy was armed and prepared to battle a clone in front of them. Grinning, Grimes exclaimed, "Go ahead, give them hell." Each Bunshin was destroyed in a matter of minutes, leaving behind water puddles. Further ahead of them, there was some cheering. In the fog, 2 silhouettes emerged. They stood ready as soon as they were in view. When Zabuza and the hunter.nin who had saved him appeared, they regarded them with a ready.to fight expression. Zabuza remarked, "You're short one brat," after observing that Kakashi's group only had 4 genin. With his sword out, Naruto appeared next to Mac and Gaz and asked, "You mean me?" With a glance at them, Naruto asked, "So this is your answer, Haku?" Haku answered, "No, Zabuza just wanted to play with you all." Grimes questioned, "What are you talking about? I made a proposition for them to come back to Konoha with us." "What?" exclaimed everyone. Naruto looked at each of them and said, "Listen, do you really think Gato will pay them if they killed Tazuna?" Kurenai folded her arms and remarked, "Now that you mention it, you do have a point." Zabuza walked over to them with Haku following closely behind. "Trust me, I didn't like the idea myself, but after I thought about it, the brat did have a point," he said. Sakura questioned fearfully, "So, you killed all these men?" Zabuza shook his head and said, "No, Gato sent 2 of his men out here, this isn't my work." A voice behind them said, "Oh, so I suppose your style is more sufficient?" Zabuza said, "Gato, I think I owe you something," as he turned around. "What would that be?" "Your death, Haku, let's go." Haku and Zabuza charged at Gato, who was standing there looking smug. To prevent his men from defending him, he raised a hand. Everyone around him was perplexed by this, with the exception of the Death Knights, who already understood why he didn't appear concerned. Grimes ran after them and yelled, "Zabuza, Haku, wait. Time to." Zabuza started to lower his sword. "Die!" Gato exclaimed, wrapping a block of ice around Zabuza and Haku with both hands. "What the hell?" was the cry of disbelief from everyone who saw what was happening. Gato pulled his hands toward himself and remarked, "You stupid fool, I don't need your work anymore, with this power." Gato took a deep breath and absorbed the 2 blue wisps that were extracted from the blocks of ice. "Shit," Gaz muttered as he prepared for the altercation. Incredulous, Kakashi and Kurenai exclaimed, "What the hell just happened?" "No time to explain, we got a problem at hand here," told Grimes. Kurenai looked at Grimes and asked, "What's the plan?" "I'll take Naruto, Mac and Gaz to confront Gato. You guys stay here and take out any of his bandits that try to pass you." Kakashi pulled out a kunai and said, "Okay, we'll come help you after we finish with them then." Grimes responded, "No, we can handle it, this guy is out of your league," while turning to face Kakashi. "That can't be possible," fired back Sasuke. "It's possible and it's true Uchiha, so you stay here and help with the bandits." Taking out his cane, Gato tapped the blocks of ice twice quickly. As the ice blocks broke and scattered across the ground, there was a brilliant burst of light. Naruto became enraged after witnessing Gato murder Haku and Zabuza. Gato pointed to the shinobi in front of him while glancing at his men. Gato said, glancing at the kunoichi in front of him, "Kill them then loot everything from the village, but leave the women alive, we need some more entertainment." That remark was a sufficiently potent taunt to make both Grimes and Naruto furious. This deranged little jerk was not going to get his rat claws on any of their fellows. Gato smiled, flashing his yellow teeth as he pointed with his cane at the shinobi. "Attack!" commanded Gato. With ferocious battle cries, the bandits started to rush in the direction of the shinobi group. Naruto, Mac, and Gaz followed Grimes as he charged at the crowd. All four of them simultaneously shunned behind the bandits as they got closer. A few of the bandits turned and started to run in the direction of the Death Knights. Gato yelled, "Turn back, I'll take care of these fools." Nodding, the bandits who had turned to assist kept running in the direction of the other shinobi. Gato let out a wild laugh as he gazed at the four Death Knights before him. Grimes glared at Gato, pointing his sword in his direction with the intent to kill. Despite being a little taken aback by the desire to kill, Gato directed his own at the Death Knights. The hair on the backs of Naruto, Mac, and Gaz's necks stood on end, even though they didn't physically display it. Grimes was unfazed by the intention to kill. "We know what you are, Gato, and as Knights of the Ebon Blade, it is our duty to vanquish the Scourge," Gaz said while staring at Gato. Gato smiled and said, "Well then, let me test your abilities in my master's place." Gato spread his arms wide and started to float. An aura of purple started to surround him and eventually enveloped his whole body. A Lich took Gato's place, and there was a crack as the aura materialized. Grimes whispered, "We must make him release his phylactery. The Lich's powers are contained in a phylactery. If it is destroyed, the Lich will not perish and its powers will remain intact. I believe that to be correct." "Plan?" Mac inquired. "Mac, you and Gaz will help attack him unless he summons any minions, then I want you guys to deal with them. Naruto and I will be attack Gato at all times. When he drops the phylactery, hit it with all you got until it shatters." "Alright. Watch each other's backs," Naruto said, observing them. Grimes screamed, "Let's go," as he charged Gato with his greatsword. Following their captain, Naruto, Mac, and Gaz launched an attack on Gato. Mac slashed at Gato, striking him in the stomach with a heart strike. Gato launched a frostbolt at Mac, but he dodged it by leaping to the right. Using some hand signals he had learned from the scroll, Gaz called forth his ghoul. Gaz mumbled, "Doden, Doryu armor," and touched his ghoul. His ghoul grew into a powerful armor made of rock. The ghoul shot back at Gato after he fired a frostbolt at it. "What?" exclaimed Gato, startled. Gato grunted in agony as the frostbolt struck him in the chest. He had a lot of power, and it hurt him a lot to be the target of it. He knocked the ghoul back at Gaz with a swat. Gaz's ghoul struck him hard, sending him thumping to the ground. Gaz yelled, "Get off me, you palooka," in an attempt to get Walter to stop touching him. With a loud clang, Grimes slashed at Gato with a rune strike, which struck the phylactery and went straight into him. Gato snarled and threw a shadow bolt at Grimes, sending him flying after striking him in the chest. Grimes yelled, "Hyouten Tepudama," while pelting Gato with ice bullets. Gato whispered, "Frost barrier," which made the ice bullets bounce off his shield in all directions. Grimes thought, "Damn.it, he reflected my attack with a frost barrier." Gato shot Mac and Naruto with a shadow bolt and a frost bolt, but they ducked. Gaz was able to get behind Gato and use a death and decay attack, slamming his palms into the ground. Gaz was lifted up when Gato's hand caught him by the foot. Gaz glanced at Gato's face inverted, but then he saw a shadow bolt emerge from a hand in front of him. Naruto's use of mind freeze on Gato abruptly halted his attack. He hurled a frost bolt at Gaz, sending him to the ground in agony after striking him in the stomach. Mac leapt back and demonstrated a few hand signals. Gato was concentrating on Grimes, who was striking him with an icy touch, when he extended both hands, sending a tornado of wind at him. The sword was then thrown to the twister by Mac, and it started to be carried to Gato. Mac shouted, "Fuden! Kaden Rune Blade!" Gato was slashed by Mac's flying blade as the tornado started to circle him. With a snarl, Gato summoned another frost barrier, returning the blade to Mac. Mac lunged at Gato after catching his blade at the hilt. One by one, the bandits were being knocked out by the shinobi back across the bridge. After completing a hand gesture, Hinata fired a water bullet into the chest of a bandit, sending him into two more. A bandit was knocked unconscious when Kakashi emerged from behind him and punched him in the kidneys. Kurenai had put some bandits into a deep sleep by trapping them in a genjutsu. Sakura watched the battle unfold in front of her, her legs trembling. In case any bandits managed to get past the others, she kept a kunai ready. Shino's Kikai bugs sprang from his sleeves, clinging to a few bandits and sucking their blood. Sasuke was using a variety of punches and kicks to knock out one bandit after another. Bandits came from the right flank, and Kiba and Akamaru launched their beast mimicry attack, slamming into them. "Come to me, minions, I need help," Gato yelled. Ghouls, zombies, and abominations started to emerge from the ground, causing the ground to tremble. A swarm of scourge materialized in front of them, and Mac and Gaz hurried to attack it. Naruto came from the right, and Grimes charged Gato from the left. Grimes used Death Chill to bolster his attack and sent a blast of wind and ice into Gato's side, then held out his palm. After being struck by his howling blast, Gato let out a furious roar and turned his attention to Grimes. Naruto shouted, "Fuden! Rankuden," while extending his hand. The gust of wind struck Gato's back, causing him to stumble forward. When he turned to face Naruto, Grimes struck him with Rune Strike once more, and he felt another blow come from behind. Gato was surrounded by Mac, Gaz, Naruto, and Grimes, who extended their hands. They chanted, "Hungering cold," as they froze Gato in a huge block of ice. Grimes yelled, "Let's end this now." Gaz issued an order to his ghoul, Walter, "Jump onto the block of ice," and it headed for Gato. Hyouden Tepudama, Fuden, Rankuden, Fuden, Kaden Rune Blade. When Gato eventually managed to escape the ice prison, Gaz's ghoul pinned his arms to the side, immobilizing him. Gato's earth armor made him heavier than steel, despite his best efforts to shake the ghoul off. The attacks merged into one, and he could only watch in horror. He felt an intense pain strike him with full force as his eyes widened. After being struck by a steel pole, Gato's phylacteria, which was covered in blue blood, sprang out of his stomach. Grimes commanded, "Destroy the phylactery." Gaz shouted, "Walter, Chakra corpse explosion, now." Walter leapt onto the cauldron and started yelling uncontrollably. Gato struggled as he extended his hand to cast Frostbolt. When Grimes noticed this, he was immediately stopped by using Mind Freeze. All Gato could do was watch as the ghoul started to tremble violently and double in size. "Walter, go boom!" Walter cried out, his shaking halting. Everyone fell to the ground and turned to face the source as the explosion rocked the entire area. The shinobi turned to see where Grimes had taken Naruto, Mac, and Gaz to battle Gato. To observe the result, the remaining bandits halted and turned to face their boss. To get the hair out of his eyes, Naruto raised his head from the bridge and shook it. From the cloud of dust raised by the explosion, he heard others coughing. As the dust gradually dissipated, the Death Knights noticed that Gato had returned to his human form. After slowly pushing himself to his feet, Naruto watched Grimes and Gaz approach Mac to assist him. Naruto turned to see Gato scuttling against some crates, looking deathly pale. The haze that obscured the shinobi's view started to dissipate, making it easier to see. The four Death Knights were observed examining an object propped up against some crates. Ready to finish Gato, Naruto aimed his blade at his throat. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all my money and leave Nami no Kuni right now and never return," Gato begged fervently. Grimes glared down at him and said, "You dare try to save your skin by bribing us after all the crimes you've done? I'll tell you everything, even how I got my powers." Grimes responded, "Okay, fine, we'll spare you if you tell us how you got your powers," drawing astonished looks from his pupils. "Well, I gained my powers from some kind of creature. It looked exactly like I did earlier." Gaz, not liking the direction this was taking, asked, "A Lich gave you your powers?" "Whatever they're called, but yeah, I got it from one of those things." "Do you happen to know the name of the Lich?" asked Mac. "Kel. Thuzzit or something like that. He found me in my warehouse after entering from some portal that appeared, gave me the powers, went in the portal and vanished." Grimes said, "I see," and nodded. "Can I please leave now?" "Sure, but first," taking out a blindfold, Grimes put it over Gato's eyes. He turned him away from the village and walked him to the middle of the bridge. He was pushed forward by Grimes, who said, "Walk all the way to the end of the bridge, then you can take your blindfold off." Gato started to move forward while holding his hands out in front of him. Grimes nodded to Gato while glancing at Naruto. After receiving the message, Naruto slipped up behind him with his sword ready. Naruto decapitated Gato by swinging his blade across the back of his neck. With a sickening thud, Gato's body hit the ground, causing blood to pool around his body. After 2 years, Nami no Kuni's land was at last free. After completing an A-rank mission, Team 7 and Team 8 returned to Konoha in a positive mood. For their report, the two teams proceeded to the Hokage's office. When Hiruzen learned that the mission had gone A-rank and that they had not chosen to go back to the village, he became furious. Naruto, Mac, and Gaz accepted responsibility for their absence, claiming that after learning about the client's difficulties, they wanted to try their abilities and assist him. With a sigh, Hiruzen waved his hand away, then grinned. He said, "Don't worry about it, you did your duty and I am very proud of you all for that," as he gazed at them. Gaz said, "So what should we do now?" "Well, your teams have the rest of this week off for a break to use however you wish. So all I can say is go relax until next Monday." All of the genin said, "Hi Hokage Sama," and left the room. Kakashi looked up from his book and said, "Is there anything else you needed of us, Hokage Sama?" Hiruzen responded, "No, that's all I wanted to know for now, you're all dismissed," and went back to his paperwork. Grimes stood in front of Hiruzen's desk, looking troubled, while Kakashi and Kurenai left the room. Seeing this, Hiruzen glanced up at Grimes with a worried expression. Grimes sat down and took out a cigarette after he indicated a chair in front of his desk. Hiruzen said, "Allow me," and lit the cigarette for Grimes by shooting a tiny ember at its tip. Grimes put a cigarette in his mouth and said, "Thanks. So what's on your mind?" "There's something I left out of our confrontation in Nami no Kuni." "Oh, what would that be?" "Remember that council meeting that happened 2 months ago?" "Vividly." "Well, Gato was given the powers of a powerful necromancer known as a Lich." "What?" "Let me explain, this will take a while." The 3 Death Knights, meanwhile, were eating their food while perched on their stools at the Ichiraku ramen stand. After finishing his 7th bowl, Naruto asked for another. Naruto smiled and patted his stomach, saying, "Old man, I missed your ramen so badly." Tucci smiled back at him and said, "Glad to hear it." Ayame looked at them and asked, "So did any of you get injured on your mission?" "It's called wounded, Ayame. Injured is when you fall out of a tree or something," smirked Gaz in response. Ayame turned to wash some dishes after blowing a raspberry at Gaz. With a little humor and stories of their adventure in Nami no Kuni, the 3 of them kept eating their lunch. After expressing gratitude to Tucci for preparing their lunch, the 3 of them left the stand and went outside to relax in their home. They saw a square rock following them as they continued down the street. Knowing it was a fake, they all shivered at the rock. Naruto asked without turning around, "Konohamaru, you do know that rocks aren't square with eye holes on the side, right?" "Ah, just to be expected from my rival," the enthusiastic Konohamaru cried. The Death Knights cautiously retreated as the rock started to glow white. They lowered their defenses as the rock stopped glowing, and Gaz sighed in relief. Gaz had his eyes screwed shut and was muttering something like, "Don't blow the fuck up, don't blow the fuck up." Then, to their surprise, it exploded, sending them to the ground. "Too much gunpowder," coughed Konohamaru. "Sorry," exclaimed someone else. Gaz uttered the words, "Which one of you cocksuckers just blew that thing up?" with barely controlled anger. "Let it go, Zano, they're just kids," Max said in an attempt to soothe his irritable friend. "Fine, but if they do that again they're going to be in a shitload of trouble." 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl were visible when the smoke cleared. Among them was Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson, Konohamaru. The second boy had black hair and glasses. The girl's hair was flaming orange and tied in 2 buns, and her cheeks were permanently flushed. In front of the Death Knights, the 3 of them struck an absurd pose. The girl exclaimed, "We are the Konohamaru Corps," while beaming. Mac looked at them and said, "Okay, but what are you 3 doing here?" Konohamaru pouted and said, "Hey, boss, you promised you'd play ninja with us today." Naruto, who had no memory of doing so, questioned, "Did I really?" "Yeah, but you were a little tired when you gave your answer." "Well, I guess I can play for a while, a ninja playing ninja? That's truly pathetic." A voice that sounded unpleasantly familiar said. Naruto answered, "Well, Sakura, I have nothing else to do right now." Konohamaru held up his pinky and said, "Hey, boss, is she your?" At that comment, Naruto's face turned completely white, and he thought he had lost a piece of his soul. He grinned and gave Konohamaru a light headshake. "Hell no, Konohamaru, she is not my girlfriend. Just as I could expect from my rival, you made the right choice. She has no boobs and her forehead could be used as a bulletin board." Konohamaru nodded. Sakura was trembling with rage when Naruto slightly turned his head. She was on her way to Konohamaru when she cracked her knuckles. Gaz and Mac were laughing so hard at Konohamaru's remark that they were rolling around on the ground. Murmuring, "You might want to run," Naruto said. He screamed in fear as the insane harpies started to pursue him. Naruto, barely suppressing his laughter, started to follow them. He left a corner early, deciding to take a shortcut and cut Sakura off. Naruto started scaling and leaping through backyards and over fences. He emerged with a black lacy thong after passing through the laundromat. Naruto looked at the thong and smiled widely at the name. Hinata Hyuga. That was written on it. Naruto whispered, "Awesome," and put the thong in his side pouch. Naruto leapt over yet another fence, landing squarely between Sakura and Konohamaru. He accidentally tripped Sakura by sticking his leg out. He sighed with relief at having spared his surrogate younger brother from the Harpy's fury. When he heard Konohamaru's voice, he was about to walk away but changed his mind. "Hey, let go of me," the Konohamaru commanded. "Another shot back, that hurt you, little Gaki. I'm gonna teach you a lesson." When Naruto turned around, he saw a black-body sand shinobi wearing a cat-shaped hat. A very attractive kunoichi was the other sand shinobi. Beneath her fishnet shirt was a full bosom, and her blonde hair was tied in 4 buns. In order to concentrate on the current circumstance, he shook his head. "Hey, kitty!" exclaimed Naruto. The boy sneered at him and gave him a furious look. Naruto gave the shinobi in front of him, who was wearing makeup, a glare in return. The sand nin yelled, "What the hell do you want?" Naruto cautioned, "I would suggest you put him down for your own safety." "Kankuro, just put the kid down, it was just an accident. Besides, we don't want to make him mad," she said. "This kid bumped me. I need to teach him a lesson. Besides, he isn't here right now, Tamari." "Fine, but I'm not involved in this," Naruto said. "I won't ask you again." Put him down, with cockiness. Kankuro mockingly asked, "Why don't you make me?" Kankuro discovered a razor-sharp blade at his neck as soon as he finished the taunt. When he looked to his right, he saw the boy with the blonde hair brandishing a sword. The abrupt change in circumstances caused Kankuro's hold to slightly tighten. Naruto snarled at Kankuro and said, "I can kill you with a single swipe of my blade, put him down." As Naruto pressed his blade against Konohamaru's neck, drawing blood, Kankuro dropped him in terror. To avoid more trouble, Konohamaru and his friends fled. After putting his sword away, Naruto turned to head back down the street. Kankuro screamed, clutching the bandaged weapon on his back, "Don't turn your back on me." Tamari questioned, "You're going to use Karasu? With a start?" "He humiliated me. I need to teach him a lesson." A tiny object hit a pressure point, and Kankuro quickly clutched his wrist in agony. He let go of this weapon and started yelling a fierce curse. At last, Kankuro discovered the source of the pebble. Uchiha Sasuke was throwing another pebble up and down in the tree. Sasuke questioned, "What are you sand shinobi doing in our village?" Sakura exclaimed with delight, "Sasuke-kun," and the others recoiled at her tone. Tamari thought, local hottie, as she blushed slightly and looked up at Sasuke. Her blush increased as she turned to face the blonde boy. "But this one is smoking hot." Kankuro hissed, "I'm going to get you for that brat." Naruto interrupted, saying, "I don't think that's a good idea." "Oh yeah? Why is that? Because the red-headed one in the tree looks pissed at you?" Tamari and Kankuro turned to the tree and gulped visibly. A red-headed sand shinobi with the word "love" tattooed in kanji on his head stood upside down in the tree. He was glaring down at everyone. The redhead deadpanned, "Kankuro, that's enough, you're an embarrassment to our village." Kankuro stumbled, Gaara, they started it. Shut up or I'll kill you." "Right, my mistake." The redhead appeared between his 2 teammates and used a sand shunshin. On the back of the redhead, Naruto watched the sand sink back into the gourd. He dismissed it for the time being, but there was something a little strange about it. "Apologies to you guys," the redhead said, his expression blank. "No sweat." Naruto waved his hand in response. Gaara turned on his heel and started to leave after giving a nod. His 2 teammates did the same. When Sakura chose to voice her opinion, they were halted. When Tamari waved her hand away, Sakura began to say, "Sanagakure and Konohagakure may be an alliance, but it is illegal to be in each other's village without a passport," but stopped. "We're here for the Chunin exams, and I have my passport right here," Tamari said, displaying a picture ID. "Talk about living under a rock." Naruto stepped forward and asked, "What are your names?" Tamari's face flushed slightly as she turned around and pointed at herself. "You mean me?" inquired Tamari. "Yes, you, and your teammates," said Naruto, grinning. "Sabaku no Tamari," smirking, Tamari said. "Sabaku no Gaara," mumbled Gaara. "Sabaku no Kankuro," a scowling Kankuro said. Gaara said, "I am interested in your names as well," as she glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto said, "Uzumaki Naruto," and raised his hand. "Uchiha Sasuke," smirking, Sasuke said. "I hope to see you both again in the Chunin exams." Naruto was left alone with Sakura and Sasuke after the 3 sand shinobi left. Naruto avoided his house because he didn't want to be around them. Sakura went ahead and asked Sasuke out on a date after realizing she had him to herself. Sasuke walked away, leaving a bewildered Sakura in his wake. Sakura, if you have time to ask me out, why don't you use it for training? I hate to admit it, but Naruto, Gaz, and Mac can pull their own weight. Work on your skill to be a better kunoichi so you don't get in our way, I said. Team 7 returned to their meeting spot as the leisurely week quickly came to an end. The 5 of them continued to speculate about the Chunin exam as they awaited Kakashi and Grimes. They knew that only their captains could participate, but it would be nice if they could. Grimes and Kakashi appeared on the bridge ahead of them, and there were 2 loud cracks. Gaz muttered, "Holy shit, he's actually on time." Kakashi folded his arms and said, "Team 7, we have 2 things to discuss with you." Sasuke looked at them and asked, "What would that be?" Grimes looked at his students and stated, "First, we decided to sign you all up for the Chunin exams. Second, the team is being split in half." "Huh?" inquired Naruto. "I asked the Hokage to let me form a new team so we don't have one big team. So as of now, Naruto, Mac and Gaz are released from Squad 7 and placed under my squad." The Death Knights saw that Kakashi's clenched fists were causing his hand to shake violently. Grimes knew why Kakashi appeared upset about this, but the genin didn't. Flashback. All of the Junin stood in front of the Hokage in his conference room a few hours ago. They were talking about which teams were competing in this year's Chunin exams. Grimes, however, was given permission to speak before they started discussing the exams. "Hokage. Sama, if it isn't going to put you into too much of a bind, I would like to resign as sensei for Team 7, Grimes replied. The Junin began whispering to one another, and Hiruzen, Kurenai, and Anko were the 3 most startled. Much to the chagrin of many women, Kakashi ignored Grimes and kept reading his book. Hiruzen said, "May I ask why, Grimes? I feel it is in the best interest to train Naruto, Mac and Gaz since I have known them for many years. I also have taught them before they joined the shinobi ranks." "Okay, but this doesn't have anything to the behavior of the other members or your team, does it?" Looking Hiruzen in the eyes, Grimes said, "Sir, with all due respect, to start, you could have got someone intelligent for the position of Team 7's sensei, but instead, you picked the guy with the leadership qualities of a fucking gerbil. What has been done since Team 7's formation? Teamwork exercise training, low-ranking missions, and that's about it. Have they learned any chakra control exercises? Yes, when we were on the mission in Nami no Kuni we did do chakra control training. So what seems to be the problem? My problems are having one student who is a lovesick puppy and a bat. Shit crazy, power-hungry Uchiha who belittle their comrades and know nothing of the creed Kakashi gave them. My second problem is that when I offer training to Sakura she denies it, saying Sasuke will save her. I don't bother teaching Sasuke since he's a nut, but I don't worry about him either because Kakashi has been training him in ninjutsu secretly. Has Kakashi taught the others anything? No, sir." With a sigh, Hiruzen cast a stern glance at Kakashi. After Grimes disparaged his leadership abilities, he seemed to be listening. "Very well, Grimes. I'll place your students in your care under a new team and Kakashi will keep custody over Sasuke and Sakura," Hiruzen nodded. Through a bow, Grimes said, "Thank you, Hokage, Sama. Come talk to me when the meeting here is done so we can register your team." "Yes, Hokage. Sama. Hokage. Sama, who will be our 3rd member for Squad 7, replied Kakashi. "Kakashi, after hearing what Grimes said I am starting to question if I should disband Team 7 and relieve you all of your shinobi licenses. But since the council is too damn stubborn to let the Uchiha be granted what he desires, I can't do that. But I have one rookie that is fresh from the batch that will be your replacement. He'll meet you tomorrow morning." In a whisper, Kakashi said, "Hi, Hokage, Sama." End of flashback. Grimes said, "Come on boys, you need to get some shut-eye to be ready for the exams tomorrow," as he escorted his pupils out. Gaz inquired, "What is our team?" "We're Team 13. Mac laughed and remarked, "Unlucky 13, I'm starting to miss being lucky number 7. In good spirits, Team 7 observed their 4 former teammates departing the team. Before Kakashi cleared his throat, there was a pause. Before vanishing in a shunshin, Kakashi stated, "Well, meet at the academy tomorrow to enter the exams. Our new replacement will meet you both there. Don't be late." Sakura exclaimed, finally free from those losers, after the victory. Sasuke gave Sakura a glare and said, "That's not good, Sakura." "What do you mean? They know a lot of information on us, so if we face them in the exams we might have some problems. I hope for your sake you have done some training, Sakura, because if you haven't I honestly don't think you'll make it through these exams." Sakura was left alone on the bridge when Sasuke pivoted on his heel. She started to shake in realization as she looked down. Not only would these tests be difficult, but they are now competing against their former teammates. Payback is a bitch, it seems. Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for their new teammate outside the academy. Sakura would occasionally glance at the building behind her, as she appeared anxious. As they waited for their new comrade, Sasuke was becoming irritated. They will lose the opportunity to take the tests if they continue at this pace. Sakura screamed, "Arg! Where is this loser?" "I don't know, but I'm going to kill him if he prevents me from entering this exam," replied Sasuke. A voice behind them said, "Well, I hope you're not one to follow through with your threats because it will end badly." They looked around and saw another boy their age. He had pale skin, unruly, spiky black hair, and brown eyes. In addition to brown combat boots, dark blue cargo pants, a blue shirt, and a green vest with pockets and a sword strapped to his back, he was dressed in a gray boonie. Think Captain Price's hat from MW and MW2. Sakura mocked, "Who the hell are you?" The boy shot back, glaring. "I'm your new teammate, you stupid bitch," he said. "What did you call me?" Sasuke glared at the boy and said, "Let's go, we're already late thanks to you, loser." "I made you too late? You're mistaken, I was here for the past hour inside waiting for you both," the kid replied. Turning on his heel, the boy entered the academy. Sakura and Sasuke went inside after their new teammate. They walked into the academy and watched him go up the stairs to the top floor. After catching up to him, the two of them joined him. Sasuke said, "You got a name, loser?" The boy said, "Yeah, it's go fuck yourself," with a malicious tone. Sakura screamed, "Don't talk to Sasuke.kun like that. Did you say something, cunt?" Sakura's face flushed red with rage, and she stammered as she tried to think of a way to win back the moment. It is clear that this new teammate was not amenable to insults. As they walked down the corridor, she lowered her head and gazed at the floor. When Team 7 reached the next floor, they noticed a herd of genin standing outside a door with the number 301 written above it. Smugly, Sasuke exclaimed, "Hey, why don't you release the genjutsu? This is the second floor." The boy hissed, "You fucking idiot," and slapped Sasuke in the head. "What was that for, loser? That was a trick to weed out the weak genin who should not become chunin. Now we got a bigger competition. Smooth one, jackass." Team 13 was on the verge of entering the examination room on the third floor. Grimes proudly stood outside the room, grinning at his students. He saw 3 Death Knights en route to becoming exceptionally skilled soldiers. Grimes said, "I am proud of you 3, as he examined each of them. "Ah, that means a lot, Grimes," said Gaz, his voice stifled. "Zano, let's try to enjoy this moment a little longer. Sorry, now, get in there, kick some ass and take names." "Hi," said the Death Knights. They went through the doors and into the room together. As they scanned the room, they noticed countless genin. They were being closely observed by 2 teams. One was a Kumogakure team, and the other was Gaara's team. In Naruto's mind, the Kumogakure team appeared too formidable to be genin, but he chose to revisit that later. There were 2 girls and 1 boy on the Kumogakure team. One girl had a sword strapped to her back and was dressed in a bandana. Despite having long platinum blonde hair, the other girl's enormous breasts were what really set her apart. A heavy 2-handed sword was strapped to the boy's back. Naruto remarked, "Looks like we got some fun competition here, huh?" Gazing at Mac, he said, "Sure does. What do you think, Zano?" Gaz was too enthralled with the blonde Kunoichi's breasts to respond. Naruto and Mac both shivered at their friend. Gaz snapped out of his reverie when Mac shook his shoulder. Gaz inquired, "What were we just talking about?" In response, Naruto said, "Nothing." A girl said, "Well, look who's here." Team 10 was approaching them when the 3 of them turned to look for the source of the noise. Ino took the lead, followed by Shikamaru and Choji. Team 13 nodded their acknowledgement. In search of Sasuke and Sakura, Ino inquired, "So where's the rest of your team?" Gaz answered, "This is the team, we separated from Team 7. Mac crossed his arms and remarked, "I think those 2 will be here with their new teammate fairly soon." Indeed, 10 minutes or so later, the room's doors opened once more. When Team 7 showed up, they all had a frustrated expression. The third member was glaring at the 2 of them with contempt while Sakura was attempting to examine the bruise on Sasuke's face. "Sasuke.kun!" exclaimed Ino, leaping onto his back and embracing him. Sakura exclaimed, "Get off me, Sasuke.kun, Ino.pig," without hesitation. "I haven't been on this team for an hour and I already want to kill them," the child murmured. Ino asked the boy, "Who are you?" The boy nodded and said, "Well, since you asked nicely, my name is Ryuzaki Sanderson." Kiba walked over to the genin and exclaimed, "Well, it looks like the gang is all here." For a brief reunion, Team 8 joined the other 3 teams. There was another new face among them, Kiba noticed. Ryuzaki was written off by him as a new, feeble shinobi that he could easily defeat. He smiled arrogantly at Naruto and Sasuke. Kiba challenged, "I wonder how far we'll get, Sasuke." "You seem confident, Kiba," smirked Sasuke in response. "We worked our asses off, there's no way we're losing to you. You all might want to keep it down. These other genin here are getting rather irritated," a shinobi with glasses said. "Who are you?" Ryuzaki inquired. Kabuto responded, "Yakushi Kabuto, I'm taking the exams again." Hinata inquired, "This is your second time?" No, it's my 7th. Gaz, Mac, Naruto, and Ryuzaki squinted suspiciously. It is impossible for anyone to fail that many times. The only question was who he must be spying for. When Kabuto turned to face Sasuke and he asked him a question, they were startled out of their reverie. Sasuke asked, "So you must have some information on these exams then?" To which Kabuto answered, "Yeah. Do you have information on any shinobi?" "I do. Is there anyone you have in mind?" Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto, Sabaku no Gaara, and Ryuzaki Sanderson. Both Ryuzaki and Naruto gave Sasuke irate looks. Kabuto claimed, "Well, that makes it easier," as he directed Chakra into a card. Rock Lee. Teammates are Hyuga Neji and Tenten, Sensei is Metaguy. His team mission summary is 55D rank, 3C rank. He excels in taijutsu and sucks with chakra control. Uzumaki Naruto. Teammates are Gaz Zanovich and Mac Compton, Sensei is Grimes Walcroft. Team mission summary is 30D rank, 1C rank, 1B rank and 1A rank. His combat skills are classified for some reason. Sabaku no Gaara, 20C rank, 3B rank, Sensei Baki. Teammates Sabaku no Tamari and Sabaku no Konkuro, and team mission summary. His skills are unknown, but he returned from all of those missions unscathed. Finally, we have Ryuzaki Sanderson. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke are his teammates. His sensei is not known. 45D rank, 10C rank, and 1B rank make up the mission summary. He has Junin. Level Kenjutsu, mid. Chunin. Level Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, and low. Chunin. Level Genjutsu. Sasuke was annoyed that he didn't learn much about Naruto, but he smiled at the information about his opponents. The genin were frightened by the remark that Gaara was uninjured on all of his missions because it implied that he was very strong. Naruto saw 3 blurs as they ran at Kabuto, who smirked but then puked from the invisible attack. "Put this in your cards, because Otogakure will destroy all of you weaklings," the mummy, wrapped shinobi said. A Tokubetsu Junin in a trenchcoat and black bandana emerged at the front of the room with a loud crack. "All right, you scumbags, I'm Morino Ibiki. I'm going to be your worst enemy and your instructor from now on," Ibiki shouted. The genin who were standing hurried to any available spots to take the test, and Mac, Gaz, and Naruto were all in different columns, sitting next to some competitors. As it turned out, Naruto and Gaz were lucky to be seated next to Hinata, while Gaz ended up sitting next to the sultry blonde-haired shinobi from Kumogakure. "You have 45 minutes to finish this test. At the conclusion of the allotted test time, the 10th question will be revealed," Ibiki said, taking pleasure in the horrified expressions on some of the faces. "If any of you are caught cheating, you and your team will be thrown out and you won't be able to take the Chunin exams again. You may start your test." No shinobi could possibly answer these questions without cheating. Sakura was the only one who could likely do so. All of the shinobi flipped their papers and looked at the questions. Naruto, Mac, and Gaz looked down at the paper with their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "How the devil are we going to respond to this?" the Death Knights thought. Then it dawned on them that they needed to cheat to advance to the next test, and Naruto noticed that some of the genin were cheating. Gaara was using a jutsu that formed an eye of sand. Tenten was using mirrors on the ceiling to show Lee the answers, and Neji and Sasuke were using their eyes. "Hey, number 32, take a seat correctly," Ibiki let out a bark. When Naruto looked to his left, he saw Ryuzaki crouching on his chair and answering his questions. He grudgingly complied, but first flipped Ibiki the bird before going back to his test. Kakashi was reading his Icha Icha book. Kurenai was glaring at him as he read the perverted work of art in front of her. Guy was shouting about his team being full of young people by taking the exams, and Asuma had lit a cigarette and given it to Grimes, who thanked him. The Junin were sitting around the academy's lounge wondering how their teams were doing in the exam. Kakashi said, "I hope they're okay," out loud. With a puff of smoke, Grimes remarked, "I'm sure my team will make it through easily, and they shouldn't have many problems." "I'm not entirely certain about that. After the first test here, I'm willing to wager that at least half of those teams will be eliminated," Asuma remarked. "What are you saying?" Kurenai inquired. "Oh, you were just promoted to Junin, that's correct. Morino Ibiki will be proctoring the first exam. He is the Black Ops interrogator." "I take it you're shitting me?" Grimes inquired. "Nope, so I wouldn't be surprised if our teams fail. My team is capable of withstanding Ibiki. Their youthful fervor has never been so intense." Guy's eyes were burning as he cheered. Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Grimes all shook their heads and perspired at the spandex-clad Junin. Most of the genin were finishing their tests back upstairs, and since he had no means of cheating, Naruto ended up writing on his paper. Gaz was able to copy some of the answers from the blonde next to him by moving his eyes without looking, and Mac had obtained his answers by using his bloodworms. "Alright, now for the 10th question, crotch stains," Ibiki yelled. Ibiki glared at the genin in front of him and let out some killing intent after noticing that about 20.1 genin were missing when he looked up, clearly having been kicked out during the exam. "You now have two options for the 10th question." Enjoying the cries of rage, Ibiki declared, "You can either accept the question failing or you can quit now and your team can depart and try again in 2 months. "What a jerk!" One shinobi shouted. "What a jerk!" another yelled. "Fucker!" Kiba yelled. "Cocksucker!" Gaz let out a roar. "What sort of inquiry is that?" "Naturally, we'll accept it," Tamari shouted. In response, Ibiki said, "But you'll fail the exam." Minutes passed with no one raising their voice, and the tension in the room was so great that it could be sliced with a knife. The silence was so thick that someone could hear a pin drop. Ibiki looked at the genin and said, "Raise your hands if you want to leave now." The number of shinobi that remained increased from 20.1 to 30.6 as the genin slowly raised their hands one by one. Ibiki chose to try asking again after noticing that no one else had done so. "Last chance, you can either fail or take the test again in 2 months. "Stop talking. You son of a bitch, just ask us the damn question," Naruto shouted. "Kid, I'm going to let you and your team down right here," Ibiki answered. "Well, act on it and put your money where your mouth is." The proctors were all thinking along the same lines, and many of the genin and proctors in the room stared at Naruto as if he were crazy. "This child has steel balls. Is that your last response?" "It's my last response, of course, you dumbass. I will never flee, nor will my teammates. Regardless of the mission, we will become extremely skilled shinobi and sacrifice ourselves for this village even if we fail and stay genin." Ibiki glared at Naruto, but he was secretly smiling and growing more respectful of the child. He looked around the room and saw that the other genin had been given new life and were not going to back down. They all regained their confidence when one of them challenged him. "Everyone in this room passes if that's the case." Ibiki uttered those words. "What?" all of the genin yelled. Naruto blinked briefly before collapsing back in his chair in disbelief. He had no idea what had happened to him. He had simply opened his mouth and risked disappointing his team, but it appeared that Ibiki had requested that response. "What sort of inquiry was that?" Tamari screamed more in bewilderment than rage. "The purpose of the question is to gauge your level of devotion. There is a lot of sacrifice in the shinobi world." Ibiki retorted, "Make sacrifices for war, but specifically to safeguard your allies and village secrets." After removing his bandana, Ibiki showed his head to the genin in front of him, and some of them puked at what they saw. Ibiki's head was covered in bolts, cuts, and other wounds that must have been caused by some of the most horrifying torture a shinobi could experience. Ibiki then tied the bandana back on his head. Looking out the window, he saw something approaching it, so he stepped back and was hidden by a banner that said, "The Sexy and Single, Midarashi Anko." Naruto smiled to see Anko again after nearly 2 months of not seeing her. Ibiki remarked, "You're early again, Anko." "Oh, please stop talking." Anko, embarrassed, snapped back. "What the? 72 teams? You made it past 72 teams? Ibiki, you must be softening." "Well, I would have succeeded but that blonde-haired kid has balls of steel." Anko smiled as she glanced at the child Ibiki was pointing to, and he waved back. "Hi, Naruto.kun, it's been a while," Anko said hello. "I'm glad to see you as well," Naruto returned the smile. "Hey, where is your gorgeous brother?" "Don't know, probably in the Junin lounge." "I hate to break this conversation up, but you need to get on with the exams," Ibiki interrupted. Yeah, Anko said, waving her hand dismissively. All right, follow me, maggots. Only 5% of you will be left when I'm done with you. Sakura, trembling at the prospect of passing this next test, followed the other genin out of the hole and headed for a far-off training area, but Naruto was the last to depart, so he stopped. Anko leapt out of the hole she made and disappeared. Naruto said, Ibiki-san, and gave him a piece of paper. What is this? Ibiki inquired. I believe we have a spy in the exams here, the suspected guy's name is on the piece of paper there. After Naruto leapt out of the hole and started running in the direction of his teammates, Ibiki opened the note and saw that it was written, Yakushi Kabuto. When he saw the name, he realized that the child had taken the test numerous times but had always given up after the second attempt. He folded it and put it in his pocket before avoiding the Hokage's tower. Anko turned to the remaining teams from the first exam with a sly smile, glancing at Naruto's team, knowing that they would likely pass this exam easily if Grimes taught them. All of the genin were staring at the enormous enclosed forest in front of them, with some looking at it impassively and many looking at it with fear. Hi there, maggots from my playground, Anko grinned malevolently. What is this location? The chubby Kumo shinobi inquired. The Chunin exam's second stage is this one. The Forest of Death is in front of you. This place will be a walk in the park, Naruto declared out loud. Naruto.kun, are you making fun of my playground? Anko inquired sweetly. The truth is that I am. Mac, Zano, and I have endured more. Really? Then educate us. We received training in a unique kind of power prior to becoming shinobi. Our last task was to spend 2 weeks surviving in the icy world of Icecrown. In 2 weeks, we had to cover the entire region, or else we would have to start over. With daily highs of about 50 degrees below zero, we were forced to live in a harsh environment. 8 of us emerged from the 50 of us who took the test. Anko, who wasn't sure what to believe, shrugged it off and started distributing pamphlets as everyone stared at Naruto's team in either shock or disbelief. What are these? Sakura inquired. In a song voice, Anko stated, they're brochures you need to sign saying that if you die, we're not held responsible. In order to proceed with the exam, each team signed their names on the pamphlets. Once all the teams had completed the exam, they were given a brown or white scroll. Ryuzaki's team received a white scroll, while Naruto's team received a brown one. The exam was scheduled to begin in 10 minutes, which allowed each genin to get ready and energized. Ryuzaki took advantage of the opportunity to distance himself from Sakura and Sasuke for 2 reasons. First, he was certain that Sakura's foolish fangirl behavior and Sasuke's inflated ego were causing his IQ to plummet to an insane level. Second, he intended to steal some scrolls from opposing teams prior to the exam, and when he returned a minute before it started, he found 2 scrolls, 1 brown and 1 white, hidden inside his side pouch. Baka, where were you? Sakura shouted and retracted her fist. Ryuzaki glared at Sakura and said, I'll cut your arm off if you hit me right now. Will you two stop talking and concentrate? With his characteristic Uchiha glare, Sasuke stated, we have to get the other scroll as quickly as possible so we can reach the tower. Whatever. 30 seconds before the exam started, each genin team stood in front of their assigned gates, watching the clock countdown. Naruto made the decision to send his team after Sasuke's team for the other scroll, hoping to instill some common sense in them and demonstrate their superiority over Sasuke and Sakura. 15 seconds, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A bell rang, and the forest gates opened. A half-mile into the forest, Naruto, Gaz, and Max stopped in a clearing, hunkered down inside a nearby thicket, and started to plan. They decided they could likely defeat Sakura without much trouble, and Sasuke would need at least 2 of them, but they weren't sure about Ryuzaki, who was a mystery to them. They didn't know what he could do, so they would likely have to face him 3-on-1. As Team 13 began their trek westward toward Team 7, they occasionally heard cries of terror and agony coming from the dangerous forest. Mac grinned and made the decision to pose a question. Hi, Zano? Mac inquired. Well, Gaz answered. Doesn't this remind you a little bit of the Icecrown survival training? Gaz put on a serious face and shrugged after listening to Mac's question and surveying the trees, which were eerie, dangerous, and full of enemies. Gaz started, yeah, Mac, now that you mention Ida. Well, except that there isn't any snow, we're eating warm food, and the trees aren't blowing up from airstrikes. However, aside from that, it is quite similar to Icecrown. How does being reminded of those 2 weeks of hell feel now? Mac smirked as he asked. Naruto, smack him for me please. Whack. Naruto used the back of his hand to slap Mac across the back of his head, causing him to rub the back of his head in evident pain. Thank you. Ryuzaki was so bored that he ignored Sasuke's voice and looked around, feeling as if he was being watched. He could have told his team that they could run to the tower because he had stolen 2 scrolls before the exam began, but he chose not to. Team 7 was currently sitting in front of a tree and coming up with a code to help identify each other. He could swear he saw one of the plants move in a pond 50 yards to their right, but Sasuke's shouting brought Ryuzaki back to the present. "Hey, loser," Sasuke shouted.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.